The most famous of is on fire. A controversial ad by the company that manufactures this product shows Kendall Jenner approaching a cop among a protest featuring several minority groups. For 10 points, name this brand of soda which comes in a transparent crystal form. And the answer is Pepsi. Plan Lasso was developed by the United States to stomp out the Marcatalia republics within this country's rural heartlands. These republics had formed in the decades of unrest after the assassination of presidential candidate Jorge Eliezer Gaitan in this country, a period known as La Violencia. In this country, the anti-guerrilla operation would have the unexpected effect of galvanizing leftist militias into forming militant groups like FARC. For 10 points, name this South American country formerly home to a vicious cocaine-funded civil war between communist terrorists and right-wing militias. And the answer is Colombia. An early commentary on this text was written by the Riverside Elder and describes the practice of dual cultivation. Arthur Waley's translation of this book includes a verse stating, "If we stop looking for persons of superior morality to put in power, there will be no more jealousies." The fourth verse of this text opines that one of the title concepts is, "Yet it fills every vessel with endless supply, with it the sharp edges become smooth." This text is named for a concept often called empty and details the creation of the three pure ones, namely the grand, supreme, and jade purities. This first-century text advocates a philosophy of non-action or wu-wei and is partly named for a word meaning the way. Lao Tzu authored, for 10 points, what central text of Taoism? And the answer is the Tao Te Ching. Along with its Tibetan and Karluk allies, this dynasty suppressed expansion of the Tang dynasty at the Battle of Talas. This caliphate, which built the Al-Uqaidar fortress in Karbala, experienced internal conflict and the rapid succession of 4 caliphs in 9 years during the anarchy at Samarra. This dynasty rose to prominence after its army defeated Marwan II at the Battle of the Zab, and it saw advances in algebra by al-Khwarizmi and optics by Ibn al-Haytham. This caliphate had a large influence in Sunni Islam until forces led by Hulagu Khan destroyed its capital of Baghdad. For 10 points, name this successor of the Umayyad Caliphate centered at Baghdad. And the answer is the Abbasid Caliphate. In this film, the main character rigs a game of roulette in order to help a Bulgarian couple. That character in this film hides an object given to him by Ugarte and a piano. After Strasser is killed in this film, a police chief says to round up the usual suspects. That scene happens after Victor Laszlo boards the plane to Lisbon. The opening of this film shows the journey of refugees fleeing Europe during World War II. In a scene from this film, the singing of Die Wacht am Rhein by German officers is drowned out by La Marseillaise. Ilse and Rick are played by Ingrid Bergman and Humphrey Bogart in, for 10 points, what film set in the title Moroccan city? And the answer is Casablanca. It's not Greece, but this present-day country is the birthplace of a philosopher who developed a framework in which a proposition can be true, false, both true and false, or neither true nor false. That philosopher based his thought around an idea translated as emptiness. Schopenhauer borrowed the phrase "thou art that" from a dialogue from this country, and Nietzsche denigrated Christian morality in favor of the law of Manu from this country. Schools of thought in this country debated 6 ways of knowing called pramanas and whether ultimate reality is equivalent to the soul or Atman. Philosophers from this country include Nagarjuna, and schools from this country are called Nastika, or heterodox if they reject the Vedas. For 10 points, name this birthplace of Buddhism and Hinduism. And the answer is India. A popular activity in this game is spleefing. Patches to this game frequently remove Herobrine, a ghost rumored to be Notch's dead brother. Players in this game create nether portals with obsidian and use redstone to make powered rails. Zombies and creepers spawn at night in this game, threatening the only playable character, Steve. For 10 points, name this Mojang sandbox game featuring 1 cubic meter blocks. And the answer is Minecraft. In Xenopus embryos, sea urchin embryos, and Drosophila embryos, one phase in this process is functionally non-existent. The process is most affected when gene regulatory proteins of the E2F family have become unrestrained, causing cancerous replication. This process is initiated by the complex of cyclin D and CDK4 or 6. At the end of this phase, the cyclin B CDK1 complex activation causes breakdown of nuclear envelope and initiation of the next phase. This phase sees the replication of organelles and the genetic code preceding mitosis. For 10 points, name this phase that a cell spends most of its life in that precedes the 3 subphases, G1, S, and G2. And the answer is interphase. One of these objects in Chilote mythology is called Keluche and is watched over by the Sirena Chilota. Atet is one of these objects in Egyptian mythology, and it is used by Ra when fighting the serpent Apep. Another one of these objects was constructed using timber that could speak and make prophecies. Gilgamesh's relative Utnapishtim uses one of these, called Preserver of Life, to save himself and the animals. For 10 points, name these vessels used for transport on water, examples of which include the Argo and Noah's Ark. And the answer is ships. In this decade, India won its first Cricket World Cup under captain Kapil Dev. Dale Earnhardt Sr. won his first NASCAR championship at the beginning of this decade, during which Tom Watson won 5 golf majors. In this decade, Trevor Berbick defeated Muhammad Ali, marking Ali's last professional fight. In one Olympics during this decade, Carl Lewis equaled Jesse Owens' feat by winning 4 gold medals in different track and field events. Olympics in this decade were held in Sarajevo and Seoul. For 10 points, name this decade in which American champions often met with President Reagan. And the answer is the 1980s. In 2010, this country drew international attention by passing an environmentalist act called the Law of the Rights of Mother Earth. An unpaved, winding road through this country's Yungas region is infamous for being the most dangerous road in the world. A mountain overshadowing this country's city of Potosi provided much of the silver ore that enriched Spain during the colonial era. The capital city of this country is the highest in the world because it lies on the Altiplano, most of which is located in this country. This country shares Lake Titicaca with its northwestern neighbor, Peru. For 10 points, name this landlocked country in South America with 2 capitals, Sucre and La Paz. And the answer is Bolivia. One artist from this country painted a dog watching a wagon cross a stream. A portraitist from this country painted Mr. and Mrs. Andrews and Jonathan Buttall holding a hat. This setting of the Hay Wain and the Blue Boy is also home to a royal observatory built by Christopher Wren in this home of Constable in Gainsborough. For 10 points, name this country whose St. Paul's Cathedral was rebuilt after the 1666 Great Fire of London. And the answer is England. A former airline with this name was the first to fly commercially between the US and Japan, and was acquired by Delta Airlines. An institution with this word in its name is the only private Big Ten university and is also the only to be located on the shore of a Great Lake. In a 1959 film named after this direction, the protagonist is interrogated at the home of UN diplomat Lester Townsend. That movie ends with a chase down the side of Mount Rushmore. For 10 points, name this intercardinal direction that names a university in Evanston, Illinois, and a Cary Grant thriller directed by Alfred Hitchcock titled North by this direction. And the answer is Northwest. These people were documented in a massive ethnography by Bernardino of Sahagún. Every 52 years, these people performed a new fire ceremony called the Binding of the Years. These people organized in units called Kalpuli and conducted most of their agriculture on floating gardens called chinampas. These people were documented in the Florentine Codex. These people formed a triple alliance, and their main center was a city built on artificial islands. These Nahuatl speakers were betrayed by La Malinche in the lead-up to La Noche Triste. For 10 points, name these inhabitants of Tenochtitlan who were ruled by Moctezuma and conquered by Hernán Cortés. And the answer is Aztecs. Eggplant Mike is a recurring character in a webcomic based on this, and the XKCD store sells fortune cookies based on it. Its name comes from a scene that promotes a dish that includes baked beans, except the baked beans are off. That scene involves Vikings singing of the titular lovely and wonderful foodstuff. Common varieties of this include pleas from Nigerian princes and misspelled advertisements for Viagra. Contrasted with bacon and often filtered out of your Gmail or Hotmail inbox, name these unwanted email solicitations. And the answer is spam emails. An interview by Herbert Matthews helped this man gain fame, and he was the target of Operation Verano. Troops from this man's nation fought against South Africa in the Battle of Cuito Cunavale while helping the MPLA in Angola. This leader waged a campaign from the Sierra Maestra Mountains, and he read a 4-hour speech in court after leading an attack on the Moncada barracks. During this man's rule, U-2 pilot Richard Heiser found a military base at San Cristobal. This man, who gave the History Will Absolve Me speech, caused a crisis by allowing the USSR to deploy ballistic missiles in his country. For 10 points, name this longtime president of Cuba. And the answer is Fidel Castro. Players on this team paraded around a green trash can to celebrate the only road win of their disastrous inaugural season. A former player for this team, Michael Neuwirth, once called this team's starting goaltender his weakest competition yet. That player is Braden Holtby. A SportsCenter commercial featured this team's captain as a Russian spy. In the 2018 Stanley Cup playoffs, this team defeated the Vegas Golden Knights to win its first ever championship. For 10 points, name this sports team with hockey stars Nicklas Backstrom and Alexander Ovechkin based in DC. And the answer is Washington Capitals. A city on this body of water lies at the head of a bay called the Zolotoy Rog for its resemblance to the Golden Horn in Istanbul. That city on this body of water also contains the Ruski Bridge, the third tallest bridge and longest stay-cabled bridge in the world. Another city on this body of water is known as the City of Iron and contains re-education camps 12 and 25. This body of water separates Primorsky Krai from Sakhalin Oblast. The Tumen River flows into this sea that is home to the oil-rich Leoncourt rocks, which are claimed by 3 countries. For 10 points, name this peripheral sea of the Pacific Basin that lies between the Korean Peninsula, Russia, and Japan. And the answer is the Sea of Japan. In a 2012 episode of this show, the hat store Lids saw an appearance by Psy performing Gangnam Style. Jay Pharoah portrays President Obama on this Lorne Michaels show, which once featured the Lonely Island's Andy Samberg in digital shorts like Lazy Sunday and I'm on a Boat. Tina Fey and Amy Poehler once hosted Weekend Update on, for 10 points, what NBC sketch comedy show shot live from New York? And the answer is Saturday Night Live. A closed curve has at least 4 of these entities at which the derivative of curvature equals 0. In graph theory, edges begin and end at these entities, which are also called nodes. A hyperbola has 2 of these points on its major axis, while a parabola has 1 of these points on its axis of symmetry. For 10 points, give this mathematical term for a point at which the sides of a polygon intersect. And the answer is vertex. A flattened Sonobe unit has this shape. The midpoints of any quadrilateral can be connected to form one of these figures. Vectors may be added using a rule named for this shape, whose diagonals bisect each other but not necessarily perpendicularly. If one of these shapes is inscribed in a circle, it must be a rectangle. Congruent opposite angles and supplementary adjacent angles are found in, for 10 points, what quadrilateral whose opposite sides are congruent and parallel? And the answer is parallelogram. Either side of this object is engraved with phrases, take me up and cast me away. Accolon uses this item against its owner, who fights back with a copy of it. Its companion piece prevents death from blood loss. A hand reaches out of a pool of water to catch this object when it is discarded. It replaces another object destroyed by Pelennor. After a battle at Comlan, its owner ordered Bedivere to dispose of it. This weapon was first gifted alongside its magic scabbard by Nimue, or the Lady of the Lake. For 10 points, name this powerful sword used against Mordred following the breaking of the sword in the stone wielded by King Arthur. And the answer is Excalibur. According to the Green Tau theorem, the sequence of these numbers contains arbitrarily long arithmetic sequences. Each of these numbers larger than 3 is congruent to either 1 or 5 modulo 6. Whether even numbers larger than 2 can be written as a sum of 2 of these is the subject of Goldbach's conjecture. The sieve of Eratosthenes can find, for 10 points, what kind of number whose only divisors are itself and 1. And the answer is prime numbers. According to the Ahmadiyya, this man is buried at Raza Bal, a shrine in Kashmir. In the Surat al-Ma'idah, this man asked God to send down food from heaven. This man made a clay figure of a bird and breathed into it, causing it to come to life. After he was born, this man's mother was told to shake a palm tree for dates. The Surat an-Nisa describes the apparent death of this man, who revealed that Injil was actually an illusion. This man will appear alongside the Mahdi and kill the Dajjal before the day of resurrection. In Islam, this man is considered to be the second to last prophet, preceding Muhammad. For 10 points, the Surat Maryam describes the virgin birth of what prophet who in another tradition could walk on water? And the answer is Jesus Christ. In one song, this singer notes how it's strange that some roots are like cages. In another, this artist sings of a young man sleeping by the bodegas and the lights on Upper Broadway. That track, Diamonds on the Soles of Her Shoes appears on his 1986 album, Graceland. This man's most famous collaboration produced the soundtrack for The Graduate and such hits as Bridge Over Troubled Water and The Sound of Silence. For 10 points, name this American singer-songwriter who formed half of a namesake duo with Art Garfunkel. And the answer is Paul Simon. This is the numerator of Egyptian fractions and the number of sides of a Mobius strip. It is repeated in the Fibonacci sequence, and any non-zero number raised to the 0th power equals this value, the largest that the sine and cosine functions take. This number is the multiplicative identity because it times any other number is the original number. For 10 points, name this smallest positive integer. And the answer is 1. In one video, a bad Arnold Schwarzenegger impersonator sings this song set to scenes from Batman and Robin. In one parody of this song, It's in My Head, It's in My Dreams is sung by a tormented father. John Travolta called this song's performer Adele Dazeem at the 2014 Oscars, where it won Best Original Song. Idina Menzel sings that The Cold Never Bothered Me Anyway in, for 10 points, what hit song from Disney's 2013 film Frozen? And the answer is Let It Go. A character in this work refuses a marriage proposal from St. John and doubts Alice Fairfax, who blames strange sounds on Grace Poole. Mr. Brocklehurst causes the death of Helen Burns, whom the protagonist meets at Lowood School in this novel. Bertha Mason was the first wife of Edward Rochester, who eventually marries the protagonist of, for 10 points, this novel by Charlotte Bronte. And the answer is Jane Eyre. This state's western region was a neutral no man's land which was abandoned by its neighbor to comply with the Missouri Compromise. Unassigned lands in this state were illegally settled by boomers and Sooners, who ignored the official start of the Homestead Act. In the 1830s, the Choctaw people were relocated to territory in this modern state via the Trail of Tears. For 10 points, name this former Indian territory, a U.S. state north of Texas. And the answer is Oklahoma. A zone that makes up part of one of these features in Texas lies on the Balcones Fault Zone. Both that example of one of these places and a namesake plateau are named after Hayden Edwards. A February 2018 rumor accused Nestle and Coca-Cola of trying to privatize one of the largest examples of these locations. That one is named for the Guarani people. Muammar Gaddafi planned to connect one of these locations with Libyan cities in the Great Man-Made River Project. These locations are divided into contributing, discharge, and recharge zones, and one of them makes possible center pivot agriculture in much of the American Midwest. A potential threat to one of these places, named Ogallala, was a major cause of opposition to the Keystone XL pipeline. For 10 points, name these underground water deposits that are an important source of fresh water. And the answer is aquifers. This empire lost the Battle of Akroinon and was opposed by the Hashemiyya sect. Founded by Muawiyah I after victory in the First Fitna, this dynasty administered its vast holdings through 6 administrative diwan. This empire was overthrown after the Battle of the Zab, but persisted in Al-Andalus as the Caliphate of Cordoba. Forces of this dynasty killed Hussein ibn Ali at the Battle of Karbala and were defeated by Charles Martel at Tours. For 10 points, name this second Islamic caliphate based at Damascus and succeeded by the Abbasids. And the answer is the Umayyad Caliphate. This actor is idolized by a man who is hunted after killing a police officer in Jean-Luc Godard's film Breathless. A character played by this actor interrupts a man performing the song as time goes by before noticing a familiar woman. The public fascination surrounding this actor's relationship with Lauren Bacall led to them being cast together in films like The Big Sleep. In the 1941 version of The Maltese Falcon, this actor played Sam Spade. This actor employs a pianist named Sam at his bar in a film in which he stars opposite Ingrid Bergman as Elsa. For 10 points, name this American actor who played Rick Blaine in Casablanca. And the answer is Humphrey Bogart. This band debuted with The Fourth World under the name Kara's Flowers, while under their current name, this band released a single that claimed that the title concept has taken its toll on me and that the singer won't say goodbye anymore. That song appeared on this band's album, Songs About Jane, and another album of theirs is It Won't Be Soon Before Long. For 10 points, name this band, led by Adam Levine, whose hits include She Will Be Loved, Makes Me Wonder, and This Love. And the answer is Maroon 5. Dyrnwyn is an example of one of these in Welsh mythology whose fire burns anyone pursuing evil. Another one of these objects in Arthurian legend is called Clarent and is owned by Mordred. Kusanagi is one of these objects obtained from the body of Orochi, an 8-headed dragon that is also called the grass-cutting one of these objects. Hrunting and Nagling are two of these objects owned by Beowulf, and King Arthur pulls one of these objects called Caliburn out of a stone. For 10 points, name this weapon exemplified by Excalibur. And the answer is swords. A TLDR Wikipedia entry asserts that this restaurant's head chef is a microwave. In a 300-slide presentation, the hedge fund Starboard slammed this restaurant for getting longer warranties on their pots by not salting their pasta water. In September 2014, it sold $100 passes for 7 weeks of all-you-can-eat food. For 10 points, name this Italian chain restaurant which offers unlimited salad and breadsticks with its never-ending pasta bowl. And the answer is Olive Garden. A primate-exclusive process that often precedes puberty is characterized by this organ's increased secretion of DHEAS and DHEA. One layer of this organ is highly sensitive to extracellular concentrations of angiotensin II. That region, which is called the zona glomerulosa, secretes aldosterone. This organ may be afflicted with Addison's disease. The medulla of this organ secretes catecholamines, while its cortex secretes mineralocorticoids and glucocorticoids such as cortisol. For 10 points, name these two endocrine glands that sit atop the kidneys and produce epinephrine for the flight or fight response. And the answer is adrenal glands. If a line with this property is tangent to a curve at point A, the curve is not differentiable at A. The tangent function's asymptotes are this type of line. If a line of this type passes through the graph of a relation twice, the relation is not a function, which is called the namesake test of this type of line. For 10 points, give this term that describes lines like x equals 3, which have undefined slopes and are perpendicular to horizontal lines. And the answer is vertical lines. This function can be generalized to vector spaces in the form of a norm, and for complex numbers is called the modulus. The derivative of this function is the signum function, which is not defined at 0. It may be interpreted as a number's distance from 0 and has a V-shaped graph. For 10 points, name this function that gives the positive version of a negative input. And the answer is absolute value function. The Abhidharmakosa is a text that describes a Buddhist example of this thing, Naraka. A goddess in Babylonian mythology was forced to remove her clothing in 7 phases in order to gain access to one of these. The Aztec variety of this concept consists of 9 levels and is called Mictlan, and it is ruled over by Xlotl. The Norse version of this place is ruled over by a daughter of Loki, and the Greek version of it shares its name with the brother of Zeus and Poseidon who rules over it. For 10 points, name these realms of the dead, the Greek version of which is ruled over by Hades. In the iconography of the Thorwald and Gosforth crosses, this figure appears facing an armed spearman in an apparent syncretization with Satan. Mothered by Angerboda, the birth of he and his siblings was prophesied to bring chaos to the 9 realms, which led to his confinement in Asgard. They tried to keep him in check with 2 fetters, but he broke loose from both. To restrain this figure, the gods had to procure a rope made from the sound of a cat's footfall. Tyr loses one of his hands in order to bind this beast with Gleipnir, although he will break free during Ragnarok. For 10 points, name this giant wolf the son of Loki. And the answer is Fenrir. This former chair of the Committee on Armed Services was shot down in 1967, then spent over 5 years in Hoa Lo, nicknamed the Hanoi Hilton. At one campaign stop, this man was booed for correcting an audience member who called his opponent, Barack Obama, an Arab. For 10 points, name this former prisoner of war during the Vietnam War who served 5 terms as senator from Arizona. And the answer is John McCain. Hussein Abdullah, a player for this city's NFL team, was penalized for a celebratory prayer in August 2014. This city's police tweeted begging everyone to not commit crimes during their baseball team's first playoff game since 1985, a 9-8 wildcard victory over the Oakland A's. For 10 points, name this city whose Kauffman and Arrowhead stadiums are home to the Royals and Chiefs in western Missouri. And the answer is Kansas City. One film screenplay written by this man was based on a William Makepeace Thackeray novel about an Irish opportunist. This man supposedly forced Shelley Duvall to repeat a scene involving a staircase 127 times before he was satisfied. That film, which led to conspiracies that this man helped fake the moon landings, takes place in the Overlook Hotel. Another film directed by this man features a scene with a bone thrown into the air transitioning to a spaceship, and includes the evil robot HAL 9000. For 10 points, name this director of The Shining and 2001: A Space Odyssey. And the answer is Stanley Kubrick. Psalm 133 verse 2 compares this substance on a man's beard to how good and how pleasant it is for brothers to dwell together in unity. Elisha saved a widow from creditors by miraculously multiplying some of this substance for her to sell. In Exodus, God gives Moses the proportions of myrrh, cinnamon, calamus, and kasha to be used in creating a type of this substance that was henceforth used to mark the descendants of Aaron. The Talmud describes how the troops of Antiochus defiled all but one cruse of this substance, which was then used for 7 nights by the Maccabees in a miracle celebrated on Hanukkah. For 10 points, name this substance once used to anoint Jewish priests and kings, which can be obtained by pressing olives. And the answer is oil. This country became a democracy after its communist Derg regime ended, and Roman Catholicism became its dominant religion under Susenyos I. This nation's decentralized Zemene Mesafint, or Era of the Princes, concluded when Tewodros II came to power. Menelik II restored the power of this country in which the Aksum Empire ruled. This nation was supposedly home to the Queen of Sheba, and its Solomonic dynasty included Haile Selassie I. The Amhara make up a significant portion of this country's people. For 10 points, identify this African nation whose largest city is Addis Ababa. And the answer is Ethiopia. An interview by Herbert Matthews helped this man gain fame, and he was the target of Operation Verano. Troops from this man's nation fought against South Africa in the Battle of Cuito Cunavale while helping the MPLA in Angola. This leader waged a campaign from the Sierra Maestra Mountains, and he read a 4-hour speech in court after leading an attack on the Moncada barracks. During this man's rule, U-2 pilot Richard Heiser found a military base at San Cristobal. This man, who gave the "History Will Absolve Me" speech, caused a crisis by allowing the USSR to deploy ballistic missiles in his country. For 10 points, name this longtime president of Cuba. And the answer is Fidel Castro. This conflict was preceded by a border raid at Samoa called Operation Shredder. After this conflict, Hafez al-Assad nearly lost his job as his country's defense minister, and the Khartoum Resolution's 3 no's were adopted. A major cause of this non-Suez Crisis war was the blockade of Eilat, and this war began with the surprise Operation Focus, which destroyed most of Egypt's air force while it was on the ground. Gains for this war's winning side included Gaza and the West Bank. For 10 points, name this war in which an Arab coalition suffered a swift and decisive loss to Israel in June 1967. And the answer is the 6-Day War. A work by this man discusses killing livestock solely for their skins and refers to observations on wool prices made by David Hume. This man was opposed to slavery because he thought paying for labor up front to be a risky investment. This man's works in moral philosophy include the theory of moral sentiments, and his most famous work in economics claims that it is not from benevolence that people conduct business, but in regard to their own interest, introducing the idea of the invisible hand. For 10 points, name this Scottish economist and philosopher who published The Wealth of Nations. And the answer is Adam Smith. This man described a scenario in which a helicopter suddenly drops a bunch of money to propose an alternative to quantitative easing. This man's K% rule advocates for increasing the money supply by a set amount each year. A book by this man and Anna Schwartz blamed the introduction of the gold standard for causing the long depression of the 1870s. This man stated that inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. For 10 points, name this Nobel laureate who wrote Capitalism and Freedom and who was a member of the Chicago School of Economics. And the answer is Milton Friedman. This thinker illustrated one concept by contrasting the architect who raises his structure and imagination before he erects it in reality with the bee. One of this philosopher's ideas was recast in terms of property relations in a 1982 book by John Romer. This thinker argued that social stratification leads agents to become estranged from their species being, and that by acting on the physical world, individuals experience objectification. This author of the Grundrisse gave an account of exploitation based on the expropriation of surplus value, and argued that, in the capitalist mode of production, workers are alienated from the products of their labor. For 10 points, name this German author of Das Kapital. And the answer is Karl Marx. A work by this thinker introduced a concept known as liquidity preference. This thinker proposed a hypothetical beauty contest to describe rational agents in a market. This thinker, whose ideas were summarized in John Hick's IS/LM model, described the Treaty of Versailles as a Carthaginian peace in his Economic Consequences of Peace. In another work, he argued for increased government spending to curb the Great Depression. For 10 points, name this British economist and author of the General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money. And the answer is John Maynard Keynes. This economist wrote, "A fall of wages would have no other effect than to raise profits." A law ascribed to this economist states, "The rent of land is determined by the excess of its production over that which the same application can secure from the least productive land in use." This person described his ideas on rent in The Principles of Political Economy and Taxation. This person used the example of cloth and wine production in Portugal and England to explain the benefits of free trade. For 10 points, name this early 19th century British economist who developed the theory of comparative advantage. And the answer is David Ricardo. This economist was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 1946 and in 2000. In one of his works, he questioned the competitive ideal in industrial corporations, and in another work, he criticized the American wealth gap. This Canadian-born economist also worked as an ambassador to India during the Kennedy administration. For 10 points, name this economist who wrote The New Industrial State and the Affluent Society. And the answer is John Kenneth Galbraith. This man divided humans into a productive class, a proprietary class, and a sterile class. This man's tableau économique was initially published under the pseudonym of the Marquis de Mirabeau. He argued for the replacement of the tally with a flat tax on landowners and founded a school that argued that a nation's net product was entirely in agriculture. For 10 points, name this leader of the physiocrats. And the answer is Francois Quesnay. This thinker described how the co-location of factories helps create positive externalities via what he called an industrial atmosphere. This thinker developed the earliest version of the quantity theory of the Cambridge equation, describing a quantity theory of money. This author of Industry and Trade called Henry Sidgwick his spiritual mother, and Sidgwick, in return, was influenced by his The Economics of Industry. This economist's most famous book made the first major use of graphs to display what he likened to scissors that determine price, the supply and demand curves. Utility curves for a given fixed level of income determine this economist's namesake demand function. For years, the dominant economics textbook in Britain was this author's Principles of Economics. For 10 points, Hicksian demand is contrasted with the form of demand named for what economist? And the answer is Alfred Marshall. This man compared the role of women being taken as trophies by barbarians to women who were stay-at-home housewives. In an 1899 book, this author claimed that things like sports and going to church were wastes of time and resources that were meant to show off the status of the middle class. He coined the phrase conspicuous consumption. For 10 points, name this Norwegian-American sociologist the author of The Theory of the Leisure Class. And the answer is Thorstein Veblen. Gottlob Frege ridiculed this writer by saying that he relied on pebble and gingerbread arithmetic. This person used the method of concomitant variation and the method of residues as 2 of his 5 methods to determine causation. In another book, this person wrote, "He who knows only his own side of the case knows little of that." In that book, this person argued that powers should only be used to prevent harm. In another book, this person argued only happiness is a good to each individual and in the aggregate to all persons. Name this person who wrote A System of Logic, On Liberty, and Utilitarianism. And the answer is John Stuart Mill. One king of this city was born in the aftermath of Hephaestus's attempted rape of Athena. A more famous king of this city had the choice to inherit his birthright either by traveling through calm seas or bandit-infested roads. Of course, he chose the roads and defeated the bandits Pityocamptes, Sciron, and Procrustes. That king is later saved by Heracles after attempting to kidnap Persephone, although his companion Pirithous is not. By his heroic exploits, this city no longer needed to send 7 boys and girls to Crete as annual tribute for the Minotaur. For 10 points, name this city the namesake of a Greek goddess of wisdom. And the answer is Athens. Because of a foreboding prophecy, Croesus refuses to send his son Attis to capture one of these animals. One of these animals that carries a comb and scissors between its ears is called Trith and is hunted by Kolch. A giant one of these animals called Sehrimnir is cooked and eaten in Valhalla every night, and a golden one of these animals called Gullinbursti pulled Frey's chariot. For his 4th labor, Heracles captured the Erythmanthian one of these animals. Atalanta was the first to wound the Caledonian one of these, which was eventually slain by Meleager. For 10 points, name this tusked, wild, pig-like animal. And the answer is boar. In Daniel's dream of 4 beasts, the Ancient of Days had one of these objects that was flaming with fire. One of these objects is described as the source of the river of water of life in the book of Revelation, which details the 24 elders, 7 spirits, and 4 beasts that surround it. A class of celestial beings that share their name with these objects transport one that is seen carried on a fiery chariot in a vision of Ezekiel. In Islam, God's object of this sort is referred to as Al-Arsh and is said to includeth the heavens and the earth in a popular verse from the Al-Baqarah Surah. In the Acts of the Apostles, God compares heaven to one of these objects belonging to him and the earth to his footstool. For 10 points, name these pieces of furniture on which kings sit. And the answer is thrones. Fauna unique to this region include the llama-like guanaco, the ostrich-like Darwin's rhea, and a rodent called the tuco-tuco. The conquest of the desert pacified native tribes of this region during the 1870s. Antonio Pigafetta wrote in his log that this region was inhabited by a race of namesake giant people 10 feet tall. This native region of the Tehuelche and Yagan peoples is also the site of Torres del Paine National Park and the cities of Rawson and Ushuaia. The Strait of Magellan offers a shortcut through this region, bypassing its southernmost tip, Cape Horn. For 10 points, name this famously cold and windy region of southern Argentina. And the answer is Patagonia. This man was the subject of the first season of a TV show that focused on the media's sexist portrayal of his antagonist in the episode Marsha, Marsha, Marsha. Ezra Edelman directed a series about this man that included the episode June 17, 1994, featured an absurdly overacting John Travolta as Robert Shapiro, and cast Cuba Gooding Jr. as this man. In 2016, ESPN released a 30 for 30 series titled This Man Made in America. This man supposedly wrote a book whose cover features an absurdly small if embedded in the rest of the title, I Did It. For 10 points, name this ex-football player who was declared innocent in The Trial of the Century. And the answer is O.J. Simpson. This man created two versions of a painting that shows a young John the Baptist worshiping the Christ child. A rocky landscape with a curving road appears behind a woman in a work by this painter of Virgin of the Rocks. This artist of La Gioconda also showed 12 men's reaction to Jesus' words in The Last Supper. For 10 points, name this Renaissance artist who drew the Vitruvian Man and the eyebrowless Mona Lisa. And the answer is Leonardo da Vinci. This state's western region was a neutral no man's land which was abandoned by its neighbor to comply with the Missouri Compromise. Unassigned lands in this state were illegally settled by boomers and Sooners, who ignored the official start of the Homestead Act. In the 1830s, the Choctaw people were relocated to territory in this modern state via the Trail of Tears. For 10 points, name this former Indian territory, a U.S. state north of Texas. And the answer is Oklahoma. This band debuted with The Fourth World under the name Kara's Flowers, while under their current name, this band released a single that claimed that the title concept has taken its toll on me and that the singer won't say goodbye anymore. That song appeared on this band's album, Songs About Jane, and another album of theirs is It Won't Be Soon Before Long. For 10 points, name this band, led by Adam Levine, whose hits include She Will Be Loved, Makes Me Wonder, and This Love. And the answer is Maroon 5. In one episode of this show, fish rained down from the sky, killing a supermarket owner's son and bodyguard and seemingly confirming the existence of God's plagues. A deaf man and his partner kill people in this show by drilling holes in ice and drowning their targets. A life insurance agent fails to say no when a hitman offers to kill Sam Hess in this show. That agent, played by Martin Freeman, kills his wife with a hammer. This show is based on a movie in which Carl's body is fed to a wood chipper. Molly Solverson attempts to track down Lorne Malvo in, for 10 points, what show based on a 1996 Coen Brothers movie named for a North Dakota town. And the answer is Fargo. A song with this title repeats the line, "No money, no family, 16 in the middle of Miami," before telling the listener, "Now get this title action." A song with this title rhymes this word with dirt, learn, and hurt in its chorus. The chorus of another song states, "You don't gotta go to do this action" before repeating this word 7 times. This verb titles Iggy Azalea's debut single. Another song with this title opens by repeating this verb 6 times, followed by "He Say Me Have To," and then this word 6 more times. For 10 points, name this action that titles a Rihanna song and a Fifth Harmony song about doing this action from home. And the answer is work. In a music video, this artist catches a banana by crafting a makeshift spear from half a shoe. This artist is credited with popularizing a minor third alternation dubbed the Millennial Whoop. This artist invoked Muhammad Ali before declaring, "I went from zero to my own hero." One of this artist's songs begins with Snoop Dogg's invocation, "Greetings, loved ones, let's take a journey." Another of this artist's songs somewhat questionably rhymes fighter with dancing through the fire. This singer was backed by the ineffable dancing of Left Shark at the Super Bowl 49 halftime show. For 10 points, name this singer of California Girls and Roar. And the answer is Katy Perry. In one novel by this author, George Ponderevo helps his uncle sell the title fake drug, Tono Bungay. He wrote about Prendrick and human-animal hybrids in The Island of Dr. Moreau. In one novel, the protagonist loses an Eloise named Weena in a fire he sets to escape the Morlocks, and in another, Martians invade Earth but are killed by common disease. For 10 points, name this author of The Time Machine and The War of the Worlds. And the answer is H.G. Wells. This politician defended homosexuality by saying that there's no place for the state in the bedrooms of the nation. This politician attempted to add equal voting rights to his country's constitution by drafting the Victoria Charter, and his finance minister, Donald MacDonald, passed the Anti-Inflation Act. This politician invoked the War Measures Act after the FLQ kidnapped Pierre Laporte. The first referendum for Quebec sovereignty was held during this prime minister's second term. For 10 points, name this former prime minister of Canada whose son Justin is the current prime minister. And the answer is Joseph Philippe Pierre Yves Elliott Trudeau. A character in this novel can only be killed by hemp, according to the Parsi Fadala. That character throws his pipe overboard and nails a gold doubloon to the mast of his ship. An unused coffin, once carried by Queequeg, serves as the narrator's lifeboat when the Pequod sinks in this novel, which begins, "Call me Ishmael." For 10 points, name this Herman Melville novel about Captain Ahab's quest for the title White Whale. And the answer is Moby Dick. Rudy Tomjanovic is credited as the first player to use this equipment in an NBA game, and an early plastic version of this equipment was molded for Bill Laimbeer. Garo Yepremian was the last NFL player to forego the use of this equipment. Gary Cheevers decorated this piece of sports equipment with hand-drawn stitches. The C-flap is a version of this technology commonly used by baseball players, including Giancarlo Stanton. Elena Della Don has worn this equipment since breaking her nose in July 2019. For 10 points, name this piece of safety equipment, the grabbing of which in the NFL is a 15-yard penalty that protects the nose and jaw. And the answer is Face Mask. A music video for this song ends by interspersing images of a burning book with a librarian's broken glasses. The singer of this song notes he wants to cure what's deep inside and is frightened of the thing that I've become. Another version of this song was released with a cover image of only a tweet. That music video replaces Rivers Cuomo with Weird Al Yankovic. The chorus of this song notes that there's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. For 10 points, name this song originally performed by Toto and covered by Weezer, in which the singer says he will bless the rains in the tidal continent. And the answer is Africa. In a 2012 episode of this show, the hat store Lids saw an appearance by Psy performing Gangnam Style. Jay Farrow portrays President Obama on this Lorne Michaels show, which once featured the Lonely Island's Andy Samberg in digital shorts like Lazy Sunday and I'm on a Boat. Tina Fey and Amy Poehler once hosted Weekend Update on, for 10 points, what NBC sketch comedy show shot live from New York? And the answer is Saturday Night Live. A process associated with this trait is found in plants such as eastern skunk cabbage and voodoo lily. That process occurs in brown adipose tissue and dissipates the energy generated by the proton motive force. A few large reptiles display this trait, which was most famously documented in a female Burmese python. Counter-current exchange is a hallmark of this trait. Organisms that display this trait are the only ones that can generate a fever, and this trait allows animals to thrive in polar climates. For 10 points, name this trait exhibited in mammals and birds that allows them to regulate their internal body temperature. And the answer is endothermy, or warm-blooded. According to the Ahmadiyya, this man is buried at Raza Bal, a shrine in Kashmir. In the Surat al-Ma'idah, this man asked God to send down food from heaven. This man made a clay figure of a bird and breathed into it, causing it to come to life. After he was born, this man's mother was told to shake a palm tree for dates. The Surat an-Nisa describes the apparent death of this man, who revealed that Injil was actually an illusion. This man will appear alongside the Mahdi and kill the Dajjal before the day of resurrection. In Islam, this man is considered to be the second to last prophet, preceding Muhammad. For 10 points, the Surat Maryam describes the virgin birth of what prophet who in another tradition could walk on water? And the answer is Jesus Christ. Stirling's approximation is used to calculate very large terms of this operation. The reciprocals of its terms converge to E, and this operation is defined at 0 as 1. It is used in the formula for permutations and combinations, and the number of ways to arrange n elements is given by this function of n. For 10 points, name this operation where consecutive numbers are multiplied together, symbolized by an exclamation point. And the answer is factorial. In the first episode of this series, William Gant is killed for testifying in a murder trial. Frank Sobotka struggles to preserve his IBS local in this show, and is eventually stabbed to death on orders of the Greek. In this series, Marlowe Stanfield comes to control the heroin trade after the decline of the Barksdale organization. Stick-up man Omar Little kills Stringer Bell in this show's third season, while Kim McGreg's Cedric Daniels and Jimmy McNulty are among the law enforcement figures featured in this series. For 10 points, name this HBO crime drama set in Baltimore. And the answer is The Wire. A decade after this system first opened, it was expanded to connect to Oneida Lake, and a 20th century improvement on it implemented rather than ran parallel with the Mohawk River. A then highly inexperienced Benjamin Wright oversaw the construction of this system, which DeWitt Clinton controversially supported. For 10 points, name this canal that opened in 1825, greatly simplifying east-west transport across New York State to a namesake Great Lake. And the answer is the Erie Canal. A piece of this material that has no earthly business in a Maine hayfield hides a letter from Andy to Red in the Shawshank Redemption. After his foot was eaten, Tezcatlipoca replaced it with a mirror made of this material. This material, formed when flowing water meets a lava source block, can be used to construct a nether portal in Minecraft. For 10 points, name this rock which forms from rapidly cooling lava into a black, shiny, volcanic glass. And the answer is obsidian. Frederick Lugard united the two halves of this country in 1914. One major conflict in this country followed the murder of Prime Minister Abu Bakr Tafawa Balewa and sparked the creation of Doctors Without Borders. The coup from heaven in this country killed dictator Sani Abacha, who had executed activist Ken Saro-Wiwa for opposing Royal Dutch Shell. This nation's first peaceful transition of elected power occurred after its 2015 elections, as Muhammadu Buhari defeated incumbent Goodluck Jonathan. For 10 points, name this most populous African country and home of Boko Haram, whose largest city is Lagos. And the answer is Nigeria. Before this battle, one side gained intelligence from two Shashu that falsely reported that the enemy army was in Aleppo. Sheridan and Nieran forces fought for a side in this battle, whose commanders included Passer and Prince Kaimwaset. Records of this battle were contained at Hattusa, the capital of one belligerent, and it was fought near the Orontes River. After this largest chariot battle in history, the world's oldest surviving peace treaty was signed. For 10 points, name this battle in which Muwatalli II's Hittite army was defeated by the Egyptians under Ramses II. And the answer is Battle of Kadesh. Ghost towns in this desert include Kelso, formerly known as the town without television, and the abandoned silver mining town, Calico. The name of this desert is derived from the endonym of a native tribe, which means beside the water. The Tehachapi and San Gabriel Mountains bound the western tip of this desert, comprising the Antelope Valley. A namesake river flows into this desert from the San Bernardino Mountains to the south, and the Joshua Tree is endemic to this desert. For 10 points, name this driest desert of North America, lying in southern Nevada and California, in which Las Vegas and Death Valley are located. And the answer is the Mojave Desert. A short film by this director features Peter Bernuth shaving away both his hair and skin, thus serving as a metaphor for U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War. In another film, the main character is served egg noodles and ketchup when he orders spaghetti with marinara sauce at a restaurant shortly after entering the Witness Protection Program. That film is an adaptation of Nicholas Pileggi's Wise Guy. Another of this man's films contains a scene in which the main character repeatedly asks his reflection in a mirror, "You talking to me?" That film follows a Robert De Niro-played Travis Bickle's attempts at vigilante justice. For 10 points, name this director of Goodfellas and Taxi Driver. And the answer is Martin Scorsese. In one poem, a king's heart box was opened after seeing a vision of one of these objects before a battle against Huns and Hrethgoths. That poem, which recounts a quest for one of these objects, is the longest poem signed by Cynewulf. A poem titled for one of these objects describes how it stood fast and dared not bow down. A Jew named Judas discovers 3 of these objects in a cave after being threatened by the title queen in a hagiography from the Vercelli book. A poem titled for one of these objects begins, "Listen, I will speak of the best of dreams," and alternatingly describes it covered with gems or blood. In that poem, one of these objects recounts how it was once a tree, but then was stood up on a hill and used to punish criminals. For 10 points, an Old English poem describes the dream of what type of object on which Jesus was crucified. And the answer is a cross. An author with this first name wrote a poem in which a fig tree tells the wind, "They called me pretty today," after the speaker tells the fig tree that she is the most beautiful tree in the garden. Another poet with this first name analogized how the human mind always aspires to the first cause, to an ambitious burning flame that rises to heaven on the point of a pyramid. The collections Tongues of Diamond and Savage Root were published by an Uruguayan poet with this first name, who was given the title de America. Another poet with this first name described the haughty culmination of vain obelisks thrust towards the heavens in a poem that allegorizes the ascent of the soul towards knowledge. That poem concludes, "The world illumined and I awaked." For 10 points, give this first name of the Mexican nun who wrote first dream? And the answer is Juana. A footnote to the essay The Pitying Torturer cites a strophe by this poet that begins, "Now thou art hidden from all things, now thou art displayed in all things." Another essay cites a doctrine by Isaac Luria the Lion to support the claim that the soul of this poet might have entered the soul of a later poet. That essay observes that a translation of this poet seems to be the work of a single extraordinary poet who resembles neither this poet nor the translator. The poem Ajedrez cites this poet when it references a checkerboard of nights and days. That image is from a collection attributed to this poet that also describes a Sufi pipkin who speculates, "Who is the potter, pray, and who the pot?" For 10 points, name this poet who Jorge Luis Borges wrote about in an essay titled for the enigma of his most famous translator, Edward Fitzgerald. And the answer is Omar Khayyam. This poet claimed that the title for one collection, quote, "was delivered unto them in sleep, in a short note addressed to the doubtful reader." This poet recalled, "In these sweet woods how often did you walk, with Christ and his apostles there to talk," in a poem that describes a place where I first obtained grace from that grace where perfect grace remained. This poet wrote, "If Eve did err, it was for knowledge's sake," in a poem that contrasts Eve's sin with the sin of Pontius Pilate. This poet praised the estate of Margaret Clifford in her country house poem The Description of Cook Ham. A.L. Rouse cited the description of this woman in the notebooks of the astrologer Simon Forum to argue that she is the poetic subject whose hair is like black wires. For 10 points, name this poet of Salve Deus Rex Judeorum who may have been the Dark Lady in Shakespeare's sonnets. And the answer is Amelia Lanier. A stanza in this poem begins, "Every birth a crime, every sentence life." Near the beginning of its 4th section, this poem describes Aneurin and Telesian crying before the rules made poetry a pedant's game. This poem describes 2 children who kiss under the rain before noting, "By such rocks men killed Bloodaxe." Part of this poem's 3rd section is narrated by a reptile that is neither snake nor lizard, called a slow worm. A note to this poem claims that Southrons would maul the music of it, since it is written in the Northumbrian tongue. This poem is dedicated to the poet's childhood love, Peggy Greenbank, and one of its epigraphs states, "The Spuggies are fledged." The title of this poem has 2 G's, unlike the Quaker meeting house for which it is named. For 10 points, name this long poem by Basil Bunting. And the answer is Brig Flats. A poem from this country describes a child who ran back from the waves because he did not know the sea on the horizon is not the same sea ravishing the shore. A poet from this country wrote, "I have crossed an ocean, I have lost a tongue," in the epilogue to her collection, "I is a long-memoried woman." Another poet from this country wrote, "It is the festival of guns, the carnival of misery," in his poem, "This is the dark time, my love." That poet also wrote, "I do not sleep to dream, but dream to change the world." This country is the birth country of Grace Nichols and A.J. Seymour, the latter of whom founded its magazine Keek Over All. A poet from this country wrote political pieces under the pseudonym M. Black and published the collections Jail Me Quickly and The Hill of Fire Glows Red. For 10 points, name this home country of Martin Carter. And the answer is Guyana. A poet with this last name wrote a sonnet in which the first letter of each line spells out, "Fuck you, half-ass." That poet with this last name wrote, "O dark, I leave you to oblivious night," in his elegy, The Hours. Another poet with this last name described birds who brace their cruel feet and glare with stupid eyes in her poem, Roosters. F. Scott Fitzgerald's character, Thomas Park Dinvilliers, was inspired by a poet with this last name, his friend, John Peel. An author with this last name described England as another island that doesn't seem like one, in a poem written from the perspective of Robinson Crusoe. That author included the parenthetical command, "write it," in a poem that repeats, "The art of losing isn't hard to master." For 10 points, give this last name of the poet of one art. And the answer is Bishop. A poem in this language begins, "They say the shadow of my people trembles." A hymn in this language asks, "Where are you? Is your great throne above, or maybe below, or to the side?" A preface in this language implores, "Those of you with a better command than I of this language, I plead you to write." In a play in this language, a general recites quatrains in octosyllabic verse to petition a king to let him marry his daughter, but he is denied because he lacks royal blood. José María Arguedas translated poetry from this language into Spanish. The anonymous play Olante is in this language. Types of poetry in this language include a triumphal hymn, the Haile, and a type of love poem, the Harawi. For 10 points, chronicles by Gauman Poma de Ayala and Garcilaso de la Vega record poetry in what lingua franca of the Inca Empire. And the answer is Quechua. A poem titled for this person begins, "Corpses are cold in the tomb, stones on the pavement are dumb." That poem analogizes Albion to a miscarriage and is titled Lines Written During This Person's Administration. Phil Fudge writes sycophantic letters to this person, his patron, in a verse novel by Thomas More. An epitaph to this person states, "Posterity will ne'er survey a nobler grave than this. Here lie the bones of this person. Stop, traveler, and piss." They're not Robert Southey, but this person is called an intellectual eunuch in the dedication of Don Juan. Percy Shelley's Mask of Anarchy states, "I met murder on the way. He had a mask like this person." For 10 points, Romantic poets often mocked what foreign secretary who represented Britain at the Congress of Vienna. And the answer is Lord Castlereagh. Ezra Pound's Canto 23 translates the first line of a poem by this poet as, "with the sun in a golden cup." In the Phaedrus, Socrates contrasts this poet with Homer, who had the same affliction as this poet but did not know how to cure it. In a poem by this author, The title character drooped his neck to one side like a poppy, which, spoiling its tender beauty, suddenly sheds its petals. That poem is titled for a monster who has 6 hands, 6 feet, and wings. In this poet's telling of the Trojan War, Paris takes an eidolon to Troy, while Helen resides with Proteus in Egypt. Legendarily, this poet was blinded for disparaging Helen, but immediately regained his sight after writing a palinode in praise of her. Anne Carson used fragments of a poem by this author as the basis for her verse novel Autobiography of Red. For 10 points, name this ancient Greek poet of the Geryones. And the answer is Stesichorus. A poem in this form advises, pawn your prayer mat, for its price you'll get a glass of wine or so. Another poem in this form laments, how narrow is the world of us oppressed ones, in which a single ant's egg is the sky. A ruler wrote a poem in this form that states, you should have given me a crown like a beggar's bowl. Many poems in this form use the image of a moth flying into the flame of a candle to represent a lover's love for their beloved, who, in mystic interpretations, may represent God. Real English poems in this form make up the collection Ravishing Disunites. Poems in this form consist of several thematically unrelated couplets held together by a rhyming particle called the kafia and a repeating phrase called the radif. For 10 points, Mir Taqi Mir and Mirza Ghalib composed many Urdu poems in what form, often used for love poetry. And the answer is ghazal. A poet writing in this language asked, why crystals in his blood, why globules in his laughter, in his poem A Mat to Weave. Another poem in this language describes a black glassmaker whose countless eyeballs none has ever seen. The author of that poem used this language to describe an iron bird that lacerated the clouds of morning and then retreats as if in remorse into an artificial cave. Chikaya Utamsi wrote in this language, as did the author of Near Dreams and Translations from the Night, Rabear Ivello. The speaker declares, I greet you in silence, in a poem in this language that praises black mask, red mask, you black, and white masks. That poem, Prayer to Masks, is by an author who used this language to write the collections Nocturnes, Ethiopiques, and Shadow Songs. For 10 points, name this language used by Leopold Senghor. And the answer is French. This poet wrote, I am an American. Sometimes I am the terrorist I must disarm, in a 2001 essay arguing that America should prosecute the 9/11 perpetrators according to international law. This author wrote, The milkland turned to monsters teach to kill, in a poem that begins, Honey, people, murder, mercy, USA. Another poem by this author describes South Africa penetrating into Namibia, penetrating into Angola. That poem declares, I am the history of rape, and I am the history of the rejection of who I am. This poet founded the Poetry for the People program at UC Berkeley, and she dropped out of Barnard College due to her frustration with the curriculum, which only featured white men. For 10 points, name this African-American poet of In Memoriam, Martin Luther King Jr., and Poem About My Rights. And the answer is June Jordan. Lynd Ward depicted this thing for a 1978 illustrated edition of a poem partly addressed to it. That poem's imagery was influenced by Ward's woodcut novel God's Man. An early draft of passage addressed to this thing states that its name is Chicago and Moscow. In a letter to Richard Eberhardt, a poet wrote that the key line of that passage is, "This thing whom I abandon." That poet recalled seeing the robot skull face of this thing in the upper floors of the Drake Hotel after getting high on peyote. A poem describes this thing as the crossbone, soulless jailhouse and congress of sorrows, and the heavy judger of men. That poem describes parts of this thing as a cannibal dynamo and pure machinery, and declares that this thing's name is the mind. For 10 points, name this Canaanite deity that is called a sphinx of cement and aluminum in the second section of Howl. And the answer is Moloch. This author wrote, "The waters of the autumn lake lie dark with loneliness," in a poem addressed to a cowherd. Another poem by this author describes spring rain dripping off a swallow's wings. This author mocked the celibacy of priests in a poem that states, "You have yet to touch this soft flesh, this throbbing blood. Are you not lonely, expounder of the way?" In another poem, this author wrote, "I softly kick aside the curtain of mystery, how deep the crimson of the flower here." A poem by this author describes a girl at 20 whose black hair ripples through the comb. In 1912, this poet published the first translation of The Tale of Genji into modern Japanese. A collection of 399 tanka by this poet contains many love poems about her husband, Tekken. For 10 points, name this modern Japanese poet of Midarigami. And the answer is Yosano Akiko. One of these beings recites, "By my smell I can tell a priest this way is coming," in a story recorded by Thomas Crofton Croker. A song about these beings begins, "We who are old, old and gay." In a poem, these beings have hidden vats full of berries and of reddest stolen cherries. These beings tell a child, "For the world's more full of weeping than you can understand," in a poem by William Butler Yeats. Lines "Up the airy mountains, down the rushy glen" open a poem titled For These Beings by William Allingham. In a play, these beings are introduced with a passage of anapestic lines beginning "Over hill, over dale." In that play, these beings have names like mustard seed and peas blossom. For 10 points, name these beings exemplified by Puck and Oberon in A Midsummer Night's Dream. And the answer is fairies. John Berryman's Dream Song 377 describes this poet teaching elementary Greek whilst his mind climbed the clouds, and meditates on the location of his death. This poet described purple eyes and seas of liquid leaves all day, in a metaphor comparing patience to ivy. Another poem by this author laments, "Now I am at third, remove." This poet described cliffs of fall, frightful, sheer, no man fathomed, in a stanza that begins, "Oh, the mind, mind has mountains." A sonnet by this poet declares, "Not untwist, slack they may be, These Last Strands of Man. This poet of To Seem the Stranger and No Worst There Is None scanned his poems with accents to indicate words that should be stressed when read aloud. For 10 points, name this Catholic poet who wrote 6 terrible sonnets while he was depressed in Dublin. And the answer is Gerard Manley Hopkins. A poem by this poet ends, "Heaven is stormed by a petrified head." In another poem, this poet wrote, "Sister, both your eyebrows blue, beckon gently in the night." This author lamented, "Shattering is the decline of our race," in a poem that describes broken eyes and black mouths in its final stanza. This poet's line, "Sister's shadow sways through the silent grove," exemplifies the sister figure that recurs in this poet's late work. This poet declared, "All roads flow into black decay," in a poem that begins, "At evening the autumn woods resound with deadly weapons." This poet published poems like Lament and Night in Ludwig Ficker's magazine Der Brenner. This poet died of a cocaine overdose shortly after writing a poem about a battle he experienced in World War I. For 10 points, name this Austrian poet of Hellion and Grodic. And the answer is George Trakl. A poem in this language begins, "For 3 days I've spoken with no one. My thoughts are greedy and malicious." A poet argued that literature in this language must have religious elements in the lecture on the causes of the decline and on the new trends in this language's literature. A poem in this language describes the old world invited to a feast by the music of a barbarian lyre. Another poem in this language begins, "Night, street, lamp, drugstore." In a poem in this language, a soldier shouts, "Lie there, carrion, on the snow," after he shoots a woman who an officer had been flirting with. The end of that poem depicts Jesus leading soldiers through a blizzard. This language was used for verses about a beautiful lady and the 12. 10 points. Name this language used by the symbolist poets Zinaida Grippius, Dmitry Merezhkovsky, and Alexander Blok. And the answer is Russian. The speaker laments, "No word reaches me of family or friends," in a poem titled For One of These Places by Du Fu. A comic poem attributed to Li Bai begins, "I will smash one of these places with my fist." A poem titled For One of These Places concludes, "The misty waves on the river make me grieve." Wang Jihuan wrote, "Yellow river enters sea and flows on," in a poem describing the view from one of these places. Another one of these places titles a poem that states, "The far shadow of a lone sail is lost in the azure sky." A legend in which a Taoist immortal flew to heaven on a crane is alluded to in a poem about one of these buildings by Kui Hao. Li Bai wrote a poem about seeing his friend Meng Hao Ran sail away from one of these buildings. For 10 points, name these buildings, one of which in Wuhan is named Yellow Crane. And the answer is Towers. City Lights Bookstore published poems by this author in the collection Hunk of Skin. A poem by this author begins, "If I should go outside, the wolves would come to eat out of my hand just as my room would seem to be outside of me." That poem is part of this author's collection, The Burial of the Count of Orgaz. A poem addressed to this person repeatedly calls him one whom some were certainly following. A poem addressed to this person states, "Shutters shut and shutters, and so shutters shut and shutters, and so and so." That poem concludes, "Let me recite what history teaches." History teaches. 2 literary portraits of this person, including If I Told Him, were written by an author who this artist claimed would eventually look like the portrait he painted of her. For 10 points, name this artist who painted a portrait of Gertrude Stein. And the answer is Pablo Picasso. In Neo-Formalism, A Dangerous Nostalgia, Ira Sadoff criticizes a poem by this author for describing a black girl with shaved skull among a group of people watching the sunset. That poem states that an earlier poem by this author is our poem now, and grew from life together, grain by coral grain. Another poem by this author claims that it was meant to be written in the form that would reach the widest public in the shortest time. An ancient Greek Jew from Xanthos converses with the speaker in a long poem by this author divided into sections A through Z. That poem was later combined with Mirabelle, books of number and scripts for the pageant to form an epic by this poet that he and his partner David Jackson wrote with the help of a Ouija board. For 10 points, name this poet of The Changing Light at Sandover. And the answer is James Merrill. A mistranslation of the Vulgate led this artist to create a horned Moses for the tomb of Pope Julius II. This artist's only signed work depicts a young Mary cradling a recently crucified Jesus, and another of this sculptor's works shows a nude youth resting a sling on his shoulder and contemplating his upcoming battle with Goliath. For 10 points, name this Renaissance sculptor of Pietà and the Marble David. And the answer is Michelangelo Buonarroti. An emerging treatment for this disease involves the stimulation of the globus pallidus interna and the subthalamic nucleus. It's not Lewy body dementia, but accumulation of alpha-synuclein has been observed in patients suffering from this disease. Drugs for this disease mimic a neurotransmitter produced in the pars compacta of the substantia nigra, where cell death causes problems in the motor circuits. That drug is L-DOPA, which works to correct a dopamine deficiency in the brain. For 10 points, name this neurodegenerative disorder, also known as shaking palsy, which results in loss of muscle control, dementia, and tremors. And the answer is Parkinson's disease. One of these religious texts describes stanzas written on a wall as part of a contest to succeed Hongrun and become the 6th patriarch. Edward Kanza translated a phrase found in another of these texts as "gone, gone, gone beyond, gone altogether beyond, oh, what an awakening, all hail." Another of these texts, which illustrates upaya, or skillful means, through the parable of the burning house, is revered by the Nichiren sect. A question posed by Subhuti opens one of these texts, which is so named because it cuts through illusion. Many of these texts are part of the Prajna Paramita, or perfection of wisdom genre. For 10 points, name these Buddhist texts, examples of which include ones named Heart, Lotus, and Diamond. And the answer is Buddhist Sutras. Due to a previous relationship, one character on this show refuses to date blonde women, and that character also asks his coworker if she really believes he would leave his gold in a safe buried underground where anyone can find it. Another character on this show buys a Batman suit on Treat Yourself Day, and that character bankrupted his town by trying to build a sports complex called Icetown. In this show, One character starts the Entertainment 720 company after he sells his shares in the Snakehole Lounge. That character is Tom Haverford. For 10 points, name this NBC show set in Pawnee, Indiana, which follows the lives of characters like Ron Swanson and Leslie Knope in a certain government department. And the answer is Parks and Recreation. This location is described in the Runental of the Havamal. It is likely the same as Leyrod. At the bottom of this place is a well from which all waters originate, which is fed by the antlers of a stag and called Vergelmir. The Aesir hold their assemblies at this place. Lif and Lifthrasir hide in this location to survive Fimbulwinter. Ratotsker sends messages from the top of this place to the bottom where the Nidhogg sits. Hanging from this place for 9 days gave Odin knowledge of the runes. Midgard is in the center of this place, whose bottom is Niflheim and whose top holds Asgard. For 10 points, the 9 worlds are connected by what giant ash tree? And the answer is Yggdrasil. In 2015, India's Supreme Court banned and then reinstated a Jainist form of this action, which occurs when the believer has no responsibilities, called Salakana or Santhara. Jews perform this action of Tisha B'Av, the saddest day of the Jewish calendar, to remember the destruction of the first and second temples. Hindu women perform this action to bring blessings to their husbands during Karva Chauth. Along with abstinence, Catholics perform this during Ash Wednesday and Good Friday, and sometimes during Lent. The Islamic form of this practice takes place between Suhoor and Iftar and is broken by Eid, called Swam. For 10 points, name this practice which Muslims undertake during the daytime throughout Ramadan. And the answer is fasting. One issue in this case was Dr. John Emerson's purchase of Harriet Robinson in the Wisconsin Territory. This case was dismissed because the plaintiff did not have standing to sue. The opinion in this case then ruled that Congress could not ban slavery in territories and ruled the Missouri Compromise unconstitutional. For 10 points, name this controversial 1857 Supreme Court case that ruled people of African descent could not be U.S. citizens. And the answer is Dred Scott. Indra's wife Indrani owns one of these things known as Usnisa to represent her queenly status. An ethnic right to use one of these things was granted in the UK case of Mandala versus Dowell Lee. In a faith that reserves yellow examples of these things for weddings, they are preferred over the more servile topi. One of these things is passed to the next patriarch of a family in the Rasampagri ceremony. Amar Das was given a special one of these things upon attaining his highest position. Wearing one of these things is mandated alongside the wearing of kachera. Boys are given one when they are old enough to tie it. Hargobind initiated the tradition of wearing them by gurus. For 10 points, Khalsa wear what type of head coverings in the Sikh tradition? And the answer is turbans. The title character of this film is a shy boy who's in love with his best friend's sister Cammy, and because of his unassuming nature, is not well known by many of his peers or teachers at Brewster High School, where most of the action takes place. His best friend Cletus is one of a long line of people in his family who portray the school's mascot at basketball games and other activities. However, when Cletus shows an allergy to the mascot costume, the title character becomes his replacement and his popularity soars. Such is a brief synopsis of, for 10 points, what 2009 Disney Channel movie starring Jason Dolley as the shy boy who wears a chicken costume that inspired the film's title. And the answer is Hatching Pete. This state's unassigned lands were claimed in an infamous 1889 land rush. In this state's capital, 168 people were killed in a 1995 bombing by Timothy McVeigh. In 1921, the wealthiest African American community in the country, the Greenwood District, was burned during this state's Tulsa race riots. For 10 points, name this central U.S. state where Sooners now live in a panhandle north of Texas. And the answer is Oklahoma. In April 2015, a section of this website featured a 60-second countdown tied to a large blue button. Ellen Pao resigned in 2015 as CEO of this website, which calls itself the front page of the internet. The Donald was a controversial subsection of, for 10 points, what site that hosts AMAs? And the answer is Reddit. In one series by this author, a homeless teen awakens in a 540-floor hotel after he dies in Boston while trying to retrieve a sword. The hero of this author's Magnus Chase series is cousins with Annabeth, a daughter of Athena, for 10 points, who wrote the Camp Half-Blood Chronicles. And the answer is Rick Riordan. The late Roman diocese named for this region included the province of Lugdunensis. This region's peoples, such as the Arverni, were led by Vercingetorix during a war against Julius Caesar. For 10 points, name this ancient region that encompassed most of present-day France. And the answer is Gaul. As a note, this letter of the alphabet is the subdominant in the key of C. The bass clef is sometimes named for this letter, which also names the curved holes on a violin. Its major key has 1 flat. For 10 points, name this letter that, when used as a dynamic, signifies loud or forte. And the answer is F. The Type 1a class of these events occurs due to carbon fusion in a white dwarf that approaches the Chandrasekhar limit. The Crab Nebula was created by one of these events, witnessed by Chinese astronomers in AD 1054. For 10 points, name these extremely powerful stellar explosions. And the answer is supernova. The 7th version of this software, called Nougat, was released in 2017. Windows may have been surpassed by this operating system as the most installed in the world. For 10 points, what mobile operating system, developed by Google, is named after a word for a human-like robot? And the answer is Android. Public outcry erupted during this war over troops being sent embalmed beef. John Hay, who was Secretary of State at its end, called it a splendid little war. The Battle of San Juan Hill was fought in, for 10 points, what war in which Theodore Roosevelt's Rough Riders fought in Cuba? And the answer is the Spanish-American War. Pencil and paper ready. Reyna has a circle whose radius is 3 and needs to know how many revolutions will cause a point on the edge to move a total of 90 pi. Since each revolution moves the point a distance equal to the circumference, she finds, for 10 points, what number of revolutions? And the answer is 15. The largest islands in this archipelago are named Isabella and Santa Cruz. The finches on these islands were studied by a naturalist traveling aboard the HMS Beagle in the 1830s. Ecuador controls, for 10 points, what archipelago in the Pacific Ocean once visited by Charles Darwin? And the answer is the Galapagos. One man with this surname was Michigan's governor during the 1967 Detroit riot. Another man with this surname claimed that 47% of Americans paid no income tax, a remark that helped his opponent, Barack Obama. For 10 points, give the surname of 2012 Republican presidential nominee, Mitt. And the answer is Romney. In St. Martin and the Beggar, El Greco shows the saint with one of these animals, and Donatello sculpted a monument featuring one of these animals, Gattamelata. In an Albrecht Dürer woodcut about the apocalypse, conquest, war, famine, and death ride on 4 of these animals. For 10 points, name these animals that Frederick Remington painted and sculpted with cowboys and Indians in works like Bronco Buster. And the answer is horses. After the 1859 Battle of Zapata, 2 portions of this country were united. Due to promotion of immigration, a majority of this South American country's residents have at least one Italian ancestor. Its current president, Mauricio Macri, succeeded Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner. General Leopoldo Galtieri launched Operation Rosario, during which this country tried to capture the Falkland Islands. Its Córdoba province is in the Pampas region, while to the south of this country is the Drake Passage. For 10 points, name this country with capital Buenos Aires. And the answer is Argentina. An experiment involving this organism used the liquid medium DM25. That long-term evolution experiment was conducted by Richard Lenski. Conjugation was first described by Tatum and Lederberg using this organism. T2 bacteriophages, labeled with phosphorus and sulfur, infected this organism in the Hershey-Chase experiments, while another experiment using this organism and 2 nitrogen isotopes showed that DNA replication was semi-conservative and was conducted by Meselson and Stahl. Glucose and galactose are cleaved using the lac operon discovered by Jacob and Monod in this organism. For 10 points, name this gram-negative bacterium with serotype O157H7 that can cause food poisoning. And the answer is E. coli. An aunt named Muriel with this surname refuses to attend Christmas after being pranked. Another person with this surname dated Penelope Clearwater and was traumatized after seeing her petrified. A woman with this surname defends her daughter during a battle, killing Bellatrix Lestrange. 2 twin brothers with this surname open a successful joke shop on Diagon Alley after dropping out of Hogwarts. People with this surname usually have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford. For 10 points, give this surname of the twins Fred and George and Harry Potter's best friend, Ron. And the answer is Weasley. A barber pole sits in front of a row of businesses in this man's early Sunday morning. A small red teapot is on the table between 2 women at a restaurant in his chop suey. This artist of Automat painted an ad for 5-cent Philly cigars in another of his works. In that painting, 2 men and a woman are being served inside a well-lit, doorless diner. For 10 points, name this American painter of Nighthawks. And the answer is Edward Hopper. The Mycenaean house sanctuaries are thought to have been dedicated to this deity. This figure turned Tiresias into a woman when he struck a pair of snakes with a stick. This deity offered Hebe to Heracles as his bride, and Nephele was created to resemble this deity. This goddess offered Paris control over all of Europe and Asia, and she indirectly caused Semele to burst into flames. Heracles killed 2 snakes that were sent by this goddess to kill him because she was jealous. For 10 points, name this wife of Zeus the chief goddess of the Greek pantheon. And the answer is Hera. After she tweeted their home address, this actress was sued by George Zimmerman's parents. This actress ran for president in 2012 on the Peace and Freedom Party ticket with activist Cindy Sheehan. This actress infamously sang a terrible rendition of the national anthem before a 1990 Padres game. This actress's self-titled show was revived after a 2-decade hiatus in 2018. That show was ultimately replaced by a similar show, minus her character, after this actress's racist tweet about Obama advisor Valerie Jarrett. For 10 points, name this actress whose former TV family, including John Goodman, now stars in The Conners. And the answer is Roseanne Barr. One of these begins with the story of Paul Who is a Ghost. Another that frequently references Canadian history is written by Kate Beaton. In addition to Pictures for Sad Children and Hark a Vagrant, one of these features Martin, Faye, and Hannelore, while another stars Utahraptor, Dromaeosaurus, and T-Rex, and always has the same sequence of panels. For 10 points, identify these internet-based media, including Questionable Content, Penny Arcade, and XKCD. And the answer is webcomics. A significant prop for this film was given to Sam Alden, who used it as advertising for his junkyard before his son donated it to the Academy Museum. That device, named Bruce, malfunctioned constantly during this movie's filming. The panicking of a group of boys prompts a famous dolly zoom on actor Roy Schneider's face in this film. One character in this film scratches his fingernails down a chalkboard to draw attention to his drawing of a bad fish. At the end of this film, Quint slides down the deck of the Orca into the mouth of a predator later killed by Chief Brody. For 10 points, name this 1975 Steven Spielberg movie about a killer shark. And the answer is Jaws. This author wrote about an old woman who refused payment to a thieving doctor because she couldn't see her belongings. In other stories by this man, a mouse saves a lion from hunters and a farmer kills a goose that lays golden eggs. Another of his tales teaches that slow and steady wins the race. The Tortoise and the Hare and The Boy Who Cried Wolf are by, for 10 points, this ancient Greek author of namesake fables. And the answer is Aesop. This man's allies include Mutt Williams, Sala, and Marion Ravenwood. In one film, this character frees children from a brutal thuggy cult, while in another, this man and Mac McHale are kidnapped by Irina Spalko. In one famous scene, this character dispatches with a sword-swinging opponent by just shooting him. In that same movie, this hero flees from a giant boulder to steal a South American idol. For 10 points, name this whip-wielding archaeologist played by Harrison Ford and found in such films as Temple of Doom and Raiders of the Lost Ark. And the answer is Indiana Jones. A protein pump that removes this element from the cytosol is regulated by phospholambin. This element is released from lateral sacs by ryanodine receptors. Influx of this element into presynaptic terminals causes vesicle release. Binding of this element causes a shift in the troponin-tropomyosin complex. This element is stored in the sarcoplasmic reticulum. In muscle cells, a rise in the concentration of this element triggers contraction. This element's uptake is facilitated by vitamin D, and it is required for proper mineralization of bones. For 10 points, name this element with atomic number 20, symbolized Ca. And the answer is calcium. In 2010, this country drew international attention by passing an environmentalist act called the Law of the Rights of Mother Earth. An unpaved, winding road through this country's Yungas region is infamous for being the most dangerous road in the world. A mountain overshadowing this country city of Potosi provided much of the silver ore that enriched Spain during the colonial era. The capital city of this country is the highest in the world because it lies on the Altiplano, most of which is located in this country. This country shares Lake Titicaca with its northwestern neighbor, Peru. For 10 points, name this landlocked country in South America with two capitals, Sucre and La Paz. And the answer is Bolivia. A Nestorian named Raban bar Sauma tried to ally with France while serving as the ambassador to Europe of a dynasty of this empire. At Bac Tang, this empire lost to the Vietnamese, and they waged a costly war to conquer Champa. A dynasty of this empire, which took power after the Battle of Yamen, used a paper currency called the Chow. Zhu Yuanzhang overthrew that dynasty of this empire and proclaimed herself the Hongwu Emperor after the Red Turban Rebellion. The invasion of Japan by a leader of this empire, whose court was visited by Marco Polo, was repulsed with the help of kamikaze winds. For 10 points, name this empire ruled by Genghis and Kublai Khan. And the answer is Mongols. These characters have an adventure with Johan and Peewit in a 1976 Belgian film. Some of the villains troubling these characters in a television series included the witch Hogatha, the young apprentice Scrupple, and the ogre Big Mouth. Demi Lovato and Mandy Patinkin provided voices for these characters in a 2017 film in which female versions of these characters are found in a grove. Peyo created these characters, who include the sleeping Lazy, the strong Hefty, and the smart Brainy. For 10 points, name these blue creatures sought by Gargamel. And the answer is Smurfs. This man said that some blue-eyed devil had imposed his ancestors with a slave master's name in an autobiography co-written by Alex Haley. In March 1964, this man broke with a movement led by Elijah Muhammad and was killed less than a year later. For 10 points, name this African-American activist and one-time member of the Nation of Islam who replaced his birth surname Little with a single letter. And the answer is Malcolm X. An incident in this country in which young officers ceremonially rattled their sabers led to the establishment of the September Junta. A leader of this country ordered the assassination of Orlando Letelier in Washington, D.C. as part of Operation Condor. That leader from this country employed the Chicago Boys to develop his economy and had earlier overthrown a leader of this country who killed himself in La Moneda Palace. For 10 points, name this country where Augusto Pinochet overthrew Salvador Allende in a military coup in Santiago. And the answer is Chile. A saint of this name gave his follower Serapion a sheepskin cloak after his death. A Portuguese saint of this name converted the heretics of Rimini after he went to a river, started preaching, and numerous fish listened to his sermons. An order named for another saint of this name became renowned for treating holy fire, or ergotism. A saint of this name, who was the subject of a biography by Athanasius, was a hermit who once found a plate made of silver in the desert. That figure of this name was a desert father who supposedly encountered a demonic satyr and centaur while trying to find Paul, and once saw many little demons while occupying a cave. For 10 points, give this name of an Alexandrian saint whose temptation was frequently depicted in art. And the answer is Anthony. This man's ship was unable to sail after he claimed to be a better hunter than Artemis. This man killed the husband of his future wife, a daughter of King Tyndareus, while his brother wed her sister. After the death of his father Atreus, this man returned to his home of Mycenae to reclaim the throne. This man was often at odds with Achilles, and he was killed by his wife Clytemnestra and her lover Aegisthus after sacrificing his daughter Iphigenia to the gods. For 10 points, name this man who led the Greeks in the Trojan War. And the answer is Agamemnon. A film about this organization opens with a girl counting her steps 1 prime prime 4 prime. In that film, the protagonist's name is repeatedly taken off reports by this organization's employee, Paul Stafford. Another film about this organization depicts an explosion that creates a main bus B undervolt and shows the making of an ad hoc CO2 filter. Dorothy Vaughan worked as an unpaid supervisor for this organization, and Katherine Johnson did calculations for it. In a Ron Howard film about this agency, Tom Hanks plays Jim Lovell, saying, "Houston, we have a problem." For 10 points, name this government agency depicted in Hidden Figures and Apollo 13. And the answer is NASA. In this leader's farewell address, he noted that, until World War II, American makers of plowshares could make swords as well. He used the Army to desegregate Central High School in Little Rock, and he was inspired by the Autobahn to develop the National Interstate System. This Supreme Commander of the Allied forces led the invasion of Normandy on D-Day. For 10 points, name this general who served as U.S. President following Harry Truman. And the answer is Dwight D. Eisenhower. These structures are described by Kirshner and Mitchinson's search and capture model, which proposed that they dynamically probe the cell for specific sites. These structures are nucleated by MTOCs and are stabilized by taxanes and tau proteins. Based on exposed subunits, the two ends of this structure are designated minus and plus, and types of these structures that facilitate meiosis are classified as astral, polar, or kinetochore. In flagella and cilia, these structures have a 9+2 arrangement. For 10 points, name these structures that form the cytoskeleton with micro and intermediate filaments and are composed of polymerized alpha and beta tubulin. And the answer is microtubules. This man served as U.S. President during the XYZ affair. As president, this man suppressed criticism and immigration via the Alien and Sedition Acts. This member of the Federalist Party and first official resident of the White House died on July 4, 1826, the same day as his rival, Thomas Jefferson. For 10 points, name this second president of the United States and father of another president, John Quincy. And the answer is John Adams. Sports Illustrated dubbed a 1982 NFL playoff game between Miami and this team to be a game no one should have lost. And in 1978, this team was the victim of the Holly Roller play. Junior So played most of his career with this team, which is owned by Alex Spanos. Its only Super Bowl appearance was a blowout loss to the 49ers in 1995. This team drafted third overall in 2015, taking defensive end Joey Bosa. In 2016, this was the only NFL team to lose to the Browns. and LaDainian Tomlinson played for this team. This team's longtime quarterback is Phillip Rivers. For 10 points, name this non-Rams team that, in 2017, moved from San Diego to Los Angeles. And the answer is the Los Angeles Chargers. A goddess of one of these features locked herself in a hut and set it on fire in order to prove to another god that his children were legitimate. One of these things was created after Magayon and her lover Panganoron were buried together in death. After the death of Izanami, Izanagi cut up his son Kagutsuchi to create 8 of these features. A notable goddess of one of these features challenged the snow goddess Polaihu to a sled race on Mauna Kea, although in some legends she also fights her sister Namaka on Kilauea. Hephaestus and Pele govern over, for 10 points, what geological features that periodically erupt? And the answer is volcano. One character in this novel asks the protagonist if he's happy. That character is Clarice McClellan. Another character in this book sets herself on fire rather than leave her house. Professor Faber helps lead the main character away from the mechanical hound. The protagonist of this novel kills his boss Beatty by setting him on fire. For 10 points, name this dystopian Ray Bradbury novel in which Guy Montag burns books. And the answer is Fahrenheit 451. This country's Kibale Forest National Park is home to a variety of primates, including the red colobus. The Basese people were forced to leave this country's Sese Islands due to sleeping sickness. Matauke is a dish unique to this nation made up of mashed unripened bananas. Safe Boda is a ride-hailing service similar to Uber for Boda Bodas exclusive to this nation's capital. A crane is located in the center of this nation's black, yellow, and red striped flag. This country's largest airport is in Entebbe, a city on the shores of Lake Victoria. Also known as the Pearl of Africa, for 10 points, name this Swahili-speaking country governed by Yoweri Museveni from Kampala. And the answer is Uganda. Description acceptable. The result of this action is shown after a profile shot of Peter Cushing's character, who is killed by it. In the lead-up to this action, one character says, "I can't stay with you, sorry," and is told, "You can't do any more good back there." An attempt at this action failed after the ominous line, "The guns, they've stopped," and repeated commands to stay on target. Performing this action is compared to Beggar's Canyon and bullseyeing womp rats. This action, made possible by the death of many Bothan spies, is preceded by the line, "You're all clear, kid, now let's blow this thing and go home." For 10 points, name this action that saves Yavin 4 near the end of Star Wars A New Hope. And the answer is destroying Death Star 1. This event, a violation of the Boland Amendment, resulted in 3 felony convictions for Oliver North. It was investigated by the Tower Commission, which criticized the president for his inattentiveness. Its goal was to suppress the communist Sandinistas. For 10 points, name this scandal of the Reagan administration in which arms sales to the Middle East funded a Nicaraguan rebel group. And the answer is the Iran-Contra affair. In 2008, this company announced that it would be shutting down its divisional brand, TED, under the direction of Glenn Tilton. This company, which was depicted throwing guitars in a 2009 viral video by Dave Carroll, licensed Rhapsody in Blue as its theme song in 1976. And in March 2017, PR Week dubbed this company's CEO, Oscar Munoz, as Communicator of the Year. In 2017, this company suffered over $1 billion in losses due to public backlash over an incident at O'Hare International Airport, which ended with David Dow being dragged off a plane. For 10 points, name this airline whose slogan is Fly the Friendly Skies. And the answer is United Airlines. During this war, 3 whales were torpedoed by the Brilliant after being mistaken for submarines. A photograph depicting a Marine with a flag attached to his radio, titled the Yomper, was taken during this war, during which Exocet missiles damaged the Sheffield. This conflict saw fighting at Goose Green, as well as the Conqueror's sinking of the General Belgrano. After Port Stanley was captured in this conflict, Leopoldo Galtieri resigned. Margaret Thatcher's popularity increased after her successful handling of this war. For 10 points, name this war over a disputed archipelago in the South Atlantic, which was fought between the United Kingdom and Argentina. And the answer is the Falklands War. This man found the sum of the squares of the reciprocals of all natural numbers, thus solving the Basel problem to be pi squared over 6. The limiting difference between the natural log function and the harmonic series is a constant named for him and Mascaroni. In 1736, he proved that no path crossed each of the Prego River's 7 bridges in Kongsberg exactly once. Graph theory was essentially invented by, for 10 points, what Swiss mathematician and namesake of a constant about equal to 2.718 called E. And the answer is Leonhard Euler. One of these objects in Chilote mythology is called Keleuche and is watched over by the Sirena Chilota. Atet is one of these objects in Egyptian mythology, and it is used by Ra when fighting the serpent Apep. Another one of these objects was constructed using timber that could speak and make prophecies. Gilgamesh's relative Utnapishtim uses one of these, called Preserver of Life, to save himself and the animals. For 10 points, name these vessels used for transport on water, examples of which include the Argo and Noah's Ark. And the answer is ships. This man encounters a bookkeeper who does not cross T's or dot I's to save ink, Johnny Inkslinger, as well as the cooks Cream Puff Fatty and Hot Biscuit Slim. In one story, this man turns a lake with peas spilled in it into pea soup. In another story, this figure greases his flapjack griddle by skating on it with bacon. He lives through the winter of the blue snow, during which he finds a blue calf that he names Babe. His and Babe's footsteps create Minnesota's 10,000 lakes, and when he drags his axe on the ground, it cuts a ditch that forms the Grand Canyon. For 10 points, name this giant lumberjack from American folklore. And the answer is Paul Bunyan. This play pulls material from Plautus's Maniechme and John Gower's Apollonius of Tyre. The protagonists of this play were born at Epidamnum and were raised separately by Amelia and Aegeon following a storm. The centerpiece of this play's plot was Solinus's extension regarding a 1,000-mark fine or execution. Solinus, the Duke of Ephesus, was talking about a merchant from Syracuse. Name this Shakespeare comedy about the mass confusion resulting from 2 sets of long-lost twins. And the answer is The Comedy of Errors. This figure was granted the title Defender of the Home Tree for his role in negotiations with the Trandoshans. On Rugosa, this figure was the victor in King Katunko's challenge. The last student of this figure was a nobleman from Sereno who became one of the Lost 20. Reinforcements brought by this figure began the first battle of Genosis. This character decapitated 2 would-be assassins on Kashyyyk and escaped with the aid of Tarful and Chewbacca. After failing to defeat Darth Sidious during a duel in the Senate, this character went into exile on Dagobah, where he mentored Luke Skywalker. Do or do not, there is no try, is spoken by, for 10 points, what final Grand Master of the Jedi Order? And the answer is Yoda. Stefan Lazarevic commanded the left wing of an army against this ruler at a battle where one side was crippled by the desertion of the Anatolian Beyliks. This man called himself an Islamic warrior after taking Smyrna from the Knights Hospitalier. This man captured Bayezid I and allegedly used him as a footstool after the Battle of Ankara. That battle came after this ruler's sack of the Delhi Sultanate. This man, who ruled from Samarkand, claimed descent from Genghis Khan and acquired his name from a hip injury he received as a youth while stealing sheep. For 10 points, name this ruler known as the Lame. And the answer is Tamerlane. This book has 3 parts that correspond to 3 parts of a certain mountain, according to an anthropological study of this book as literature by Mary Douglas. Jacob Milgrom wrote a 3-volume commentary on this book, in which Nadab and Abihu are consumed by fire for using strange fire in a sacrifice. A section of this book repeatedly exhorts, "Be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy." The term scapegoat originates from this book, which is set between the completion of the tabernacle and the Israelites' departure from Mount Sinai and includes instructions about making offerings in the tabernacle. This book's holiness code prohibits practices like blasphemy and bestiality. For 10 points, name this 3rd book of the Torah between Exodus and Numbers. And the answer is Leviticus. One song on this album asks, "Were you telling lies?" and "Was I so unwise?" In addition to "The Night Before," this album includes "You've Got to Hide Your Love Away" and the original British release of Yesterday. This album is the soundtrack to the second film by its band, and its title track recalls a time when I was younger, so much younger than today. For 10 points, name this Beatles album in which John Lennon pleads, "I need somebody." And the answer is Help. This actor is idolized by a man who is hunted after killing a police officer in Jean-Luc Godard's film Breathless. A character played by this actor interrupts a man performing the song as time goes by before noticing a familiar woman. The public fascination surrounding this actor's relationship with Lauren Bacall led to them being cast together in films like The Big Sleep. In the 1941 version of The Maltese Falcon, this actor played Sam Spade. This actor employs a pianist named Sam at his bar in a film in which he stars opposite Ingrid Bergman as Elsa. For 10 points, name this American actor who played Rick Blaine in Casablanca. And the answer is Humphrey Bogart. This city contains many yalis, mansions built immediately adjacent to the sea. This city's main business districts are Maslach and Levant, which contains the Sapphire Building. The original Orient Express ran from Paris to this city's Circeci train station. The conically topped Galata Tower was built by Genoese merchants living in this city. The Sublime Port was a gate into this city's Topkapi Palace, which is located next to its harbor, called the Golden Horn. The Fatih Sultan Mehmet Bridge in this city spans the Bosphorus Strait and connects its Asian and European components. For 10 points, name this largest city in Turkey. And the answer is Istanbul. On this album, comments such as "I've always been mad," "I know I've been mad," like the most of us have, can be heard in the background. One song ends with pacing footsteps after the sound of a plane crashing. That song is On the Run. Others include Speak to Me, Brain Damage, Time, Us and Them, and one song with cash register sound effects, Money. This album supposedly syncs with The Wizard of Oz in addition to having a prism refracting light on the cover. For 10 points, name this Pink Floyd album named for an astronomical location. And the answer is the dark side of the moon. Winter weather on this lake is intensified by a wind known as la bise. A trip to a castle overlooking this lake inspired the long poem The Prisoner of Chillon. The world's first passenger submarine, the Auguste Piccard, took visitors around this lake. Most of this lake's northern shoreline is part of the region of Vaud. The CGN operates steamboats on this lake from ports such as Vevey. A statue of Freddie Mercury overlooks this lake in a town where Claude Nobbs founded an annual jazz festival at a casino that caught fire in 1971. Evian water originates from a resort on this lake, whose other settlements include Montreux and Lausanne. The Rhone River passes through this lake, which lends its name to a set of conventions regulating the treatment of prisoners of war. For 10 points, name this lake in western Switzerland. And the answer is Lake Geneva. In 2009, Entertainment Weekly described this person as SNL's best host so far, after she starred in Valentine's Day. In one of her songs, this artist says she would dance in a storm in her best dress after describing how she doesn't know how it gets better than this. This person is lying on the cold hard ground in one song that attacks a guy who flew her to places she'd never been and pretends he doesn't know that he's the reason why she's drowning. In one song, this artist calls herself a nightmare dressed like a daydream, while in another, despite the heartbreakers who are gonna break, this singer repeats that she will shake it off. For 10 points, name this blonde pop country singer who released her album 1989 in 2014. And the answer is Taylor Swift. Balthazar delivers a sad message in this work, and Benvolio tries to broker peace between two factions. Before being killed by the Prince of Cats, one character in this play describes Queen Mab, and Tybalt's death causes his killer's exile from Verona. Friar Lawrence marries the title characters, whose joint suicide reconciles the Montague and Capulet families. For 10 points, identify this Shakespearean tragedy about a pair of star-crossed lovers. And the answer is Romeo and Juliet. Among this poet's famous lines are, "'Tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all," and "Theirs not to reason why, theirs but to do and die." In addition to In Memoriam AHH, this poet laureate under Queen Victoria also wrote The Lady of Shalott. For 10 points, what 19th century poet wrote The Charge of the Light Brigade? And the answer is Alfred Lord Tennyson. This city holds a Chinese dragon boat festival every July on Sloan's Lake. The intersection of two major interstates in the north of this city is known as the Mousetrap for its convoluted ramps that often result in traffic bottlenecks. It's not New York, but this city's historic Rossonian Hotel was an important jazz venue in its 5 Points neighborhood. Lawrence Argent sculpted a 40-foot blue grizzly bear peering into a glass window at this city's largest convention center. This city's Confluence Park sits at the junction of the South Platte River and Cherry Creek. Major suburbs of this city include Centennial, Lakewood, and Littleton. For 10 points, name this mile-high city the capital of Colorado. And the answer is Denver. Performing the triple product on 3 of these entities gives the volume of a parallelepiped. The right-hand rule can be used when performing an operation on them, and these entities can be added using the parallelogram rule. 2 of them are perpendicular if their dot product equals 0. For 10 points, name these mathematical entities that have both magnitude and direction and are contrasted with scalars. And the answer is vectors. This empire's king Bonsu fought a rebellion of its neighboring Gaiman tribe. Another war between the British and this kingdom resulted in the capture of its king Prempa I. The source of power, called the Dwa of this kingdom, supposedly landed on the laps of Osei Tutu, after it was commanded down from the heavens by the chief priest. After the sack of its capital, Kumasi, this kingdom was annexed into the Gold Coast colony. For 10 points, name this African kingdom, which was annexed by the British in the 19th century, whose monarchs used a throne called the Golden Stool. And the answer is the Ashanti Empire. Harold Brown promoted this object to display the danger of technology developed by Westinghouse and Tesla. William Kemmler was the first victim of this apparatus, which is often nicknamed Old Sparky, but is now seldom used, having been replaced with a 3-drug sequence. For 10 points, name this object whose use in applying death sentences was phased out in the 20th century in favor of lethal injections. And the answer is electric chair. A revolution in this country included the burning of the Cinema Rex movie theater. A leader of this country was overthrown with the involvement of the CIA in Operation Ajax. Operation Eagle Claw was a disastrous attempt at rescuing several Americans trapped in this country. The SAVAK police force was used to keep public order by the second member of the House of Pahlavi to rule this country. Ayatollah Khomeini's forces took the U.S. embassy in this country, which began its namesake hostage crisis. For 10 points, name this country which is currently governed by Hassan Rouhani from Tehran. And the answer is Iran. One man in this family founded the 1926 Down with Imperialism Union. A female general in this family led the light industry department during the arduous march, but the outside world isn't sure if she is still alive. Its members are in the Mount Baektu bloodline and are publicly called Great Leader and Dear Leader. The current ruling man in this family called an enemy a dotard and has controversially flown his country's rockets over Japan. North Korea has been ruled by, for 10 points, what family that includes Il-sung, Jong-il, and Jong-un? And the answer is Kim. This artist notes that he let one girl lick the rapper. In one song featuring Rick Ross, this artist claims he can turn security guards into track stars. This creator of songs like The Sky is the Limit and I'm Me has been cited coming straight up out the water with his Marc Jacobs goggles. For 10 points, name this hip-hop sensation of Cash Money Records who performs songs like Lollipop, Stuntin' Like My Daddy, and Pop Bottles. And the answer is Lil Wayne. A 2001 television series titled The and This One Word starred Simon Baker as a lawyer doing community service. A video game featuring the Master of the Valley against a boy and Trico is titled For the Last One of These. In a different video game franchise, this is the role the player assumes to battle Vex, Cabal, and Hive. In a film franchise, this word describes characters portrayed by Zoe Saldana, Vin Diesel, and Chris Pratt. Destiny players are called, for 10 points each, what word that describes the jobs of Groot, Gamora, and Star-Lord? And the answer is Guardians. Decreased beta defensin activity in this disease leads to frequent Burkholderia and Pseudomonas infections. Commonly, patients with this disease have a deletion of 3 nucleotides that code for phenylalanine in the 508 position on chromosome 7. This disease may lead to clogging of the pancreatic ducts because the protein CFTR gets stuck in the endomembrane system. This disease, which may be diagnosed with a sweat test, is characterized by the inability to transport chloride ions. For 10 points, name this genetic disease in which mucus builds up in the airways. And the answer is cystic fibrosis. This man defeated an unseeded Joe Wilfried Tsonga to win his first ever major championship in 2008. In 2018, after this man lost to Chung Hyung, he underwent surgery on his elbow. It's not Rafael Nadal, but following his victory in 2016 at the French Open, this man became only the 8th man ever to complete the career slam by winning all 4 majors. After dropping down the ATP rankings, this man rehired his longtime confidant Marjan Vajda and won the 2018 Wimbledon and US Open titles. For 10 points, name this 2019 world number 1 Serbian tennis great nicknamed the Joker. And the answer is Novak Djokovic. Spectrin was first discovered in these cells, where hexagonal complexes of it attach to ankyrin. The production of large, short-lived types of these cells, caused by a deficiency of vitamin B12 and folic acid, is called macrocytosis. These cells contain a large amount of carbonic anhydrase in order to convert carbon dioxide into bicarbonate. Another protein in these cells contains 4 heme groups bound to iron atoms. A mutation of the beta subunit of that protein causes these cells to take on a sickle shape. For 10 points, name these hemoglobin-containing biconcave cells that transport oxygen in the blood. And the answer is red blood cells. In set theory, Georg Cantor used Aleph null to denote a set with this cardinality, which he called countable. This is the length of a Turing machine's tape, and Euclid proved that there are this many prime numbers. In calculus, the limit of 1 over x, as x approaches 0 from the right, takes this value. For 10 points, name this quantity that describes values that are greater than any real number. And the answer is infinity. A plan to introduce lions from this country to Iran in 1977 was successfully blocked by locals around Arzan National Park. The Chambal River drains the eastern slopes of the Aravalli Hills in this country. A city in this country is the namesake of a type of riding pants and is nicknamed the Blue City. The world's only sources of diamonds were in this country until 1726. Its city of Surat is still a center for diamond polishing today. The city of Cherrapunji in the state of Meghalaya in this country is a contender for the rainiest place on Earth. The Narmada River is the traditional cultural dividing line between this country's north and its Dravidian south. For 10 points, identify this country, governed from New Delhi, the world's second most populous. And the answer is India. This word describes a method of proof that attempts to write every number in binary, then constructs a number that cannot have been represented in that list. That argument shows that the real numbers are uncountable and was advanced by Cantor. This word also refers to square matrices whose only non-zero elements have a row number equal to their column number. For a cube of side length s, the structure by this name has a length of s root 3. Give this word that refers to line segments that connect non-adjacent vertices of a polygon. And the answer is diagonal. This leader organized his country's states into 4 categories in the States Reorganization Commission. This man implemented his forward policy by placing outposts across the McMahon Line, an act which anchored Zhou Enlai. This man claimed that the appointed day has come and that freedom and power bring responsibility in his Tryst with Destiny speech. This leader was unable to prevent Muhammad Ali Jinnah's Muslim League from forcing a split with Pakistan. For 10 points, name this father of Indira Gandhi, who became the first Prime Minister of India. And the answer is Jawaharlal Nehru. It's not 11, but in a game of craps, rolling this number on a come-out throw constitutes a natural. In Magic the Gathering, this is the number of mana required to cast Karn Liberated. In Hearthstone, Dr. Boom was often called Doctor this number, which is also the number of cards in a starting hand of Uno. A card with this number in Sorry lets a player split its value between two pawns. Over the course of 3 ages, players can build the Mausoleum at Halicarnassus and the Lighthouse of Alexandria in a tabletop game with this number in its title. For 10 points, name this number which, in a joke, scares 6 because this number, 89. And the answer is 7.
The 1638 Portsmouth Compact established a settlement that would become part of this colony. Its founder published the Bloudy Tenant of Persecution in 1644 and purchased land for this colony from the Narragansett Indians. Anne Hutchinson fled religious persecution in Massachusetts to join this colony with the support of Roger Williams, its founder. For 10 points, name this colony in New England with capital Providence. And the answer is Rhode Island.
Aboriginals who haven't performed this kind of action cannot approach spiritual totems called Yarunga. One form of this ceremony in Santeria is called asiento, and for adherents of voodoo, it is called kanzo. In Zoroastrianism, people undergoing this kind of ceremony will receive a shirt and cord, or sudra and kushti. That ceremony is called naviote. The Shinto form of this rite involves a visit to a chinjusha, or a shrine for a tutelary kami, and it usually occurs within 100 days of birth. A Jewish form of this ceremony for boys involves circumcision, and Christians may dip part of their body in holy water for their version of this ceremony, baptism. For 10 points, name this kind of ceremony usually undertaken in childhood that marks a person as a follower of a religion. And the answer is initiation rite or initiation ceremony. This ethnic group's national anthem declares they are children of the Medes and Kai Khosrau. Showings of the documentary A Handful of Ash have been credited with a drop in rates of katana, or female circumcision, in this ethnic group. This ethnic group speaks the Sorani and Kurmanji dialects. A member of this ethnic group is the imprisoned Marxist thinker Abdullah Öcalan, who created Apoism and founded the PKK. Members of this ethnic group living on Mount Sinjar practiced the Yazidi religion. For 10 points, name this Aryan ethnic group whose Peshmerga defended their autonomous province of northern Iraq. And the answer is Kurdish people. One of these creatures in Greek mythology created the Hippocrene fountains that would give the muses poetic inspiration. Heimdall owns one of these creatures called Gulltopper, and another one of these creatures is given as a gift from Thor and is named Gullfoxy. One of these creatures helped to build the walls of Asgard, and another one of these animals was attacked by a gadfly when it tried to ascend Mount Olympus. A giant wooden version of one of these animals was constructed to allow soldiers to enter Troy. For 10 points, name these animals, an 8-legged example of which is Odin's Sleipnir. And the answer is horses. A group of people was subjected to this event due to the Treaty of New Echota. Present-day Oklahoma, then a territory, was the destination for many victims of this event, which got its name from the oppression of the Cherokee Nation during it. Andrew Jackson supported, for 10 points, what 19th century event in which tribes of Native Americans were forcibly relocated west of the Mississippi River? And the answer is Trail of Tears. A hunt in this work is reenacted by Maurice and Roger, who had skewered his quarry from behind. In this novel, Simon is killed while telling his companions about a dead parachutist, and Piggy is killed by a boulder that crushes the ceremonial conch. Jack and Ralph struggle for control in, for 10 points, what William Golding novel about a group of shipwrecked boys? And the answer is Lord of the Flies. This function of x is equal to the integral with respect to t from 1 to x of the function 1 over t. This function for a times b equals this function of a plus this function of b, and a similar formula can change division to subtraction. This function was first used in the early 1600s by English mathematician John Napier, and one common technique used when working with these operations is a change of base. The natural type of these uses base e, and the common type uses base 10. Name this operation the inverse of exponentiation. And the answer is logarithms. One section of this structure releases border cells and includes the mucilage sheath. Pneumatophores are negatively gravitropic examples of these structures. A high ratio of auxin to cytokinin tends to promote development of these structures. Apoplastic transport into the stela of these structures is prevented by their Casparian strips. These structures may form mutualistic relationships with fungi called mycorrhizae. Carrots and turnips are edible examples of these structures. For 10 points, name these plant organs that anchor the plant to the ground and absorb nutrients from the soil. And the answer is roots. A newspaper based in this state won a Pulitzer Prize for its 7 Days of Heroin project. Macedonian immigrants to this state developed a type of chili that is poured over spaghetti noodles and garnished with oyster crackers. In 2011, 56 exotic animals escaped from a private zoo in this state's town of Zanesville. Goodyear Tires is based in this state in a city that is nicknamed the rubber capital of the world. The Cuyahoga River flows through this state, where the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is located on the shores of Lake Erie. For 10 points, name this U.S. state home to cities like Akron, Cincinnati, and Cleveland. And the answer is Ohio. One of this man's sons was brought back from the dead by Polyeidos with an herb he saw a snake use to resurrect its partner. That son of this man had drowned in a jar of honey. This man took one of his most famous actions after his son Androgeos was murdered for being too good at sports. This man, like his brother Rhadamanthus, became a judge of the dead, and one hero abandoned his daughter on Naxos. That hero arrived from Athens with 14 sacrificial victims for the child this king's wife Pasiphae had with a white bull. For 10 points, name this king of Crete and a namesake of a labyrinth-dwelling monster slain by Theseus. And the answer is Minos. One character in this novel hears his companions called mule drivers and mud diggers. The protagonist abandons a tattered soldier after a battle and allows an injury from being hit with a rifle to be mistaken for a bullet wound, the title mark he longs for. Jim Conklin dies refusing help in, for 10 points, this novel about Union soldier Henry Fleming, a work by Stephen Crane. And the answer is the Red Badge of Courage. In 2013, Steve Darcis and Sergei Statkovsky won upsets in the first 2 rounds of this tournament. Marian Bartoli defeated Sabine Lisicki here to win her first Grand Slam title, then retired a month later. This tournament, which has been won 7 times each by Pete Sampras and Roger Federer, had not seen a countryman win it in 77 years prior to Andy Murray's 2013 victory. For 10 points, name this major tennis championship played on grass in London. And the answer is Wimbledon. Female members of this profession included figures such as Ching Shi and Mary Read. A famous practitioner of this profession was despised by Virginia Governor Alexander Spotswood and died at Ocracoke Island. The Brethren of the Coast was a multinational alliance of these people based in Port Royal, where they were commissioned to operate by the English crown. The seas surrounding the Persian Gulf and the Barbary Coast were well known for being full of these people. For 10 points, name this profession of hunting down maritime shipping historically common in the Caribbean. And the answer is piracy. In this city, a man says mortal things touch the mind and there are tears of things while looking at a mural in a temple. The construction performed by this city's inhabitants is compared to work done in early summer by bees. During a hunt near it, a storm forces a man and woman to sleep together in a cave. Iarbas granted its founder the land around Birsa, which that leader encircled with an ox hide. That founder laid on a couch atop a pile built by Anna Perenna. Leaving this city, men look back from their ships to see a figure alternatively called Alyssa immolate herself. For 10 points, name this city founded by Dido, later home to Hannibal. And the answer is Carthage. The exploratory phase of shifting balance theory is driven by this phenomenon, which dominates when n sub e times little s is low. Migration out of Africa is often modeled by the serial form of this phenomenon. The stochastic Moran model models this process occurring twice as quickly as it does in the Wright-Fisher model. In Kimura's neutral theory, this process is central to evolution. The increased incidence of polydactyly in Amish communities is explained by a form of this phenomenon known as the founder effect. Another form of this phenomenon occurs in a population bottleneck. For 10 points, name this phenomenon in which gene ratios fluctuate due to chance. And the answer is genetic drift. The Texas Declaration of Independence was signed in a town named for this man located on the Brazos River. A mountain named for this man can be ascended via the Crawford Path and has the highest recorded wind speed in America. This man is the namesake of a bridge that links Manhattan to Fort Lee, New Jersey, that was closed by Chris Christie during Bridgegate. A mountain named for this man is the tallest peak of the White Mountains and the highest point in New Hampshire. His is the leftmost face carved into Mount Rushmore. For 10 points, identify this president, the namesake of a state whose largest city is Seattle. And the answer is George Washington. This work stands opposite a fresco of the Crucifixion in the Santa Maria delle Grazie. One figure in this work spills a shaker of salt with his right arm while clutching a bag. Thomas raises his index finger on one side of the central man, who stretches his arms over the table next to a very feminine Apostle John. For 10 points, name this mural by Leonardo da Vinci depicting the 12 disciples with Jesus at his final meal. And the answer is The Last Supper. One of the celestial masters in this religion founded the 5 pecks of rice movement. An uncut block of wood is compared to purity or being natural in this faith. A ceremony in this religion involves burning bills of joss paper, sometimes with the Jade Emperor printed on them. Compassion, moderation, and humility are known as this faith's 3 jewels. One scholar in this religion was not sure if he dreamed of a butterfly or if a butterfly dreamed of him, Zhuangzi. Another scholar of this religion wrote its principal text, which contains the quote, "The name that can be named is not the eternal name," and outlines the concept of Wu Wei, or action through inaction. Seen in The Vinegar Tasters alongside Confucius and the Buddha, that man is Lao Tzu. For 10 points, name this Chinese religion whose adherents follow the Way. And the answer is Taoism. A zone that makes up part of one of these features in Texas lies on the Balcones Fault Zone. Both that example of one of these places and a namesake plateau are named after Hayden Edwards. A February 2018 rumor accused Nestle and Coca-Cola of trying to privatize one of the largest examples of these locations. That one is named for the Guarani people. Muammar Gaddafi planned to connect one of these locations with Libyan cities in the Great Man-Made River Project. These locations are divided into contributing, discharge, and recharge zones, and one of them makes possible center-pivot agriculture in much of the American Midwest. A potential threat to one of these places, named Ogallala, was a major cause of opposition to the Keystone XL pipeline. For 10 points, name these underground water deposits that are an important source of fresh water. And the answer is aquifers. An author from this people wrote a poem often translated as Song of the Flight that is included in a collection of ballads of the lords. Another author imagines someone who, quote, lived in our basement and sacrificed my parents, unquote, as a member of this people in a 2012 poetry collection about her meth-addicted brother. That collection is titled When My Brother Was One of These People. These people inspired the title of a poem that repeats, a tree that is firmly rooted and that dances, and ends with, a river that goes curving, advances and retreats, arriving forever. A poet from this empire wrote flower songs and had a name meaning hungry coyote. This empire's calendar inspired the 584-line structure of the poem Sunstone by Octavio Paz. For 10 points, what empire's ruler Nezahualcóyotl wrote poems in Nahuatl? And the answer is Aztec. In The Body of Myth, J. Nigro Sansonesi argued one of these objects was analogized to the heart in a trance-like ritual in which the Kisti box was analogized to the skull. Side, a wife of Orion, was named for these objects in a pairing that mythographers connect to an annual time when the Orion constellation was high. Terracotta pine cones, poppy seeds, and these objects were offered to Hera at Samos. For revealing an incident with one of these objects, Ascalaphus was turned into a lizard. Ancient Egyptians drank barley beer mixed with the juice of this fruit to celebrate the subdual of Sekhmet. This fruit was slipped into the hand of a goddess worshipped as Kore at the Eleusinian Mysteries. For 10 points, name this fruit of the dead whose consumption bound Persephone to the underworld. And the answer is pomegranate. This non-French ruler was opposed by the Citizens Committee of Public Safety. This ruler resided in Washington Place, which was established by the family of John Owen Dominus. This ruler faced a vote of no confidence after signing bills that created licensing for the sale of opium and a lottery system in response to an 1890 tariff. After visiting Queen Victoria during a world tour, this ruler wrote the song The Queen's Jubilee. A rebellion in support of restoring this ruler to power was led by Robert Wilcox. The Blount Report ruled that the overthrow of this ruler was illegal after she was targeted for opposing her predecessor's signing of the Bayonet Constitution. For 10 points, name this queen who was overthrown by American-backed forces in 1893, the final queen of Hawaii. And the answer is Queen Liliuokalani. 2 answers required. In a 2008 Nature paper, Strukov, Snyder, Stewart, and Williams reported a device that exhibits double loops on a plot of these 2 quantities by sandwiching a thin semiconductor film with doped and undoped regions between 2 metal contacts. The ratio of the output value of one of these quantities to the input value of the other gives a quantity denoted lowercase g sub m. The x-intercept on a plot of these 2 quantities gives the strength of the early effect. On plots of these 2 quantities, memristors display hystereses. These two quantities are plotted on transistors' characteristic curves. The product of these two quantities is the power radiated by a resistor. For 10 points, name these two quantities whose ratio is resistance by Ohm's law. And the answer is current and voltage. The owner of an artwork made with this substance split it into two pieces by setting it on fire. One of those pieces is now located at the Palace Museum. In 1999, James Cahill controversially claimed that an artwork in the Met made with this substance was a forgery created by a much later artist. An artist who primarily worked with this substance was known as Madman for paintings of a poet strolling and the drunken celestial. A master of painting with this substance created an artwork depicting 6 persimmons. Josetsu was known as the father of Japanese paintings made with this substance, which was used for paintings of mountains and rivers by the Shan Shui school. Chinese scrolls were often painted with, for 10 points, what substance also used to make calligraphy. And the answer is ink. When asked how old he is, a man in this novel forgets his age and rambles on about 28 kinds of fish sauce. A man in this novel describes a group's barbaric lavishness with time to a man he calls engineer, who considers time spacious before him while wrapped in camel hair blankets. A woman in this novel slams a door at the same time each day en route to the good Russian table her Kyrgyz eyes remind a man of his childhood crush. In this novel, a man is told that we up here do not use such a small unit of time as the week by Settembrini. This novel's protagonist goes to visit his cousin Joachim for 3 weeks, but falls in love with Claudia Cauchet and stays for 7 years. For 10 points, name this Thomas Mann novel about Hans Castorp's stay in a sanatorium. And the answer is The Magic Mountain. Michael E. Porter argued that this concept is outmoded by citing Korea's Miracle on the Han River and proposed replacing it with a diamond of 4 national determinants. The parameter theta that governs this concept is countered by geographic barriers in a paper by Eaton and Kortum that builds on Dornbusch, Fisher, and Samuelson's continuum model. Robert Torrens proposed an early form of this concept in an 1815 essay on Polish corn. Different relative proportions of factor endowments led to this concept in the Heckscher-Ohlin model. This concept was numerically formulated using Portuguese wine and English cloth by David Ricardo. For 10 points, what concept holds that production efficiency is maximized by trading goods with the lowest opportunity cost, even without an absolute advantage? And the answer is comparative advantage. A possible rerun of this event is linked to climate change in Africa and the second globalization in the book Black Earth. The term commemorative causality warns how the eventual study of this event will reflect only contemporary emotions, according to Timothy Snyder. A Daniel Goldhagen book revived debate over interpretations of this event presented by Andreas Hillgruber and Ernst Nolte during the Historians' Quarrel. Christopher Browning places blame for this event on those in positions of power while excusing the title ordinary men. The trial of the architect of this event is discussed in a book subtitled The Banality of Evil and written by Hannah Arendt. For 10 points, name this event discussed in Hitler's Willing Executioners, the goal of the final solution. And the answer is the Holocaust. An algorithm for analyzing this type of data uses bidirectional transformer encoders with 15% of the input masked, similar to a close task. A bidirectional LSTM architecture is used to analyze this type of data in the ELMO algorithm, which preceded an algorithm for this type of data called BERT. A representation of this type of data is constructed by performing singular value decomposition on a matrix of TF-IDF values. This type of data can be embedded into a space of feature vectors using a skip-gram model. Assessing the polarity of this type of data is a rudimentary task in sentiment analysis. This type of data is generated by the GPT-3 model, which was trained on a massive corpus. For 10 points, NLP models operate on speech and what other type of language data? And the answer is text. This artist sings "I'm high and I'm feeling anxious" in the CVS as the guest artist on a track where she also repeats the chorus, "Life's so fun, got my miniskirt and my rollerblades on." This guest artist on Muna's track "Silk Chiffon" intones, "I'm strapped into a corset, climbed into your Corvette," on a duet with Conor Oberst inspired by the death of Dylan Thomas. This artist asks, "Why do you sing with an English accent?" on a song inspired by her breakup with Ryan Adams. This female half of the duo Better Oblivion Community Center smashed her guitar during a 2021 performance on SNL. This artist appears in a skeleton costume on the cover of a 2020 album that features the songs Graceland 2 and Kyoto. For 10 points, name this artist of the album Punisher. And the answer is Phoebe Bridgers. F-Mach-FF transitions from flat ribbons to this type of material as pH rises above 6.4. The Stuber process uses this type of material to produce uniformly sized silicon dioxide particles. These materials form when cross-linking results in molecular mass diverging according to the Flory-Stockmaier theory. Thin films can be produced by depositing a colloid and allowing monomers to coalesce into this type of material as the coating dries in the this material process. A subtype of these materials, termed frozen smoke, has extremely low density. That aeroform of these materials has gas as the dispersed fluid phase. A network of polymers or other solids provides structure to, for 10 points, what semi-solids exemplified by the agarose matrix used in electrophoresis. And the answer is gel. A character in this story hears a sound like, quote, "a chorus of frogs on a spring evening," unquote, or "people laughing at you behind your back," after touching a 5-year payment received up front. That woman in this story has a hard little place at the center of her heart after she married for love and the love turned to dust. This story's protagonist forms a financial partnership with the gardener Bassett, which his uncle Oscar later joins. A house in this story is haunted by the unspoken phrase, "there must be more money." The protagonist of this story exclaims, "It's Malabar," before passing out, and tells his mother, "I am lucky," before dying. For 10 points, name this story in which Paul predicts the winner of races by writing the title Toy, written by D.H. Lawrence. And the answer is the Rocking Horse winner. In this state, Bill and Vonette Bright founded Campus Crusade for Christ, which later rebranded into the campus organization Crew. While living in this state, the neo-pagan author Starhawk wrote the foundational text of the Goddess movement, the spiral dance. The most successful of the human potential movement's growth centers was this state's Esalen Institute. The Neo-Zoroastrian Mazdaznan movement is based in this state, which has the largest population of Zoroastrians outside of Iran and India. The African-American preacher William J. Seymour led a racially integrated charismatic movement in this state, where Amy Semple McPherson founded the Foursquare Church. The Azusa Street revival took place in, for 10 points, what state where many Scientologist celebrities live in Beverly Hills? And the answer is California. This modern-day country contained whispering columns at a temple of Artemis and a mosaic studio at the house of the Tesserae in a Decapolis city preserved by a 749 CE earthquake. PPNB residents of this country raised goats in Beidha and made plaster human statues in Ein Guzzle. In 2021, Alan West's Comet Research Group dubiously argued that a Tunguska-like airburst melted this country's site of Tal el Hammam, inspiring accounts of Sodom. This country contains Jerish, Byzantine mosaics in Madaba, and Roman Philadelphia. Aretas IV built this country's Temple of the Winged Lions and Al-Khazne behind the Sikh Gorge. Johann Ludwig Burckhardt visited the treasury north of this country's Wadi Rum in a rock-cut Nabatean city. For 10 points, what country contains Petra and the citadel of Amman? And the answer is Jordan. This artist photographed twin boys next to a sign reading, "Please keep off the grass." Bonnie Yockelson chronicled this photographer's amateur assistance in a 2007 book titled Rediscovering Him. This photographer accidentally lit himself on fire with magnesium powder while pioneering indoor flash photography. This artist often photographed growler gangs of boys that he dubbed street Arabs. This photographer frequently titled photos for their cost in cents, such as one of a man sleeping on a mattress on top of 2 barrels. Clotheslines in this artist's photos of bandits' roosts and other Mulberry Street locations represent the poverty line. For 10 points, name this Danish-American artist who photographed tenements for his collection How the Other Half Lives. And the answer is Jacob Riis. In this city, the one-eyed Simeon Brown falls in love with the Holocaust survivor Maria in the novel The Stoneface. Life is described as occurring underwater in a location in this city with windows painted white in lieu of curtains. A novel set primarily in this city opens with the narrator describing the night which is leading him to the most terrible morning of his life. At the end of a novel, the character who lives in this city asks a woman, "Isn't it pretty to think so?" A character who titles a novel primarily set in this city strangles his former boss after a gay affair with the American man David Enns. This city is the primary setting of James Baldwin's novel Giovanni's Room. For 10 points, name this city that Ernest Hemingway described in his memoir A Movable Feast. And the answer is Paris. A 3rd century CE thinker with this name inspired a school of Renaissance philosophers led by Pietro Pomponazzi, which feuded over the immortality of the soul with the Averroes like Agostino Nifo. That man from Aphrodisias was nicknamed the Commentator. A man with this name was the purported addressee of a letter that circulated in the Middle Ages and influenced Roger Bacon, called the Secretum Secretorum. A man with this name was the most famous student of a philosopher whose other students, like Theophrastus, were called Peripatetics. Diogenes of Sinope once asked that famous man of this name to move out of his sunlight. A military leader with this name sent donations to his teacher's school, the Lyceum. For 10 points, give this name of a ruler who was tutored by Aristotle. And the answer is Alexander. In 1987, the elections empowered a president of this ethnicity from the Progressive Reform Party until he was dismissed in the telephone coup by the leader who ordered the December murders. After 1834, 450,000 immigrants of this ethnicity entered a depot in True Fanfaron in the Great Experiment. In 1953, Britain overthrew a socialist father of the nation of this ethnicity who broke with the rival PPP leader Forbes Burnham. This ethnicity created foods like doubles in the Caribbean, where they mixed with Africans to form the Dougla people. This largest ethnic group in Mauritius, Suriname, Guyana, and Trinidad included sugar-growing Jahajis and Girmitias, who, like the Chinese, were often indentured laborers. For 10 points, what ethnicity's diaspora is called Desi? And the answer is Indians. A post-minimalist album with this adjective in its title features excerpts of Czesław Miłosz, read by Tilda Swinton over viola and electronics on its track Shadow Journal. In a piece with this adjective in its title, a flute and clarinet represent the composer and her brother Andrew, who died of skin cancer. The song On the Nature of Daylight appears on a Max Richter album in which this adjective describes notebooks. This adjective describes a cathedral in the title of a Jennifer Higdon piece. This adjective appears in the title of a jazz-inspired piece whose 5 main themes were inspired by a train ride after its composer was convinced to compose a work for Paul Whiteman's An Experiment in Modern Music. A clarinet glissando opens, for 10 points, a George Gershwin Rhapsody in what color? And the answer is blue. Clay Armstrong injected these organisms with ammonium salts to determine how blocking affects inactivation rates. These model organisms replaced Nitella after K.S. Cole measured their rectification curves at Woods Hole. In these organisms, Rodolfo Ginas discovered microdomains of increased calcium in presynaptic terminals. A species of these organisms creates circadian counterillumination camouflage by expelling symbionts that perform lux-I, lux-R quorum sensing. Margaret McFall-Gnei found that the light organ of a Hawaiian species of these animals supports bioluminescent Alivrio fisheri. The patch clamp technique derives from studies of these animals' giant axons, whose action potentials underlie the Hodgkin-Huxley model. For 10 points, name these 2 tentacled, color-changing, ink-ejecting cephalopods. And the answer is squid. This figure planted the first rose garden under Mount Bermion, whose bushes Herodotus noted bore 60 blossoms each. This figure donated his throne to the Delphic oracle. He spread the worship of Cybele, his mother. he washed off in the Pactolus River and threw its water on his daughter Zoe. This son of Gordius wore a Phrygian cap after he chose Marsyas over Apollo and received a punishment only revealed after reeds grew from the hole his barber whispered in. Before he was given donkey ears, this Phrygian received Silenus into his palace, for which he gained a power he enjoyed until it prevented him from eating or drinking. For 10 points, name this king whom Dionysus gave the power to turn whatever he touched into gold. And the answer is King Midas. This man's first head coaching job was at Walsh University, where in his third season, the team would win 34 games. After stints as an assistant at Central Florida and head coach at the University of Akron, he took the head coaching job at the University of Cincinnati in 1989. Despite being successful on the court, he struggled to graduate players and was charged with DUI in 2004, which led to this man's forced resignation. After a one-year stint at Kansas State University for 10 points, Hu returned to his alma mater, West Virginia University, as head coach in 2007. And the answer is Bob Huggins or Huggy Bear. It was revealed in one episode of this television show that the protagonist and his eventual wife had first fell in love in a sandbox when they were toddlers. However, they did not get along in the first season of the show. This couple were the daughter of a violin maker and the son of a grocery store manager who later opens a sporting goods store. The protagonist's next-door neighbor was his 6th grade teacher, high school principal, and eventually became a lecturer at his college. For 10 points, name this show where Danielle Fishel played Topanga, the love interest of Corey Matthews. And the answer is Boy Meets World. This molecule inhibits phosphofructokinase in the Ebden-Meyerhoff-Parnas pathway. Oligomycin can inhibit one part of the enzyme that produces this molecule. That enzyme is divided into F0 and F1 segments joined by an axal segment. In signal transduction pathways, adenylyl cyclase uses this molecule to synthesize the second messenger, cyclic AMP. The electron transport chain produces a proton gradient which is used to generate this molecule when hydrogen ions pass through its namesake synthase. For 10 points, name this molecule consisting of a purine, ribose, and 3 phosphates commonly known as the energy currency of the cell. And the answer is ATP. A war in this country was where the leader of a coup attempt in the Seychelles, Mike Hoare, first gained prominence. Many nationalist leaders in this modern country were part of the Evoulier middle class. An Adam Hochschild book titled For a King's Ghost documents crimes in this country's colonial predecessor, which was also the subject of the Casement Report. In 1960, this country's first prime minister, Patrice Lumumba, was shot in its breakaway region of Katanga. In 1997, this country changed its name after Laurent Kabila ousted dictator Mobutu Sese Seko. Belgium once colonized, for 10 points, what large Central African country with capital Kinshasa? And the answer is Democratic Republic of the Congo. This man's father was compelled to abdicate in favor of him after a defeat to the king of Larsa. By forming alliances with the city-states Nippur and Lagash, the son of Sin Mubalit took the cities of Uruk and Isin from a former ally who had abandoned him in the fight against the Elamites. A 7-foot-tall stela discovered in the city of Susa contains a famous writing of this man, which is based on the principle known as lex talionis, and it states that if a man put out the eye of another man, his eye shall be put out. For 10 points, name this Babylonian king who wrote an early law code. And the answer is Hammurabi. In early Zoroastrian iconography, 10 of these creatures, known as Kara, protect the Gau Karena tree of life, while early Christians used one of these animals, called an ichthys, as a symbolic representation of Christ. In the Kalevala, Wainamoinen slays one of these animals to make the first known kantele out of its jawbones, whereas another is an avatar of Vishnu who rescues Manu from a devastating flood. According to Jewish tradition, a man traveling to Nineveh was swallowed up by a giant one of these creatures. That man is Jonah. For 10 points, name this kind of aquatic animal that make up the bottom half of mermaids. And the answer is fish. After giving this woman a gift, one man's mother tried to kill him by burning an enchanted log, and this woman killed 2 centaurs when they tried to rape her during an event in which she drew the first blood. That event ended with Meleager giving this woman the hide of the Caledonian bear. In one account about this person, she and her lover were supposedly turned into lions after making love in a temple sacred to Zeus, and another story about her relates how Aphrodite assisted Hippomenes in beating her at one event. For 10 points, name this Greek woman who lost a foot race to Hippomenes because he distracted her by throwing golden apples. And the answer is Atalanta. This color names an artistic collective founded by Kandinsky. The front portion of The Girl with the Pearl Earrings head covering is this color, which appears along with white, red, and yellow in Mondrian's Broadway Boogie Woogie. Gainsborough painted a young boy dressed all in this color, and Picasso painted the old guitarist during a period named for this somber color. For 10 points, name the primary color that is neither red nor yellow. And the answer is blue. A king of this non-Prussian country built the Sans-Souci Palace and committed suicide with a silver bullet. This nation was ruled by Henry Christophe and a ruler who attempted to reconquer a neighboring country, Faustin I. A revolutionary in this country was defeated at the Battle of Crête-à-Pierrot by Charles Leclerc. 2 more recent leaders of this country used a secret police force called the Tonton Macoute. Papadoc Duvalier and Jean-Jacques Dessalines are 2 former leaders of this country. For 10 points, name this country in the Caribbean whose independence was declared after a slave revolt led by Toussaint Louverture. And the answer is Republic of Haiti. In the background of this painting, a group of 4 men wearing red hats are rowing a boat. In this painting, a man plays a trumpet behind 2 soldiers who are walking away from the viewer. A little girl in white looks directly at the viewer, and a woman in the foreground of this large painting walks a monkey on a leash. Painted with uniformly sized dots of color rather than brushstrokes is, for 10 points, what pointillist painting by Georges Seurat? And the answer is A Sunday Afternoon on the island of La Grande Jatte. In 2016, this country slapped ExxonMobil with a fine 5 times larger than its GDP for not paying the correct royalties on oil drilled in it. In 2006, at least 100 elephants were slaughtered by poachers in a series of killings in this country's Zakuma National Park. The east of this country primarily consists of the Wadai region, and it is the site of the Enedi Plateau. This country's highest point is Emikusi, and its largest body of water is located southwest of the Budele Depression. That body of water that shares its name with this country is primarily fed by the Chari River. This country fought one conflict with its northern neighbor over the Aouzou Strip. The north of this country is home to the Tibesti Mountains. For 10 points, name this African country with its capital at N'Djamena. And the answer is Chad. The crest of this government depicted 3 hollyhock leaves inside a circle, and Dutch traders were housed on an artificial island it created, Dejima. This government took power after defeating Ishida Mitsunari in a battle in which Kobayakawa Hideaki defected to its side. The arrival of Matthew Perry's black ships led to the Convention of Kanagawa, which opened the ports of this government to the U.S. This dynasty's founder, Ieyasu, defeated forces loyal to Toyotomi Hideyori at the Battle of Segekihara, and it was ended by the Meiji Restoration. For 10 points, name this dynasty of shoguns that presided over the Edo period in Japan. And the answer is Tokugawa Shogunate. This man described the Arab League as subservience to Zionism and imperialism. Lester Pearson helped resolve a crisis involving this non-European leader. He was part of the Free Officers movement along with Mohammed Naguib, whom he later overthrew to become president. Creation of Helwan City and the Aswan Dam, along with the nationalization of the Suez Canal, were major projects under the rule of this man. For 10 points, name this second president of Egypt who was succeeded by Anwar Sadat. And the answer is Gamal Abdel Nasser. This book describes a creature who launched forth filament out of itself, and a narrator who looked up in perfect silence at the stars. This collection contains A Noiseless Patient Spider and When I Heard the Learned Astronomer, and this work honors Lincoln with the poems When Lilacs Last in the Dooryard Bloomed and O Captain, My Captain. Song of Myself appears in, for 10 points, What Poetry Collection by Walt Whitman. And the answer is Leaves of Grass. This empire was chronicled by the diplomat Megasthenes, who commented on its respect for foreigners. This empire overthrew the Magadhan kingdom, and the Athashastra was compiled by Chanakya during its early years. Succeeded by the Shunga dynasty, this empire repulsed an invasion from the burgeoning Seleucid Empire, and art from this empire often featured 4 lions. The greatest ruler of this empire famously converted to Buddhism in penance for his initiation of the Kalinga War. For 10 points, name this sprawling ancient empire of Ashoka and Chandragupta, the largest in Indian history. And the answer is the Mauryan Empire. A flattened Sonobe unit has this shape. The midpoints of any quadrilateral can be connected to form one of these figures. Vectors may be added using a rule named for this shape, whose diagonals bisect each other but not necessarily perpendicularly. If one of these shapes is inscribed in a circle, it must be a rectangle. Congruent opposite angles and supplementary adjacent angles are found in, for 10 points, what quadrilateral whose opposite sides are congruent and parallel? And the answer is parallelogram. One ruler of this dynasty used a large pool full of alcohol and trees with branches made up of roasted meat skewers for his personal entertainment. That ruler was the immoral King Zhou. The Tao Qi motif was prevalent during this dynasty, which gained power after a decisive victory at the legendary Battle of Mingtiao. This dynasty was centered around its capital of Anyang, where excavations have uncovered oracle bones that were used for divination. Supplanted by the Zhou dynasty at the Battle of Muyi was, for 10 points, what first archaeologically verified dynasty of China, which came to power in the 18th century BC. And the answer is the Shang dynasty. Hair braids on the back of an artwork by this civilization were cited by Ivan von Sertima as evidence of contact with Ethiopia. A ceremonial axe head made by this culture is an example of their use of jade. Motifs in this culture's artwork include the elongated man and the were-jaguar, which may have been their supreme deity. Matthew Sterling named one site of these people San Lorenzo, and a large earthen cone is found at another site of these people in La Venta. These people worshipped a sky dragon and possibly invented the ball game later associated with the Aztecs. For 10 points, name this Mesoamerican civilization best known for its gigantic stone heads. And the answer is Olmecs. According to one legend, this man never actually passed away, and will awaken from his magical slumber when a certain hunting horn is sounded 3 times. According to another tradition, the cursed maiden Sive transformed back into woman after stepping onto the lands of this man. He defeated the fire-breathing monster Aelin with his father's crane skin bag of weapons, and may have made the Giant's Causeway in order to walk to Scotland. The Isle of Man was just an accident. For 10 points, name this folk hero of the British Isles who gained all the knowledge of the world by eating a certain magical salmon. And the answer is Fionn Mac Camail or Finn McCool. Mishaps on one voyage led Pedro de los Rios to withdraw support of this man. After that, this man famously drew a line in the sand and asked his men to stay with him, but only 13 stayed. Those men became known as the famous 13. This man received help from longtime partner Diego Almagro, but he was killed by Almagro's forces in the Battle of Las Salinas. This victor of the Battle of Cajamarca founded the city of Lima after executing Atahualpa. For 10 points, name this Spanish conquistador who conquered the Incan Empire. And the answer is Francisco Pizarro. In Xenopus embryos, sea urchin embryos, and Drosophila embryos, one phase in this process is functionally non-existent. The process is most affected when gene regulatory proteins of the E2F family have become unrestrained, causing cancerous replication. This process is initiated by the complex of cyclin D and CDK4 or 6. At the end of this phase, the cyclin B CDK1 complex activation causes breakdown of nuclear envelope and initiation of the next phase. This phase sees the replication of organelles and the genetic code preceding mitosis. For 10 points, name this phase that a cell spends most of its life in that precedes the 3 subphases, G1, S, and G2. And the answer is interphase. In a game named for this product, all video cutscenes feature actor Mike Butters watching TV and coining new slogans for it. In a popular sketch from Saturday Night Live, the Olympia restaurant only serves cheeseburgers, chips, and this product. Marty McFly's son purchases a perfect version of this product while at the 80s Cafe in Back to the Future Part 2. While recording an advertisement for this product, Michael Jackson's hair caught on fire. A controversial ad by the company that manufactures this product shows Kendall Jenner approaching a cop among a protest featuring several minority groups. For 10 points, name this brand of soda which comes in a transparent crystal form. And the answer is Pepsi. These creatures are venerated on the 3rd day of Pongal, called Matu Pongal. The realm of Goloka is named for being their world. The mother of all of these creatures is Kamadenu. The 5 products of this animal are mixed together into Panchagavya. These animals were kept by a gopi and avatar of Lakshmi named Radha. Gomutra is the Ayurveda term for traditional medicine made with this animal's urine. A product of these animals is made into ghee. The Rig Veda prays for Agni to kill those who kill men, horses, and these animals, which most non-vegetarian Hindus therefore do not eat. For 10 points, Hindus often revere what bovines? And the answer is cows. People from this region were depicted in a 1926 novel by Ricardo Guiraldez. A group of people from this region used a large knife called a facon. This region is home to the majority of large hacienda-like ranches called estancias. It's not in Spain, but a university was founded in 1613 in this region city of Córdoba. Inhabitants of this region were depicted throwing weapons called bolas in José Hernández's epic poem Martín Fierro. The state of Rio Grande do Sul is in this region, which lies southeast of the Gran Chaco and north of Patagonia. Buenos Aires is found in, for 10 points, what grasslands region of Argentina, home to many cattle raised by gauchos? And the answer is the Pampas. One inscription at this place reads, "He traveled from this world to the banquet hall of eternity on the mouth of Rajab in the year 1076 Hijri." The supervising architects for this building included Makramat Khan and Ustad Ahmad Lahori. A tree-lined reflecting pool is in front of this structure, surrounded by 4 minarets. Its name may mean crown of the palace, and this structure on the south bank of the Yamuna River in Agra was built by the Shah Jahan for his wife Mumtaz. For 10 points, name this white Indian mausoleum. And the answer is Taj Mahal. One animated show about this animal featured Benny the Ball and Choo Choo, while another of these pursues Hippity Hopper in a series of cartoons. One of these animals attempts to eat nibbles, and in Friends, Phoebe sings about a smelly one of these. They also title a musical known for the song Memory, and one of these animals is owned by John and voraciously eats lasagna. For 10 points, name this mammal exemplified by Tom, Sylvester, and the title figures of an Andrew Lloyd Webber musical and Garfield. And the answer is cats. Dyrnwyn is an example of one of these in Welsh mythology whose fire burns anyone pursuing evil. Another one of these objects in Arthurian legend is called Clarent and is owned by Mordred. Kusanagi is one of these objects obtained from the body of Orochi, an 8-headed dragon that is also called the grass-cutting one of these objects. Hrunting and Nagling are 2 of these objects owned by Beowulf, and King Arthur pulls one of these objects called Caliburn out of a stone. For 10 points, name this weapon exemplified by Excalibur. And the answer is swords. One theorem named for Thales concerns right angles formed by 3 points on this shape. The construction of one of these shapes tangent to 3 others is the subject of Apollonius's problem. This curve is formed by the perpendicular intersection of a plane with the cone's axis of symmetry, and in polar coordinates it is expressed as r equals a constant. Centered at the origin of a Cartesian plane, its equation is x squared plus y squared equals r squared. For 10 points, name this set of points equidistant from a center. And the answer is circles. This nation's Bohol province is home to over 1,000 hills that turn brown during the dry season, an attraction known as the Chocolate Hills. The oldest Chinatown in the world is located in the Binondo neighborhood of this country's capital. Many dishes in this country's cuisine are served adobo style and make of use of the purple ube root. One of the world's longest underground rivers runs through this nation's Palawan Island. Tagalog is spoken in this nation, and its 2 largest islands are Luzon and Mindanao. For 10 points, name this island country with a presidential palace located in Manila. And the answer is the Philippines. The people of this literary nation do not pray because they have everything they need, and they clothe their guests in hummingbird down feathers. This country's people use red sheep as pack animals, which they give to Candide when he leaves this nation. This small mountain-bound country was abandoned by the Incas, and its children play ring toss with emeralds and rubies. For 10 points, name this mythical South American city of gold. And the answer is El Dorado. Early references to this city are found in the execration texts and the Amarna letters. The Hasmonean kingdom was centered around this city, from which the historian Josephus hailed, and the Well of Souls is found in this city. Aelia Capitolina was constructed on top of the ruins of this city, which was sacked by the Romans in 70 AD. The largest Crusader kingdom was named for this city, though it was later reconquered by Saladin. For 10 points, name this disputed Israeli capital, a holy city in Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. And the answer is Jerusalem. A relic belonging to this deity is guarded by serpents at Coptos in a box of gold placed within 4 other boxes. Because this Egyptian deity was thrice great, he was worshipped at a city called Hermopolis. This deity played a game of Senet to win a 72nd portion of Khonshu's light. Often considered the father of Sheshat, in Duat in the form of Aan, he reported on the balance of the scales of Maat, his usual consort. 2 powerful spells were written in his namesake book. This god's titles include Tongue of Ra. The beak of his bird form was related to the crescent shape of the moon. For 10 points, name this god of wisdom and writing represented with either a baboon or ibis's head. And the answer is Thoth. A myth claims that after siding with this god in an argument, Tiresias was blinded, and this god compensated for it by giving him longer life. Another myth claims that this figure was dangled by a rope in his youth in order to avoid being seen by his father, who ruled the sky, earth, and seas, and this god gave Tros horses as compensation for abducting Ganymede so he could be cupbearer at Mount Olympus. He once turned into a white bull in order to kidnap Europa. This god killed his father after forcing him to regurgitate his siblings. For 10 points, name this Greek god, the son of Rhea and Cronus, and the king of the gods, who is often shown hurling thunderbolts. And the answer is Zeus. At the top of Draenor Manor, a character of this profession reverts another character back into a human during the Ernest the Chicken quest of RuneScape. Another character with this title in his name is responsible for originally capturing the subjects of Van Gogh's paintings. That character gives the player the Poltergust 3000 in Luigi's Mansion. A more notable character with this profession has a grandson named Gary and asks, "Are you a boy or are you a girl?" before allowing the player to select either Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle. For 10 points, name this profession held by such characters as Birch, Elm, and Oak, who research Pokemon in their laboratories. And the answer is Professor.
One hockey player from this country who dominated its domestic league in the 1970s and 1980s contract was too expensive to be bought by the New York Islanders, and his son ended up being a 4th-round pick in the 2010 NHL draft to the Pittsburgh Penguins. Another player from this country was the youngest player on Team Europe in the 2016 World Cup of Hockey by almost 3 years. Other than Tom Kuhnhackl and Tobias Ryder, other players from this country include Marcel Gock and Marco Strum, who led this country to a silver medal in the 2018 Winter Olympics. The leading scorer in the 2019-2020 NHL season, Leon Draisaitl, was from, for 10 points, what country where domestic teams play in cities like Munich and Berlin? And the answer is Germany. This trade sent running back Darren Nelson to the San Diego Chargers. However, he would re-sign with one of the teams in this trade. This trade allowed for one team to draft wide receiver Jake Reed, who would put up a total of almost 7,000 total yards and 36 touchdowns. This trade saw a total of 18 total players being traded, making this an NFL record. As a result of this trade, one team used one of their first-round picks acquired in the trade haul and trade up with the Pittsburgh Steelers to select future Hall of Famer running back Emmitt Smith, allowing him to kickstart an NFL dynasty in the 1990s. For 10 points, what NFL trade is notable for sending the 1982 Heisman Trophy winner to Minnesota, starting the Dallas Cowboys dynasty of the 1990s? And the answer is the Herschel Walker trade. One radio personality from this country traveled to Mozambique to lift a curse on this nation's national soccer team placed by a witch doctor during which they did not qualify for the World Cup in 32 years. Johnny Warren was a key figure for the modernization of this country's national side, which was the last team to win the AFC Asian Cup on home soil. This country's national team plays in a stadium that was built for the 2000 Summer Olympics. Mark Schwarzer, a former goalie for Middlesbrough, is the all-time leader in appearances for this country's national team, which is set to compete as the invited team to the Copa America in 2021. Tim Cahill played for 10 points, what country whose team is nicknamed the Socceroos and draws players from clubs in cities like Melbourne and Sydney. And the answer is Australia. This player's first career home run came on a game-tying run in a 2012 game against the Houston Astros. This player was a 12th inning pinch hitter in a 2018 game against the San Diego Padres before hitting a walk-off single that sent home Gorkys Hernandez. This player, who won back-to-back Silver Sluggers in 2014 and 2015, also hit a grand slam in a 2014 game that led his team to an 8-3 win. This 2014 World Series MVP hit 2 home runs off Zach Greinke in an opening day 2017 game. This player is the highest active pitcher in career home runs. The Arizona Diamondbacks signed for 10 points what former ace for the San Francisco Giants known for his hitting ability. And the answer is Madison Bumgarner. The latest team to do this feat from New Caledonia was Hygiene Sport, who became the first club not from New Zealand to complete this feat in their confederation. Defense Force is the only non-Mexican club to complete this feat in CONCACAF, while Yomiuri, now Tokyo Verde, is the only AFC club to complete this feat. The latest CAF club to complete this feat is Esperance ST of Tunisia in 2011, while no club in South American clubs have ever completed this feat. The first club in UEFA that completed this feat did it with their famed Lisbon Lions squad, while Ajax and PSV completed this feat before the rebranding of the European Cup. However, the most famous occurrence of this feat came in 1999 as Manchester United became the first club to complete this feat in the Champions League era. For 10 points, name this feat in which a club wins their top-tier league, their primary cup competition, and the major continental trophy in one season. And the answer is Continental Treble. This draft was the last draft hosted by an NBA team in the Western Conference. This draft had a total of 8 players selected who would never play in the NBA and was the last draft to have a senior in college selected first overall.
This class would see a combined 3 players become future players become NBA All-Stars, and only 1 player from this draft class would be selected to an All-NBA team. That player, Michael Redd, would be selected with the 43rd pick by the Milwaukee Bucks, while the Rookie of the Year for the following season would be picked up by the Orlando Magic with the 5th overall pick. For 10 points, name this NBA draft that was headlined by Kenyon Martin, considered to be the worst draft class in NBA history. And the answer is the 2000 NBA draft. Before their success, this university was nicknamed Tumbleweed Tech. The first NCAA tournament appearance for this school occurred in 1975. However, their first Final Four appearance occurred 2 years later, losing to the eventual tournament runner-ups, North Carolina. This university signed head coach Chris Beard for 19 days before leaving to coach for Texas Tech and has not made an NCAA tournament since 2013. This team has made a total of 4 Final Four appearances in their history, all led by head coach Jerry Tarkanian. This university's best appearance came in 1990, in which this school won the national championship in the most lopsided title game in NCAA tournament history, beating Duke 103-73. For 10 points, what school plays their games in the Thomas and Mack Center and is nicknamed the Runnin' Rebels? And the answer is the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, UNLV. In a 2013 NFL game in this country, Steven Jackson ran for 2 touchdowns in the only win that season for the Atlanta Falcons that was not at the Georgia Dome. Kosovan immigrant Liriam Hajrullahu was signed by the Los Angeles Rams after previously playing kicker for a team in this country. Mark Rypien was the first NFL starting quarterback to be from this country, and Pittsburgh Steelers' second-round pick Chase Claypool went to high school in this country's city of Abbotsford. In Madden 20, potential team names for a relocated team to this country's largest city include the Huskies and the Mounties. The Buffalo Bills lost a 1961 preseason game to the Hamilton Tiger Cats, a team from, for 10 points, what country whose football teams include the CFL's Toronto Argonauts? And the answer is Canada. One failed plan in 1999 attempted to build an indoor one of these sporting venues near Pittsburgh International Airport. One of these sporting venues was refurbished for the purpose of including it in a video game. The most highly attended college football game in history was held in one of these venues in Tennessee, and one of these venues in Michigan was used to build a near replica of it in California. 2 companies abbreviated ISC and SMI own a majority of these types of sporting venues used at the top level of competition, and one of these sporting venues has Lake Lloyd in the middle of it. For 10 points, name these sporting venues, which include famous ones in places like Talladega and Daytona. And the answer is racetracks. 2 answers required. After a game between these 2 teams, commentator Mark Boyle said, "Ring the bell, baby, ding dong, the witch is dead." The first NBA meeting between these 2 teams came in 1977, in which Bob McAdoo led all scorers with 36 points in a loss. Before meeting for the first time, both teams combined for 3 ABA titles and 2 NBA titles. The last time these 2 teams met in the playoffs was the 2013 Eastern Conference semifinals, which lasted a total of 6 games. However, their first best-of-7 series was the 1994 Eastern Conference Final, in which the eventual winners would go on to lose the NBA Finals to the Houston Rockets in 7 games.
However, one of their most famous games would be Game 1 of the 1995 Eastern Conference semifinals, in which one player managed to score a total of 8 points in the span of 9 seconds before going on to win the series in 7. For 10 points, name the two teams led by Reggie Miller and Patrick Ewing in the 1990s. And the answers are the Indiana Pacers and the New York Knicks.
At a location described by this adjective, fire ships were successfully used by Huang Gai to burn down Cao Cao's fleet. After being subjected to the Fifth Encirclement Campaign, a military force described by this adjective was forced to retreat from Jiangxi to Shanxi. This is the first of two adjectives that describes a rebellion led by White Lotus Society member Zhu Yuanzhang, who then became the Hongwu Emperor. For 10 points, a turban rebellion that overthrew the Yuan dynasty and Mao Zedong's Communist Army were described by what color? And the answer is red. In this movie, communism was just a red herring, and Tim Curry counts 1 plus 2 plus 2 plus 1 to conclude that a loaded gun is empty. The 6 primary characters are being blackmailed, and so all have motive to use the weapons provided by Mr. Body, including a rope and a candlestick. For 10 points, named this movie based on and named for a board game which ends with Mr. Green killing the real Mr. Body in the hall with the revolver. And the answer is Clue. This man wrote Aretha Crystal Jukebox Queen in the book Tarantula. He collaborated with the writer Archibald MacLeish, as recalled in his memoir Chronicles Volume 1. Martin Scorsese's film No Direction Home is about this man who released the 2017 album Triplicate. This 2016 recipient of the Nobel Literature Prize performs on the Never Ending Tour. In the 1960s, the band worked with, for 10 points, what folk singer of A Hard Rain's A Gonna Fall and Like a Rolling Stone? And the answer is Bob Dylan. One character in this film says, "Do you think I'd be working in a place like this if I could afford one?" when asked if her pet snake is real. Another character in this film kills his examiner while taking the Voight-Kampff test. Those characters, Zora Salome and Leon Kowalski, were built by the Tyrell Corporation. The protagonist of this film falls in love with Rachel, whose memories were falsified. The antagonist of this film gives the Tears in the Rain speech, which begins, "I've seen things you people wouldn't believe." That character, Roy Batty, is one of 4 replicants that the protagonist of this film must retire. For 10 points, name this science fiction film that stars Harrison Ford as Rick Deckard, which recently had a sequel set in 2049. And the answer is Blade Runner. During the rule of this dynasty, the explorer Zhang Qiang brought back news of pomegranates and powerful horses after exploring the Fergana Valley and making contact with the Wei Zi people. That expedition was organized by this dynasty's Emperor Wu, who sought an alliance against unending Jiangnu raids along the northern Chinese border. It was brought to an end by the Yellow Turban Rebellion and was founded in the aftermath of previous Qin dynasty by the rebel leader Liu Bang. For 10 points, name this long-reigning Chinese dynasty, the namesake of the largest ethnic group in China. And the answer is the Han Dynasty. In 2014, protests concerning the overuse of a landfill took place in this nation's town of Name, and its highest point is Karnat Aswada. An international festival is held in its city of Baalbek, which is in its Bekaa Valley. Though not Libya, this country's second largest city is Tripoli. The militant group Hezbollah is quartered in this nation, in which cities like Tyre were once inhabited by Phoenicians, and it disputes parts of the Golan Heights with its southern neighbor Israel. For 10 points, identify this Middle Eastern nation whose flag depicts a cedar and that has a capital at Beirut. And the answer is Lebanon. On this date in 1929, several members of Bugs Moran's gang were killed, probably on the orders of Al Capone. This Christian feast day celebrates a saint who, according to legend, broke Roman law by performing weddings for soldiers. A Prohibition-era gangster massacre took place on, for 10 points, what holiday now often celebrated with flowers and written expressions of love? And the answer is Valentine's Day. In this battle, Joshua Chamberlain ordered a bayonet charge to defend a hill. Richard Ewell assaulted but failed to take Culp's Hill on each of the 3 days of this battle. Cemetery Ridge was the site of Pickett's charge, a failed assault in this battle that represented the high water mark of the Confederate invasion. For 10 points, name this July 1863 battle the turning point of the Civil War, after which Abraham Lincoln gave a famous address. And the answer is Battle of Gettysburg. The Weaker Than's One Great City notes hatred for a city in this country. It's home to a city whose airport code is played in Morse code on crotales to open an instrumental track. It's also home to Birchmount Stadium, home of the Robbie. Another band from this country included 4 neighborhood songs on their debut album Funeral. Home to the artists of songs like YYZ and 1 Week, named this home and native land to Rush, Bare Naked Ladies, and Arcade Fire, America's neighbors to the north. And the answer is Canada. This man sent missionaries to a ruler he referred to as Antiochia, and had a torture chamber disguised to look like a garden from outside, his namesake Hell. During a rebellion by the Avanti kingdom, this ruler escaped from his brother Susima by hiding his wounds. After witnessing atrocities committed in his name during his conquest of the Kalinga kingdom, this ruler converted to Buddhism. He created a statue of lions at Sarnath, along with several rock pillar edicts, one of which is visible on India's national seal. For 10 points, name this Mauryan emperor. And the answer is Ashoka Maurya. This man shot a 66 in the final round at Muir Field to win a 2013 major tournament. After seeing his daughter's graduation in California the night before a 7 a.m. tee time, this man lost to Justin Rose for his 6th runner-up finish at a U.S. Open. He was known as the best player without a major before he won the 2004 Masters. For 10 points, name this left-handed winner of golf's 2013 British Open. And the answer is Phil Mickelson. The name of one town in this country literally translates to 33 and is named after a militant group that fought this country's northern neighbor. This country's highest point is a rocky escarpment called Cerro Catedral. The brackish Mirim Lagoon straddles the border between this country and its northern neighbor. This nation was the site of the inaugural FIFA World Cup and contains beach resorts such as Punta del Este and Punta Diablo. This country's namesake river separates it from the Argentine province of La Mesopotamia. This country's capital city is located on the north shore of the Rio de la Plata. For 10 points, name this South American country with capital at Montevideo. And the answer is Uruguay. After Jesus heals 10 people with this condition in the Gospel of Luke, only one of them, a Samaritan, thanks him. After being told to despise and hate what he had loved carnally and desired, St. Francis kissed the hand of a man with this condition. The founder of St. Joseph's Hospital in Syracuse, St. Marianne Cope, cared for a saint with this condition at the end of his life. That saint, Father Damien, contracted this disease while on the island of Molokai, helping Hawaiians inflicted with it. Institutions that cared for people with this disease often called Lazar houses because they were dedicated to St. Lazarus. For 10 points, chapter 13 of the book of Leviticus states that people with what disease, which causes disfiguring sores, are unclean. And the answer is leprosy. This figure could perform the salmon leap and warp spasm. 3 magic spears killed this figure's charioteer, his horse, Liath Makkah, and him. This hero heard the good half of a prophecy stating anyone who took arms that day would become famous from Cathbad. He is sometimes considered an incarnation of the light god Lu. This hero chose to eat dog meat rather than be inhospitable, breaking a taboo. He rejects the advances of a disguised Morrigan. As a child, this hero kills a dog with a hurling ball and acts as a guard dog in its stead. This man fought against the army of Queen Maeve during a cattle raid. For 10 points, name this Hound of Ulster. And the answer is Cu Chulainn. This empire lost the Battle of Akroinon and was opposed by the Hashemiyya sect. Founded by Muawiyah I after victory in the First Fitna, this dynasty administered its vast holdings through 6 administrative diwan. This empire was overthrown after the Battle of the Zab, but persisted in Al-Andalus as the Caliphate of Cordoba. Forces of this dynasty killed Hussein ibn Ali at the Battle of Karbala and were defeated by Charles Martel at Tours. For 10 points, name this second Islamic caliphate based at Damascus and succeeded by the Abbasids. And the answer is the Umayyad Caliphate. One character on this show refers to a locomotive that runs on us in a montage. Its second season opens with Betty White attacking that character with a makeshift crossbow/noose super tool and ends with Pierce donating $100,000 that he won in a paintball battle before seeming to leave the Spanish study group led by Jeff Winger. Chevy Chase and Joel McHale appear in, for 10 points, what NBC sitcom set in an educational institution? And the answer is Community. The line, "Such is my love, to thee I so belong," comes from one of these works, written to a fair youth. Hundreds of these works dedicated to Laura are contained in El Canzionere by Petrarch, while A Dark Lady is the subject of 26 of this type of poem. Shall I Compare Thee to a Summer's Day was one of 154 written by William Shakespeare. For 10 points, name this 14-line poetic form. And the answer is sonnet. This leader served as the Minister of Information and Broadcasting during the Shastri government. The Shah Commission investigated alleged abuses of power by this leader, including the Turkmen Gate incident and forced sterilizations. To escape an electioneering conviction, this leader ruled through executive decree during the emergency. This leader oversaw the Smiling Buddha nuclear tests and ordered an attack on the Golden Temple at Amritsar, which precipitated this woman's assassination by her Sikh bodyguards. For 10 points, name this daughter of Jawaharlal Nehru, the first female Prime Minister of India. And the answer is Indira Gandhi. If one of these structures lacks 0 as an eigenvalue, it is non-singular, and the reduced row echelon form of these entities is computed in Gauss-Jordan elimination. If conformable, they feature non-commutative multiplication, and reflecting one of them over its main diagonal creates its transpose. They are not invertible if and only if their determinant does not equal 0. That calculation is written as A times D minus B times C for the 2x2 type of this construct. For 10 points, name this mathematical construct a rectangular array of elements. And the answer is matrix. This man founded the State Research Bureau to persecute the Acholi and Longi ethnic groups. After seizing power from Milton Obote, this man renamed his palace the Command Post and expelled 50,000 Asians from his country. This dictator led a failed invasion of a country led by Julius Nyerere and allegedly ordered the murder of Dora Bloch. After this man allowed a PLO hijacked plane to enter his country, Israeli special forces responded with the raid on Entebbe. For 10 points, name this self-declared, quote, conqueror of the British Empire, unquote, and notorious dictator of Uganda. And the answer is Idi Amin Dada. Children often sing a hymn to this figure, written by Tulcidas, his namesake Chalisa. He led an army of his people in the construction of a bridge called the Rama Setu. This god becomes giant and leaps across the ocean in the Sundara Kanda, then shrinks to the size of a cat to show a signet ring. Jambavan reminds this son of Vayu of his full powers. With Vali and Sugriva, he leads the Vanaras. In order to heal Lakshmana, this god carries a mountain filled with herbs. He sets a fortress on fire after Ravana burns his tail in Lanka. For 10 points, name this figure often shown bowing before Rama and Sita, a Hindu monkey god. And the answer is Hanuman. It stands on a cliff overlooking the lake to its south, and a hole in that cliff, covered with ivy, takes one by water directly beneath here. If Muggles approach it, they only see a crumbling ruin with a sign that says, "Danger, do not enter, unsafe." The largest single staff of house elves in Britain is found here. The oak front doors here can apparently be taught to recognize people. Pedestrians here need to be aware of solid walls pretending to be doors, staircases that lead somewhere different on a Friday, and a notorious trick step that you sink into. For 10 points, name this school for witches and wizards of the British Isles. And the answer is Hogwarts. During the Death Eater's control over Hogwarts, this character was nearly arrested for throwing a support Harry Potter party. During the summer of 1995, he served as an emissary to the chieftain Carcass. He was the one who brought the infant Harry to his aunt and uncles. His wand was snapped after his expulsion from Hogwarts, and he keeps the shards of it inside his pink umbrella. In 1996, he met his half-brother, a giant who was picked on for being a runt. Over the years, he has raised a number of interesting creatures that any sane person would find terrifying. For 10 points, name this gamekeeper of Hogwarts. And the answer is Rubeus Hagrid. This object is at least 1,000 years old. It was formerly a possession of Godric Gryffindor, and another possession of his can be withdrawn from it. Nearly Headless Nick has heard it give several warnings in the past, each time advising that the people of Hogwarts stand together and be strong from within. During the school year, it presumably composes the song it will sing at the next year's welcome feast. Its origin lies in the founding of Hogwarts, when the founders endowed it with intelligence. Its role is to decide what house incoming Hogwarts students will be in. For 10 points, name this talking piece of magical headwear. And the answer is the Sorting Hat. Harry and his classmates were instructed in it by Wilkie Twycross, who quickly earned the ire of his students by focusing overmuch on the 3Ds of this. Harry likens its sensation to being forced through a very tight rubber tube. Since one has to be of age and receive a license after taking a test to legally do this, the side-along variety of it can be performed with minors. If this is done incorrectly, splinching can result. To do it, a wizard concentrates on their destination and then turns on the spot. For 10 points, name this wizarding ability to teleport that one cannot do within the Hogwarts grounds. And the answer is apparition. The earliest depiction of this object is in a German illuminated manuscript from the 10th century, in which 3 warlocks are pictured in great discomfort alongside one of these objects. Early in their history, they were roughly made and only basically enchanted. More sophisticated enchantments began in 1901 when the first racing model was produced. In 1935, Jocunda Sykes became the first person to cross the Atlantic Ocean using one of these. For 10 points, name this preferred flying transport of European wizards. And the answer is broomstick. This character claims to have a scar above their left knee shaped like a map of the London Underground. He is named in part for his father, who was sent to prison after attacking a group of muggles in their village. That attack was actually in retaliation for those muggles' attack on this character's younger sister. Before that sister's death, he had written articles on alchemy and transfiguration, but afterward he cancelled plans to travel the world with his friend and returned home to become head of the family. His first teaching post was as the transfiguration professor at Hogwarts. For 10 points, name this headmaster of Hogwarts and mentor of Harry. And the answer is Albus Dumbledore. A 1612 Goblin Rebellion was centered here. It contains the only wizarding post office that we have seen where tiny Scops owls are available for use in local deliveries only. Fred and George considered opening another Weasley's Wizard Wheezes here after the closing of the original joke shop here. Harry was at first denied entry here because the Dursleys had not signed the necessary paperwork, but was allowed to start going after receiving permission from his godfather. For 10 points, name this only entirely magical village in Great Britain that Hogwarts students can visit on certain weekends starting in their 3rd year. And the answer is Hogsmeade. It disappeared from historical record for about 100 years before being described in a letter by Godwin Neen to his cousin in Norway. The first observations of it were conducted in the 11th century by the witch Gertie Kettle, who only knew the name of one day of the week. By the time Neen wrote to his cousin, this had spread across Britain, made use of barrels rather than trees, and included men with clubs. For 10 points, name this activity named after the marsh it was first played in, the most popular sport of the wizarding world. And the answer is Quidditch. During the Second War, this character was believed to be responsible for the death of Amelia Bones. His wand is made of yew with a phoenix feather core. Growing up, he was raised in part by a matron named Mrs. Cole, who grew increasingly concerned as nasty incidents of his bullying and stealing among the other children at the orphanage were suspected. While at Hogwarts, he learned that his father was not a wizard, and so he fashioned a new name for himself. The majority of the wizarding world now prefers not to speak that name. For 10 points, name this now deceased Dark Lord in the wizarding world.
And the answer is Lord Voldemort or Tom Marvolo Riddle. The original owner of this object was said to be a proud man who requested it as a reward from someone whom he wished to humiliate. The last one to possess this object dropped it in a forest in the hope that it would never be found. Voldemort obtained it while still at Hogwarts, but would later hide it in the same place that he obtained it. That place was the house of the last living descendants of Cadmus Peverell. Albus Dumbledore recovered this object and destroyed it at great cost. The curse upon it was to kill him within a year and permanently injured his hand. For 10 points, name this Deathly Hallow that can conjure an apparition of the dead. And the answer is the Resurrection Stone.
One song by this band notes, "My makeup may be flaking, but my smile still stays on." This band, whose guitarist has a PhD in astrophysics, reached number 1 in the US with Crazy Little Thing Called Love, but only number 6 with a song that begins, "Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy?" For 10 points, name this British rock band, led by Freddie Mercury, whose hits include "We Will Rock You," "We Are the Champions," and "Bohemian Rhapsody." And the answer is Queen. The 1578 Battle of Al-Akher Kibir in this country saw troops led by Abd al-Malik defeating an invading Portuguese force. Historical dynasties that ruled this country include the Idrisids and the Alauid family. In the 11th century, a Berber chieftain built its city of Marrakesh. This country claims the autonomous Western Sahara as its southern provinces. Rabat is the capital of, for 10 points, what northwestern African country whose largest city is Casablanca? And the answer is Morocco. A man with this occupation supposedly died of shame after losing a contest with Mopsus. Mopsus was the grandson of a man with this occupation, whom Hera transformed after he beat 2 mating snakes. Calchas was one of these people who suggested the sacrifice of Iphigenia. A blind man with this occupation advised 7 generations of kings in Thebes and was transformed into a woman for 7 years. After she spurned Apollo, a woman with this ability was cursed never to be believed. Tiresias and Cassandra were, for 10 points, what kind of people who have the ability to predict the future? And the answer is prophets. People may become part of this group through the act of pabaja as many as 7 times in some traditions. Men under the age of 20 may become trainees known as samaneras in this group according to regulations laid out in the Vinaya. Some people of this type attempted to become mummified while alive in the practice of Sokshin Butsu. Saicho and Honen were 2 of these people who respectively brought the Tendai and Pure Land schools to Japan. These people may use a wooden fish to keep rhythm while chanting. The third jewel of Buddhism consists of people of this occupation, the community of which is called Sangha. For 10 points, name these religious people responsible for guiding the laypersons who live in temple communities to achieve nirvana. And the answer is Buddhist monks. A boundary dispute with Britain over this state's border was resolved in 1903 and involved determining the exact meaning of vague terms such as the mountains parallel to the coast. The Gastineau Channel separates the capital city of this state from the mainland. The largest national forest in the United States, the Tongass National Forest, covers a sizable portion of this state, including its state capital. A series of islands and inlets that stretch along this state's southeastern panhandle is a popular cruise ship route called the Inside Passage. Popular tourist destinations in this state are the cities of Ketchikan and Sitka. For 10 points, name this state whose capital is Juneau, the largest state by area. And the answer is Alaska. A player from this team lost a perfect game when Jose Tabata leaned into a pitch. Before being traded for Alfonso Soriano, Brad Wilkerson was the first player from this team to hit for the cycle. As general manager of this team, Mike Rizzo has signed free agents Jason Worth, Daniel Murphy, and Max Scherzer. After being knocked out of the playoffs in the 2017 NLDS, this NL East team fired manager Dusty Baker and hired Dave Martinez. For 10 points, name this MLB team of Ryan Zimmerman, Steven Strasburg, and Bryce Harper, which plays in the nation's capital. And the answer is Washington Nationals. Engineers involved in this project included John Findlay Wallace and John Frank Stevens. One early attempt to set its parameters was the 1850 Hay-Pauncefote Treaty, but it proceeded in earnest after the 1903 Hay-Braunau-Faria Treaty. Overflows of Lago Alajuela can cause its closure, and people using this project also pass through Gatun Lake. For 10 points, name this artificial waterway allowing travel between the Atlantic and Pacific through a Central American isthmus. And the answer is Panama Canal. A kingdom in this modern-day country was legendarily defeated by the Jewish queen Gudit. In this country, Operation Solomon rescued some people who, according to the Kebra Nagast, were descended from the Queen of Sheba. This country was invaded in the Ogaden War. This country was led by Mengistu as the head of the communist Derg, which came to power following the ouster of a man venerated in Rastafarianism. This country resisted European domination by defeating Italy at the Battle of Adowa under the leadership of Menelik II. For 10 points, name this African country which joined the UN under Haile Selassie. And the answer is Ethiopia. This deity once attempted to embarrass another deity by impregnating him, but later found that he had impregnated himself. This god was worshipped at Ombos, and he has been depicted fighting Apep on Ra's sun barge. This god carries the Wasp scepter, and he once lost a boat race when his opponent painted his boat to look like it was made of stone. After killing his brother by cutting him into 14 pieces, this god had a bitter rivalry with his nephew Horus. For 10 points, name this evil Egyptian god of chaos and disorder. And the answer is Set. An analog of this structure, found in fungi, helps clog the cell to prevent leakage of the cytoplasm and is named for Mikhail Voronin. A disease that affects this structure is caused by a mutation in the PHYH gene and causes buildup of phytanic acid. The excess of such fatty acids caused by the absence of this structure can be reduced with a mixture known as Lorenzo's oil, which is used to treat sufferers of Zellweger syndrome. Proteins named after this organelle transport the antifungal glucosinolate, and this organelle's main function is achieved through the activity of the enzyme catalase. For 10 points, name this organelle whose main task is the breakdown of H2O2. And the answer is peroxisomes. The integral of the Dirac delta function over any interval containing 0 has this value. The probability of any event plus the probability of the event's complement equals this number. It represents true in Boolean algebra. The logarithm of this number with any base is 0, since any number b to this power equals b. It is the multiplicative identity since it times any number x equals x. For 10 points, name this smallest positive integer. And the answer is 1. Two members of this movement collaborated on And the Hippos Were Boiled in Their Tanks in 1945. Another member of this movement wrote, I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness in the poem Howl. William Burroughs, Allen Ginsberg, and the author of On the Road, Jack Kerouac, were members of, for 10 points, What 1950s American literary movement stereotyped by bongo-playing poets that inspired the hippies of the 1960s? And the answer is the Beat Generation. Many of these objects are shown along the center of a Song Dynasty scroll depicting the Qingming Festival. One type of these objects was used against the forces of Toyotomi Hideyoshi during his invasion of Korea and was given a nickname that referred to how its defensive covering resembled a turtle. One of these objects carried a giraffe from Malindi back to the imperial court of China. During Kublai Khan's invasion of Japan, many of these objects were redirected by kamikaze winds. For 10 points, name these objects exemplified by the junks commanded by Zhang He on his expeditions. And the answer is ships. The former Prime Minister of Ukraine, Pavlo Lazarenko, was one of many leaders mentioned in these documents. These publications were created by law firm Mossack Fonseca. Edward Snowden called them the biggest leak in the history of data journalism. As a result of these documents, Sigmund Gunnlaugsson, the Prime Minister of Iceland, resigned. Soccer star Lionel Messi was found guilty of tax fraud after these documents were leaked as well. For 10 points, name these documents leaked by the ICIJ, which showed how multiple corporations and individuals avoided paying higher taxes. And the answer is the Panama Papers. In Hungarian mythology, Hodor is the god of this concept. One deity of this concept was hit in the face when a man became enraged and threw a bull's leg at her, and another deity of this event owns the Stymphalian birds. The Egyptian goddess of this event is named Sekhmet and nearly destroyed all of humanity before Ra got her drunk. The Greek god of this concept was caught having an affair with Aphrodite by Hephaestus. For 10 points, name this concept, gods of which include the Babylonian Ishtar and the Greek Ares. And the answer is war. Unrest in this country caused by the murder of James Scobie led to the formation of the Ballarat Reform League and backlash from thousands of gold miners. After Lachlan Macquarie filled the position of the deposed William Bligh, the Rum Rebellion broke out in this country. This country's longest-serving prime minister was Robert Menzies, who founded its Liberal Party and famously called the middle class the forgotten people. A leader of this country gave a speech apologizing for the mistreatment of its stolen generations, and that prime minister, Kevin Rudd, was succeeded by Julia Gillard in 2010. Aborigines are the indigenous people of, for 10 points, what country whose capital is Canberra? And the answer is Australia. This artist created a campaign poster based on an earlier work for a Senate candidate from Connecticut in 1982, which added the slogan, "Jobs, not cheese." In a painting by this man, a blue-haired girl drowns while thinking, "I'd rather sink than call Brad for help." This artist is best known for a style that started with a picture of Donald Duck's fishing hook catching the back of his jacket in Look Mickey, and used that style of dark outlines and Ben-Day dots in a recreation of Van Gogh's Bedroom at Arles. For 10 points, name this American pop artist known for comic book-inspired works such as Wham! And the answer is Roy Lichtenstein. A character in this novel says he is going to America before shooting himself, and Lebetsyanikov reveals the framing of Marmeladov's daughter. Svidrigailov is shot at by Dunia in this work, which sees Porfiry Petrovich's mind games and Sonia's urgings provoke the protagonist to confess the murder of the pawnbroker Alyonia Ivanov and her sister Lizaveta. Raskolnikov appears in, for 10 points, what Fyodor Dostoevsky novel? And the answer is Crime and Punishment. One of this actress's roles was a fast food worker who wins a snowboarding championship. This actress also played a literature student who marries a brilliant scientist with motor neuron disease. In a 2016 film, her character, Dr. Sienna Brooks, attempts to unleash a virus but is stopped by Robert Langdon. Another 2016 film saw her character infiltrate a base on Scarif to exploit a vulnerability her father placed into the Death Star. Jyn Erso was portrayed by, for 10 points, what star of Rogue One? And the answer is Felicity Jones. For the first time ever, all SATs were canceled across this country in May 2013. During this country's 2012 parliamentary elections, the NIS spy agency was accused of manipulating votes to defeat an antivirus software mogul. A president from here in the early 2000s introduced the Sunshine Policy. The first non-Middle Eastern outbreak of MERS took place in this country in 2015. Nearly 300 high school students drowned on a ferry boat in this country in 2014. It has conglomerates called Quizbowls. It disputes the Liancourt Rocks with Japan. For 10 points, name this country which engages in many standoffs with its communist neighbor. And the answer is South Korea. This team, along with Arsenal, was the first team to play with numbered shirts. Some of this club's expensive flops have included Andriy Shevchenko and a Spaniard who had previously captained Atletico Madrid at the age of 19. In December 2015, this team fired their renowned Portuguese manager for the second time, who had won 3 Premier League titles with the club. Didier Drogba led this team to its first UEFA Champions League title during the 2011-2012 season, after losing in the final to Manchester United 4 years prior. For 10 points, name this Premier League club previously led by Jose Mourinho that wears blue jerseys when playing home games at Stamford Bridge. And the answer is Chelsea FC. This man once ran a marathon because it was on the way. He has won the Lifetime Achievement Award twice, and 2 countries once fought a war over his nationality. This man knows 3 languages that only he speaks, and he reportedly chased the bulls while on a visit to Spain. His business card reads, "I'll call you." This man once played Russian roulette with a fully loaded Magnum and won, and he is known to say, "Stay thirsty, my friends." For 10 points, name this man who doesn't always drink beer, but when he does, he prefers Dos Equis. And the answer is the most interesting man in the world. This actor played a cripple who sells his identity to Ethan Hawke's character in Gattaca. This actor won an award for Best Actor in a Supporting Role for Dickie Greenleaf in The Talented Mr. Ripley and portrayed Soviet sniper Vasily Zaitsev opposite Joseph Fine in Enemy at the Gates. 2 years later, he played Confederate soldier W.P. Inman in Cold Mountain. For 10 points, name this English actor who recently played Watson in Sherlock Holmes. And the answer is Jude Law. Juntos is a program in this country that pays money to rural families each month to incentivize them to attend school and get regular health checkups. In November 2016, one city in this country witnessed protests against the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, in which 21 world leaders met in this country soon after. This nation's April 2016 presidential election saw Keiko Fujimori lose the vote to Pedro Pablo Kuczynski. This country's Communist Party is better known as the Shining Path and has been the source of internal conflict since the late 1960s. For 10 points, name this South American nation governed from Lima. And the answer is Peru. This deity was syncretized with the funerary god Seker and the scimitar-wielding Tenin. Much of the myth of this god is recorded on the Shabaka stone. In depictions, A menot hangs from the back of his neck, and he wears a skull cap. The deified physician Imhotep is said to be this god's son. He created the world by imagining words, which became objects when spoken. The reincarnating bull god, Apis, was worshipped in this deity's temple. This consort of Sekhmet created the metal plate that supports the vault of heaven with his skills as a craftsman. For 10 points, name this creator god of Memphis. And the answer is Ptah. In this city, a clock with the times of 148 major cities around the globe is topped by a sculpture of an atom and is known as the Urania World Clock. A major boulevard in this city is named after a June 17, 1953 workers' uprising, and is continued by an avenue whose name translates as Under the Lindens after it passes through Tiergarten. Checkpoint Charlie was a heavily guarded crossing point between the American and Soviet occupation sectors in this city, whose Brandenburg Gate lay between its very separated west and east portions. For 10 points, name this city that used to be divided by a wall during the Cold War, the capital of Germany. And the answer is Berlin. The shallow diagonals of Pascal's triangle sum to these numbers, which are expressed in closed form by Benet's formula. The ratio between this sequence's consecutive terms approaches the golden ratio. Originally used to model breeding rabbits, it is defined recursively with the nth term equal to the sum of the n minus first and n minus second terms. For 10 points, name this sequence of numbers that begins 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. And the answer is Fibonacci sequence. According to myth, two twin brothers encountered this figure when they went hunting too far east of their home, and in another, this figure rescued a group of people from inside a giant. In another myth, this figure tells a giant that he can break his leg and then heal it in order to make the giant run faster, but he ends up just breaking it. This figure caused Changing Bear to become evil and kill her brothers. For 10 points, name this trickster god of North American mythology who shares many mythological traits with Raven. And the answer is Coyote. In one scene, this character advises his companion, "It were not for your quiet nor your good to let you know my thoughts." This character remarks, "I will wear my heart upon my sleeve for daws to peck at," before warning a senator that his daughter is making the beast with two backs. This character murders his wife Amelia after she admits that this character bid her steal a strawberry embroidered handkerchief, which this character plants with Cassio. This character calls jealousy the green-eyed monster as he manipulates the titled general into strangling Desdemona. For 10 points, name this honest villain of Othello. And the answer is Iago. This author wrote "Tomorrow is darkness, joy today" at the end of a poem in which he tells a band to play, play, play. In a poem by this author, a mother explains it's had tacks in it and splinters and boards torn up after telling her son, "Life for me ain't been no crystal stair." In another poem, this author described being lulled to sleep by one of the title things, which are older than the flow of human blood in human veins. That poem concludes, "My soul has grown deep like the rivers." For 10 points, name this Harlem Renaissance poet of "The Negro Speaks of Rivers." And the answer is Langston Hughes. In a novel by this author, the head porter fires a lift boy at the Hotel Occidental after Robinson comes to visit. In another novel by this author,
a gatekeeper tells a man that he may be able to pass a gate in the future, but not now. In that novel, a priest tells the parable before the law to the protagonist, who is later killed like a dog. A father injures his son by throwing apples at his back in a novella by this author in which a salesman awakes to find that he has been transformed into a monstrous vermin. For 10 points, name this author who wrote about the arrest of Joseph Caw in the trial and described Gregor Samsa's transformation into a giant insect in The Metamorphosis. And the answer is Franz Kafka. Jamie Lockhart falls in love with Rosamund Musgrove after kidnapping her from a house in this state in The Robber Bridegroom. A character from this state repeats "I don't hate it" after being asked a question by his Harvard roommate Shreve. That character drowns himself in the Charles River after he realizes that his sister Caddy is not a virgin. Quentin Compson tells his roommate about Thomas Sutpen's 100-square-mile estate in this state's fictional Yoknepuntopha County, which is the setting of Absalom, Absalom, and The Sound and the Fury. For 10 points, name this home state of Eudora Welty and William Faulkner. And the answer is Mississippi. In this novel, a woman is abruptly fired from her job after 2 soldiers appear at her workplace with machine guns. That character is inspired by a Latin phrase she finds engraved on a cupboard meaning, "Don't let the bastards keep you down." In this novel, the lesbian Moira briefly reunites with its central character at the underground nightclub Jezebel's. This novel's central character remembers Serena Joy's work as a singer on TV before she plays Scrabble with Serena's husband, the Commander. For 10 points, the fanatically religious nation Gilead oppresses women like Offred in what novel by Margaret Atwood? And the answer is The Handmaid's Tale. In this novel's first chapter, a woman gives birth in the Polonia court to a character who later marries a girl named after the wisteria flower. After a character in this novel reads a poem that ends, "May lavender, the hue of the troth, be as fast," another character marries the daughter of the minister of the left. The title character of this novel is often addressed with the epithet shining. The death of this novel's title character is implied by a blank chapter titled "Vanished into the Clouds." Lady Aoi is one of the many romantic partners of this novel's title prince. For 10 points, name this 11th century novel by Lady Murasaki Shikibu. And the answer is The Tale of Genji. In a story by this author, a character obsessively repeats the Jesus prayer while on a date. A character in a story by this author labels a woman a goddamned sneak after accusing her of staring at his feet before he shoots himself in his hotel room. Seymour describes the title creatures while at the beach in a story by this author, who described the Glass family in Franny and Zoe and A Perfect Day for Banana Fish. This author also wrote a novel in which a character leaves Pensy Prep and returns home to spend time with his sister Phoebe. For 10 points, name this author who portrayed the life of the teenager Holden Caulfield in The Catcher in the Rye. And the answer is J.D. Salinger. Ezra Pound criticized this author for using Latin syntax in the phrase, "Him who disobeys me disobeys." A poem by this author decries vain deluding joys that dwell in some idle brain before praising divinest melancholy. This author asked, who would not sing for a drowned shepherd in a pastoral elegy dedicated to Edward King? This author of Il Penseroso and Lycidas wrote an epic poem that seeks to justify the ways of God to men. In that epic by this author, a character claims better to reign in hell than serve in heaven after rebelling against God. For 10 points, name this English poet who wrote of Satan corrupting Adam and Eve in Paradise Lost. And the answer is John Milton. In this play, a character swears to stay in this city and beat this racket before his mother reveals that she finished paying off her mortgage. A waiter in this play is asked for directions to a seed store by a man who is later seen madly planting those seeds in his front yard. That man is told that the jungle is dark but full of diamonds by a hallucination of his brother Ben. In this play, a character flunks math after he discovers that his father is having an affair with the woman. This play's title character kills himself in a car crash in order to get life insurance money for his son Biff. For 10 points, name this Arthur Miller play about the demise of Willy Loman. And the answer is Death of a Salesman. In a novel by this author, the octopus Grigory is classically conditioned to attack a woman named Kotya. In another novel by this author, the former SS psychiatrist and LSD enthusiast, Dr. Hilarious, treats a character who discovers that the acronym WASTE is linked to a conspiratorial postal service named Tristero. The line, "A screaming comes across the sky," begins a novel by this author in which V2 rockets correspond to the sexual exploits of Tyrone Slothrop. For 10 points, name this postmodern American author of The Crying of Lot 49 and Gravity's Rainbow. And the answer is Thomas Pynchon.
This state's MLS team plays in the former Multnomah Stadium. Its flagship state university is home to the legendary track and field venue Hayward Field and is supported by Phil Knight, the co-founder of Nike. This state's NBA team was led by Bill Walton to a 1977 title and is currently led by Damian Lillard and LaMarcus Aldridge. College football's Ducks play in, for 10 points, what Pacific Northwest state home to the Timbers and Trailblazers based in Portland? And the answer is Oregon. Important molecular markers linked to this condition include NFAT1 and NFAT5, transcription factors that increase motility in the body. Inactivating ER-alpha overexpression with tamoxifen can effectively treat the luminal A and luminal B subtypes of this condition. The presence of Reed-Sternberg cells differentiates two forms of a type of this condition. Those cells, combined with a mutation of the guardian angel of the genome, the p53 gene, can cause the Hodgkin subtype of this condition. For 10 points, name this condition characterized by tumors that is often treated with combinations of surgery, radiation therapy, and chemotherapy. And the answer is cancer. This author wrote a story in which the inhabitants of Lagash experienced darkness for the first time. Along with nightfall, This author wrote a series of novels featuring the investigative interactions of Elijah Ballion R. Daniil Oliva. Hari Seldon invents the science of psychohistory in this author's novel, Foundation. For 10 points, name this Russian-American science fiction writer who depicted the 3 laws of robotics in his collection, I, Robot. And the answer is Isaac Asimov. The signing of this free agent caused Omer Asik to request a trade. He set a finals record with 9 blocks in a Game 4 loss, but his team then lost the 2009 NBA Finals to Los Angeles. In 2012, Andrew Bynum was dealt to Philadelphia as part of a 3-team trade that made this player a Laker for 1 season. For 10 points, name this center, nicknamed Superman, who signed with the Houston Rockets in 2013. And the answer is Dwight Howard. With Oliver Tambo, this man opened the first black-run legal practice in his country. This leader hid from the government while disguised as a cook and a farm worker at a Lily's Leaf farm. This man called a democratic and free society an ideal for which I am prepared to die, while he was co-defendant in the Ravonia trial. This leader received a life sentence that was to be served on Robben Island. This leader of the ANC opposed the Truth and Reconciliation Commission after being released from prison by F.W. de Klerk. For 10 points, name this first post-apartheid president of South Africa. And the answer is Nelson Mandela. The ghost of this man features in the Netflix series Big Mouth. This man began his musical career playing with Wilbur Sweatman, a career he later revived with a successful performance at the 1956 Newport Jazz Festival. This man's band contained musical talents like trombonist Juan Tizol and saxophonist Johnny Hodges, and rose to prominence through gigs at the Cotton Club. This man wrote hits like Sophisticated Lady and Mood Indigo, and with Billy Strayhorn created Take the A Train. For 10 points, name this American band leader and jazz pianist who composed It Don't Mean a Thing If It Ain't Got That Swing. And the answer is Duke Ellington. Art installations along this river, designed to tell historical stories, were created by the Confluence Project. Near this river, an Air Force test released enormous amounts of radioactive iodine as part of the Green Run. It names a 1964 international treaty governing dam construction under which the Keenly Side Dam was built, separating the Arrow Lakes. This river's Hanford Reach was used to cool the reactors that produced the plutonium used in the Trinity test. Finishing a huge power station on this river resulted in the reservoir known as FDR Lake. The Barlow Road allowed travelers to bypass part of this river. Along this river, Fort Clatsop was visited by the Corps of Discovery on the Lewis and Clark expedition. The Grand Coulee Dam was built on, for 10 points, what river that made up much of the Oregon Trail. And the answer is the Columbia River. Feuerbach's circle can be drawn by connecting certain points of these figures. The center of that circle, also known as the 9-point circle, lies on the Euler line in one of these shapes. One can calculate their area using the semi-perimeter according to Hero's formula. Other formulas used with these shapes include the law of sines and the Pythagorean theorem. For 10 points, name these shapes whose interior angles sum to 180 degrees and which contain 3 sides. And the answer is triangles. This ruler signed a treaty with Tahmasp at Amasya, which established Erzurum as a buffer area in eastern Anatolia. This ruler's main architect is buried just outside the Crown on the Hill Mosque named after this leader. This ruler was served by the mosque-building architect Sinan. A small army, led by Captain Nikola Jurisic, managed to hold off this ruler's army at the Siege of Guns, and he won a battle where Louis II of Hungary died. This sultan was prevented from invading Europe due to his failure to capture Vienna in 1529. For 10 points, name this son of Selim the Grim, the sultan who ruled at the peak of the Ottoman Empire. And the answer is Suleiman the Magnificent. On the right side of this painting is a red barn, and on the left, a green railing can be seen on the porch of the Dibble House, which the artist encountered in Iowa. One of the two central figures in this work wears a colonial apron, and the other wears overalls. The artist's sister and dentist modeled for 10 points, what Grant Wood painting in which a sad-looking woman and a farmer holding a pitchfork stand in front of a house? And the answer is American Gothic.
In this war, a group of immigrant deserters formed St. Patrick's Battalion and fought against the United States. This war resulted in a cession of land that was later adjusted by the Gadsden Purchase. Winfield Scott led an amphibious assault on Veracruz during this war, which was ended by the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. For 10 points, name this 1846 to 1848 war against an army led by Santa Anna. And the answer is the Mexican-American War.
Martha Wright and 99 other participants in this event signed the Declaration of Sentiments, which notes that all men and women are created equal. Lucretia Mott was the featured speaker at this 1848 event in upstate New York, which benefited from Quaker ideals of equality. For 10 points, name this convention organized by Elizabeth Cady Stanton, a landmark moment in the women's rights movement. And the answer is the Seneca Falls Convention. This polymer was first synthesized in vitro by Kobayashi and Shota. Schweizer's reagent is used to make derivatives of this compound by dissolving it. A substance made mostly of this protein is formed in the Kraft process. This polymer is built from a repeated structure of beta-1,4 glycosidic bonds, which is a reason for its high tensile strength. During cytokinesis, this polymer is secreted from the cell membrane after pectin is secreted, and the middle lamella is formed. This structure's function is fulfilled by murine or peptidoglycan in bacteria. For 10 points, name this difficult-to-digest polysaccharide made of glucose, which is primarily found in plant cell walls. And the answer is cellulose. Taylor Hicks participated in an April Fool's Day performance of this song, which has been inserted into Groundhog Day and covered in the style of Bob Dylan. The Glee prom featured this song, which includes the lyric, "Seeing everything, the time is goin'." A dilemma regarding non-assigned seating takes place shortly after 7 a.m. on the title day of, for 10 points, what disliked YouTube video by Rebecca Black? And the answer is Friday. This actor chose a purple weapon so he could see himself as Mace Windu in large battle scenes. He asked, "Where is my super suit?" as the voice of Frozone. In one film, John Travolta tells this actor that, in France, a quarter pounder with cheese is called a royale with cheese. He threatened to quit one movie if its name was changed from Snakes on a Plane. For 10 points, name this actor who played S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury in The Avengers. And the answer is Samuel L. Jackson. A popular activity in this game is spleefing. Patches to this game frequently remove Herobrine, a ghost rumored to be Notch's dead brother. Players in this game create nether portals with obsidian and use redstone to make powered rails. Zombies and creepers spawn at night in this game, threatening the only playable character, Steve. For 10 points, name this Mojang sandbox game featuring 1 cubic meter blocks. And the answer is Minecraft. Mark Twain negatively compared this sect to the Spanish Inquisition in a book titled for it. A seminary that shares its name with this sect was founded by one of the leaders of the New Thought movement, Emma Curtis Hopkins. This sect holds that illusions about death separate one's mortal mind from God's divine mind. The founder of this sect rose again on the third day after slipping on ice, several years after being treated by the mesmerist Phineas Quimby. The mother church of this sect is undergoing renovations in Boston, but its reading room is open. Its main text offers a key to the scriptures and argues that sickness can only be cured with prayer healing. For 10 points, name this denomination founded by Mary Baker Eddy that publishes a namesake Monitor newspaper. And the answer is Christian Science. The extended version of this man's algorithm gives solutions to Diophantine equations. He proved that there are an infinite number of prime numbers, and his aforementioned namesake algorithm is used to find the greatest common denominator. He names a claim about the existence of a unique parallel line his fifth postulate. This father of geometry is, for 10 points, what Greek mathematician who wrote The Elements? And the answer is Euclid. After a city in this state voted for a 2014 referendum banning fracking within city limits, its legislature passed a law forbidding cities from making such bans. Although T. Boone Pickens' scheme to build the world's largest wind farm in this state failed, as of 2018, it produces the most wind power of any U.S. state. This state's Railroad Commission is unusually powerful because it regulates the energy industry rather than railroads. The oil-rich Permian Basin is in this state, which is in the southern terminus of the Keystone XL pipeline. This state's oil industry is centered in the Midland-Odessa metropolitan area. For 10 points, name this state where many oil companies are headquartered in Houston. And the answer is Texas. Carmichael's theorem states that, after the 13th of these numbers, each of these numbers has a prime divisor that does not divide any smaller one of these numbers. That 13th of these numbers, 144, is one of only 3 perfect squares in this sequence, the ratio of whose consecutive terms approaches the golden ratio. Its terms are defined recursively as the sum of the 2 previous terms. An Italian mathematician names, for 10 points, what sequence that begins 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. And the answer is the Fibonacci sequence. This country's DISIP security agency houses political prisoners in a converted modernist shopping mall called the Helix. The majority of the world's Pemon language speakers live in this country's Canaima National Park, which is the site of many sandstone mesas known as tepuis. One of this country's landmarks is named after the American aviator who crash-landed on it in 1937. Much of this country's crude oil deposits are located in a 5,100 square mile tidal bay that has a notable duckweed infestation. Angel Falls is in this country, and its central Llanos region is irrigated by the Orinoco River. Lake Maracaibo is located in, for 10 points, what country whose capital is Caracas? And the answer is Venezuela. This biblical book describes how a man burns half of his wood and makes an idol out of the other half, stating that he feeds on ashes. A figure who was pierced for our transgressions and crushed for our iniquities is known as the Man of Sorrows in this book. This book says that in the future, men will beat their spears into pruning hooks and their swords into plowshares. Bernard Dumm identified 4 poems in this book as the servant songs. Matthew chapter 1 verse 23 states that a verse from this book refers to the birth of Jesus. That verse states that a virgin will conceive and bear a son and name him Emmanuel. For 10 points, name this book of the Old Testament the first of the major prophets, which precedes the book of Jeremiah. And the answer is Book of Isaiah. It isn't in Oregon, but this peninsula's Valley of the Giants contains many gigantic cactuses. This peninsula was explored by Francisco de Ulloa, who disproved the long-held misconception that this peninsula was actually an island. Japanese immigrants to this peninsula city of Ensenada may have invented the fish taco. The mouth of the Colorado River is located on the northeastern base of this peninsula. Many obnoxious American college students visit this peninsula's resort town of Cabo San Lucas. For 10 points, Tijuana is the largest city in what Mexican-controlled peninsula located to the south of California? And the answer is Baja California. In this work, Dioneo is exempt from following the orders of the king or queen each day. This work includes a story told by Fiametta, which relates how Federigo seeks the love of Mana by cooking his prized falcon. That story is one of the 100 tales told by 10 people from Florence who tell stories for 10 days while escaping the plague in, for 10 points, this collection of stories by Boccaccio. And the answer is the Decameron. Robert Ford was the U.S. ambassador to this country when it severed diplomatic ties in 2012. The People's Protection Units, led by Sipan Hemo, has worked around this nation's city of Kobani. Several hundred died in its city of Gauta during an August 2013 chemical weapons attack, and this country has also seen the Hula Massacre and Raqqa campaign. An estimated 11 million of this country are displaced, many of whom fled to Europe. Bashar al-Assad rules from Damascus in, for 10 points, what country experiencing a civil war? And the answer is Syria. The Three Kingdoms of Korea period was ended by a war between the Goguryeo and this dynasty. Like its predecessor, this dynasty abandoned the 9-rank system and instituted a self-rule system called Jimi. By many accounts, the only female emperor ever interrupted this dynasty, which was attacked by a rebellion that led to the execution of Yang Guifei, one of the 4 beauties. Emperor Zhuangzhang led this dynasty to its greatest extent, though he would later be attacked by a northern Sadagan general in the An Lushan rebellion. This dynasty was founded by Emperor Gaozi and featured poets like Du Fu and Li Po in its golden age. For 10 points, name this Chinese dynasty that lasted from 718 to 907 AD between the Sui and Song dynasties. And the answer is the Tang dynasty. When this god was challenged to drink a cup in 3 draughts, he was unable to do so because he found out that he was drinking the sea itself. After one man breaks the bone of one of this god's goats, this god takes that man as his servant. After this deity received a glove from the giantess Grid, he used it to throw a piece of hot iron through a pillar in order to kill Gerid. Loki had to ask dwarves to make new hair for this man's wife Sif after cutting it off, and those dwarves also made this god's famous iron weapon. For 10 points, name this wielder of the hammer Mjolnir, the Norse god of thunder. And the answer is Thor. Chiari malformations are structural defects in this structure. Infection can result in damage to this structure in prion diseases and Miller-Fisher syndrome. The primary cells of this structure receive weak signals from the parallel fibers of granule cells and strong signals from climbing fibers. When this structure is attacked by anti-Yo antibodies, Purkinje cells are destroyed. The substantia nigra is located in this structure's basal ganglia. Damage to this brain structure is tested the same way as drunkenness, due to its function in language, attention, and motor control. For 10 points, name this part of the brain with a name meaning little brain. And the answer is cerebellum. This empire's society was strictly divided into an upper caste called Hanan and a lower caste called Hurin. It was divided into 4 provinces led by Apos. Men in this empire were required to farm for 65 days per year and spend the rest on public service. This empire was built around clans called Ailus. Runners trekked 200 miles a day in this empire to share messages. Knotted strings were used to communicate across its extensive road system. This sun-worshipping empire used alpacas and llamas as their only beasts of burden. For 10 points, name this empire that constructed Machu Picchu, which was centered in pre-colonial Peru. And the answer is the Incan Empire. A character in this work refuses a marriage proposal from St. John and doubts Alice Fairfax, who blames strange sounds on Grace Poole. Mr. Brocklehurst causes the death of Helen Burns, whom the protagonist meets at Lowood School in this novel. Bertha Mason was the first wife of Edward Rochester, who eventually marries the protagonist of, for 10 points, this novel by Charlotte Bronte. And the answer is Jane Eyre. A British ska band by this name has released songs like One Step Beyond and Our House. This word names a series of cartoons made by Crinkles about a man somewhere in Nevada who fights the sheriff, Jesus, and the clown, and has episodes titled Avenger, Redeemer, Combat, and Aggregation. The most famous use of this word was by a messenger who insulted a queen and threatened a people with slavery and death, shortly before being kicked into a well. For 10 points, this is what word that is occasionally followed by This is Sparta. And the answer is madness. Daniel Gravius was a missionary to this island and translated texts into the local Siraya language. The 1907 Beipu and 1930 Musha incidents were uprisings on this island against a colonial ruler. The 17th century kingdom of Tungning on this island hoped to restore the Ming dynasty to power. This island, previously called Formosa, saw the 1950 arrival of the Kuomintang with their leader Chiang Kai-shek. The People's Republic claimed sovereignty over, for 10 points, what island off China's southeast coast? And the answer is Taiwan. He wrote that this is the way the world ends, not with a bang, but a whimper, in his poem, The Hollow Men. He also wrote the collection Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats. The phrase, "the women come and go," talking of Michelangelo, appears in his The Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock. His most famous work states that April is the cruelest month. For 10 points, name this poet of The Wasteland. And the answer is T.S. Eliot. Levinthal's paradox attempts to reconcile how these species manage to reach a state with the least energy in a finite amount of time, despite their infinite number of conformations. The allowed dihedral angles for these species can be determined by plotting the phi and psi angles of their monomers on a Ramachandran plot. Hydrogen bonding between amine and carbonyl groups 4 residues away forms one motif in these biomolecules. Alpha helices and beta sheets make up a large part of these species' secondary structures, which form after the initial polypeptide folds. For 10 points, name these biological molecules whose primary sequences are composed of amino acids. And the answer is proteins. This city's royal family lives in the royal palace of Laeken on this city's outskirts. This city's southern suburb of Biersel is home to the Biersel Castle, which dates from the 12th century. The Kokelberg neighborhood in this city is home to the Art Deco-style Basilica of the Sacred Heart. A sculpture resembling a large iron crystal, known as atomium, was sculpted for the 1958 World's Fair in this city, and Jerome Duquesnoy designed a sculpture in this city above a fountain depicting a little boy urinating called Mannequin Piss. This city is bordered by Flanders to the north and Wallonia to the south. For 10 points, name this city the center of activity for the European Union and the capital of Belgium. And the answer is Brussels. After this man was healed by Henry Francis Flynn following an assassination attempt, he allowed Europeans to settle at Port Natal. This ruler was succeeded by his half-brother Dingane, who killed him after this man ordered for crops not to be planted to mourn his mother Nandi's death. This leader's introduction of the broad-bladed assegai throwing spear and the ikuwa short spear were among his many military innovations, including inventing the loins, chest, and horns of the buffalo formation. For 10 points, name this African warrior who unified the Zulu people. And the answer is Shaka Zulu. A primate-exclusive process that often precedes puberty is characterized by this organ's increased secretion of DHEAS and DHEA. One layer of this organ is highly sensitive to extracellular concentrations of angiotensin II. That region, which is called the zona glomerulosa, secretes aldosterone. This organ may be afflicted with Addison's disease. The medulla of this organ secretes catecholamines, while its cortex secretes mineralocorticoids and glucocorticoids such as cortisol. For 10 points, name these two endocrine glands that sit atop the kidneys and produce epinephrine for the flight or fight response. And the answer is adrenal glands. In 2011, while wearing only his underwear, this man snapped his Achilles tendon while chasing a burglar. This man, whom Conan O'Brien believes is going insane, will be replaced by Soledad O'Brien as moderator of the National Geographic Bee. On Saturday Night Live, Sean Connery terrorizes Will Ferrell's portrayal of this man by misreading category names. For 10 points, name this formerly mustachioed host of Jeopardy! And the answer is Alex Trebek. This place is home to a gumbo that has varieties named after pigeon peas and chicken. That dish is a sopao, an amphibian with common and mountain varieties, which is named for its two-part mating call, is a symbol of this place. That animal is a type of frog known as the coqui. This place's El Yunque National Forest is the only tropical rainforest administered by the National Park Service. Shipping things to this place costs twice as much as shipping to nearby islands due to a law requiring goods shipped in the U.S. to be carried on American ships. That law was temporarily waived in September 2017 in response to a natural disaster on this island. For 10 points, name this U.S. territory affected by Hurricane Maria, whose capital is San Juan. And the answer is Puerto Rico. When this substance was provided to a dying man using a sponge on a reed, some onlookers said, "Wait, let us see whether Elijah will come to save him." A comment about this substance prompted a man to declare, "Woman, what does this have to do with me? My hour has not yet come." This substance prompted a man to tell a bridegroom that, unlike others, he kept the best of this substance for last. That conversation took place at Cana, where some servants were instructed to fill 6 large stone jars during a wedding. After instructing others to consume this substance, Jesus declared, "This is my blood of the covenant." For 10 points, name this beverage that is consumed along with bread during the Eucharist, which was also the product of Jesus' miraculous transformation of water. And the answer is wine. One person classifying these communications was Alan Gardiner, who started with a category for man and his occupations. Thomas Young studied them, as did Jean-François Champollion, who consulted the Philae obelisk. Uniting was the meaning of a Shen ring with 2 whips when shown among these ideograms. A cartouche was used to encircle rulers and gods' names in these, such as Anubis or Tutankhamun. The Rosetta Stone helped to decipher, for 10 points, what writings of ancient Egypt. And the answer is hieroglyphics. This scientist's eponymous algorithm subtracts multiples of one of its inputs from the other to find greatest common factors. He also lends his name to systems in which, given a line and a point not on it, there is exactly one line parallel to the given line through the given point. For 10 points, name this ancient Greek who started from 5 axioms and 5 postulates, including the parallel postulate, in his set of 13 books about geometry, The Elements. And the answer is Euclid. Deities of this entity include the Aztec Chalchiuhtlicue and the Hawaiian Namaka. One god of this place turned the woman Canis into the warrior Canis after he raped her. The Japanese deity of this entity commonly takes the form of a dragon called Ryujin, and the Norse god of this place fathered 2 children with his own sister. Those children, Freyr and Freya, were fathered by Njord. For 10 points, name this place, deities of which include the Greek Poseidon and the Roman Neptune, which refers to the part of the earth that is not land. And the answer is the sea. This government body resolved the Yazoo land scandal and determined in 1803 that even though John Adams erred in not delivering a commission, the Judiciary Act in question was unconstitutional. This body was led for over 30 years by John Marshall, who helped decide the Marbury v. Madison case. For 10 points, name this group of 9 justices the highest court in the United States. And the answer is the United States Supreme Court. In one scene, this character uses reverse psychology to get a phone, but later drops it into the toilet after his Aunt Veronica FaceTimes him. Earlier, he signs up to be a tree in a play to pelt Patty with apples in revenge for making him fail a geography quiz. This great-grandson of Meemaw is known as Bubba by his younger brother and had an intense crush on Holly Hills during middle school. In The Third Wheel, Abigail Williams causes this character to become jealous of his best friend, Rowley Jefferson. Roderick and Manny are brothers of, for 10 points, what protagonist of the Diary of a Wimpy Kid series? And the answer is Gregory Heffley. During this leader's tenure, a group including Paul Rose abducted trade consul James Cross and a man whose body was found in the trunk of a car. This head of state's terms were interrupted by Joe Clark. When this leader was accused of mouthing profanity at opposition members, he claimed to have said fuddle-duddle, and he improved his nation's welfare system in the Just Society program. After Pierre Laporte's death, he declared "Just Watch Me" before invoking the War Measures Act against the FLQ to resolve the October crisis. For 10 points, name this Canadian Prime Minister whose son Justin is the current Prime Minister. And the answer is Pierre Trudeau. This city used hellebore to poison the wells of Kira during the First Sacred War, and it stored silver offerings in its Siphnian treasury. A temple once located here was inscribed with the maxim "Know thyself" and contained the altar of the chains. An outcrop known as Sibyl's Rock overlooks the Temple of Apollo in this city, where the ruins of the Tholos Temple can be seen, and its sloped theater provides a view of the Valley of Phocis. This city, located on Mount Parnassus, was the site of a fuming rock chasm where the Pythia was seated on a tripod, and Apollo was said to have slain Python here while guarding the Castalian Spring. For 10 points, name this Greek city home to a famous oracle. And the answer is Delphi. This artist painted his sister Sophie surrounded by grieving family members in Death in the Sick Room, one of his Frieze of Life paintings. The eruption of Krakatoa may have inspired the red sky in this artist's most famous work, which overlooks a harbor and focuses on a bald, twisted figure that holds its hands to its face and performs the title action. For 10 points, name this Norwegian artist who painted The Scream. And the answer is Edvard Munch. In one movie, this character becomes separated from her family after she hears her mother crying, and leaves to find shells to cheer her up. In the post-credits scene of this character's namesake film, the Tank Gang is visible, but their faces are obscured due to filth accumulated from the group's year in entrapment. This character comes up with nicknames for her friend's son like Chico, Fabio, Bingo, Harpo, and Elmo. This character's memory improves greatly over the course of the film, as shown by her ability to remember addresses and people like P. Sherman 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney. This character consoles Marlin after bumping into him as he searches for his son. For 10 points, name this blue fish that starred in the sequel of Finding Nemo. And the answer is Dory. Eugene Terreblanche founded the AWB in this country in the 70s. A sociology professor who served as this nation's president was assassinated in 1966. The League of Nations Covenant was largely written by this country's World War II Prime Minister, John Smuts. A Truth and Reconciliation Committee in this country looked into the beating of Steve Biko. It established Bantustans. This country's reformist leader, P.W. Botha, lost power after a stroke and was replaced by F.W. de Klerk. It suffered the Sharpeville Massacre in 1960. A one-time inmate at Robben Island was elected president of this country in 1994. For 10 points, name this home of Nelson Mandela. And the answer is Republic of South Africa. Bill Cullen hosted the precursor to this show. Craig Ferguson believes that this show's longtime host is a vampire. That host helped demolish Craig's old set. Terry Neese won a Big Green Egg grill before becoming the only contestant to make a perfect bid in this show's final game, although a bid within $250 wins the contestant both showcases. Also featuring games like Cliffhangers, Plinko, and the twice-played Big Wheel, named this CBS daytime game show formerly hosted by Bob Barker. And the answer is The Price is Right. Participants of this activity stopped a naked woman from vandalizing St. Luke's Church in Connecticut. 2 men walked over an Encinitas, California cliff while doing this activity. A JAMA International Medicine study estimated this activity caused thousands of distracted driving incidents in July 2016. Its participants have to go outside of North America to obtain 3 of its species, the rare Kangaskhan, Farfetch'd, and Mr. Mime. For 10 points, name this augmented reality game played on mobile devices which involves gym-trained creatures. And the answer is Pokemon Go. Secretion of this hormone is triggered through the closing of octameric potassium channels that consist of 4 IRK channels and 4 sulfonylurea receptors. This hormone is synthesized from its precursor through the cleavage of the 24 amino acid leader sequence and the 31 amino acid C-peptide. The bovine form of this protein was sequenced by Frederick Sanger. In the liver, this hormone stimulates production of glycogen. This hormone has the opposite effect of glucagon and is produced by the beta cells of the pancreas. For 10 points, name this hormone whose deficiency results in diabetes mellitus. And the answer is insulin. Shortly before this man died, some extraordinary chambers were formed in partnership with the UN to assess his collaborators. This man's orders were carried out at places like Cheong Ek. This man worked with Iang Sari, Nuon Chea, and Comrade Duke, who operated a facility in a former high school usually known by a numerical abbreviation. This man called himself Brother Number 1 and ruled Kampuchea starting in year 0 after the overthrow of Lon Nol. This man had people who spoke foreign languages or wore glasses murdered by the millions at killing fields. For 10 points, name this genocidal leader of the Khmer Rouge and dictator of Cambodia. And the answer is Pol Pot. In The Theory of Composition, this poem's author explains why the poem's prophet seems like a demon that is dreaming but can only say one word. The speaker asks the title creature to return to night's Plutonian shore, but it stays on the pallid bust of Pallas in his room. This poem speaker laments the loss of dear Lenore, while the title bird repeats nevermore in, for 10 points, what poem by Edgar Allan Poe? And the answer is The Raven. Half the sum of the side lengths times the in radius gives this quantity. This value is equal to half the product of two side lengths with the sine of the opposite angle. It is also given by the square root of the semiperimeter times the difference between the semiperimeter and each side, which is called Heron's formula. The most common formula to find this value uses an altitude of the shape. For 10 points, name this quantity equal to 1/2 base times height. And the answer is area of a triangle. The official newspaper of this religion is known as the Final Call. Adherents believe that the Book of Ezekiel proves the existence of a giant spaceship named the Mother Plane. Rising to prominence through a documentary titled The Hate That Hate Produced, this religion was founded in 1930s Detroit by Wallace Fard. This religion states that the island of Patmos was the birthplace of white people created by Dr. Yaqub. One of its key leaders was Elijah Muhammad, who rejected slave names and renamed Cassius Clay as Muhammad Ali. 3 members of this religion assassinated a former advocate, Malcolm X. For 10 points, name this religion currently led by Louis Farrakhan, which is sometimes classified as a hate group and black supremacist. And the answer is Nation of Islam. A character in this play is said to have chanted snatches of old tunes after falling out of a willow tree, and another character warns an actor not to saw the air too much with your hand before a performance of The Murder of Gonzago, which is staged for King Claudius in this play. Gertrude is the mother of the title character, who causes the death of Ophelia by pretending to be insane. For 10 points, name this Shakespeare tragedy about a title Prince of Denmark. And the answer is The Tragedy of Hamlet. This man stabbed Henry Rathbone to begin his escape. Boarding house owner Mary Surratt was one of 4 people hanged for conspiring with this man, who was shot and killed in a burning barn. Samuel Mudd was arrested for treating this man's leg, which was broken after he fell to the stage of Ford's Theater shouting Sic Semper Tyrannis. For 10 points, name this actor and Confederate supporter who, on April 14, 1865, shot and killed Abraham Lincoln. And the answer is John Wilkes Booth. The KDEL retention sequence prevents proteins from leaving this structure, which also contains binding immunoglobulin protein. Desmotubules link these organelles through plasmodesmata, and the COP1 protein targets vesicles moving into this organelle. One form of this organelle that releases calcium is found in muscle cells and is known as its sarcoplasmic type. One part of this organelle functions in lipid production and metabolism, while the other part is covered with ribosomes and is involved in protein synthesis. For 10 points, name this organelle that comes in rough and smooth forms and surrounds the nucleus of a cell. And the answer is endoplasmic reticulum. An object in this movie, kept in the forbidden West Wing, will finish wilting on one character's 21st birthday. A series of stained glass windows reveals how that object was given to that character by an enchantress just before the song Bonjour begins. The words tale as old as time, word as old as rhyme are paired with this film's title in a ballroom melody sung by Mrs. Potts. For 10 points, name this Disney classic featuring Belle, Gaston, and a titular monster. And the answer is Beauty and the Beast. The El Kazaite sect reportedly engaged in a form of this practice to treat those who have been bitten by rabid dogs. 1 Corinthians chapter 15 verse 29 has been used to justify a vicarious form of this practice. Catechumens are individuals who are receiving instruction to be prepared for this practice. In the Great Commission, Jesus urged this practice to be performed in all nations. A controversial form of this practice has been used on Anne Frank and other Holocaust victims by Mormons who believe it can be used on the dead. The believers' form of this practice is performed for grown adults, though it is more often performed for infants. For 10 points, name this rite which John performed for Jesus, in which the participant is initiated into Christianity using water. And the answer is baptism. In one work by this artist, a bowl of fruit sits by a window behind a woman in a green coat who stares into her coffee. In another of this artist's works, a cash register can be seen in an empty store in the background. This artist of Automat created a painting that includes an advertisement for 5-cent Phillies above 2 men and a woman in a red dress sitting at a diner counter. For 10 points, name this artist of Nighthawks. And the answer is Edward Hopper. This god killed one of his lovers after she fell in love with Ischus. This god, who helped Alcathos build the walls of Megara, got the fates drunk in order to protect one of his favorites, Admetus. This god became the father of the beekeeper Aristaeus by the huntress Cyrene, and this lover of Coronus had the skin flayed off of the satyr Marsyas after beating him in a music contest. To escape this deity, a nymph prayed to her father, the river god Peneus, to turn her into a laurel tree. This father of Asclepius killed the sons of Niobe. For 10 points, name this pursuer of Daphne, a non-Helios sun god who was the twin brother of Artemis. And the answer is Apollo. Eggplant Mike is a recurring character in a webcomic based on this, and the XKCD store sells fortune cookies based on it. Its name comes from a scene that promotes a dish that includes baked beans, except the baked beans are off. That scene involves Vikings singing of the titular lovely and wonderful foodstuff. Common varieties of this include pleas from Nigerian princes and misspelled advertisements for Viagra. Contrasted with bacon and often filtered out of your Gmail or Hotmail inbox, name these unwanted email solicitations. And the answer is spam emails. This character looks like his great uncle, who sent a substitute to the Civil War and started a family hardware business. In his younger and more vulnerable years, he was told not to criticize people who may not have had his advantages. He has a love affair with the golfer Jordan Baker and went to a funeral with Henry Gatz. The second cousin once removed of Daisy Buchanan, for 10 points, identify this narrator of The Great Gatsby. And the answer is Nick Carraway. In an episode of this TV series with guest star Richard Speight Jr., one character dies both from eating tacos and falling in the shower. And in a different episode, a character remarks that gay love can pierce through the veil of death after his dead intern saves him. In the 2017 season of this series, one character remarks after shooting Hitler in the head that he deserves some pie. And in Season 5, a character throws a Molotov cocktail at Michael and calls him an assbutt. That character, who always wears a trench coat, is later resurrected by Chuck, who is secretly God. For 10 points, name this CW television series that follows the multiple lives and deaths of the monster hunting brothers Sam and Dean Winchester and the Angel Castile. And the answer is Supernatural. The Malvida map projection preserves this quantity, which is given for solids of revolution by Pappus's first theorem. Gabriel's horn has an infinite amount of this quantity. It can be found under a curve via integration, and for triangles using the semi-perimeter and Heron's formula. For a circle, pi r squared gives, for 10 points, what quantity that for a rectangle is expressed as width times length. And the answer is area. An algorithm named for Euclid can be used to find the GCD, or to perform this operation on integers. Subtraction of two logarithms is equivalent to first performing this operation on the two arguments of the logarithms. A synthetic version of this operation can be used on polynomials, but this operation is not defined if the second operand is 0. Its result is called a quotient. For 10 points, name this operation the inverse of multiplication. And the answer is division. A figure on this TV show is known for his use of demoralizing phrases such as referring to people as the little cockroaches they are. That man was given the sarcastic nickname Mr. Wonderful. Another man on this show, who was involved on this show in companies such as 21 Productions, is the current owner of the Dallas Mavericks. The most successful venture from this show is Scrub Daddy, which Lori Greiner bought a 20% stake in for $200,000. For 10 points, name this reality television show where companies pitch investment opportunities whose stars include Barbara Corcoran, Kevin O'Leary, and Mark Cuban. And the answer is Shark Tank. This man released a rap single entitled Super Saiyan. In November 2017, this man's brother was detained in China for shoplifting, and this athlete led Chino Hills High School to a national championship in 2016. This man's father, LeVar, has attracted controversy for his assertive statements and his Big Baller brand apparel company. Despite an early exit from the NCAA tournament, this player was named the top freshman in college basketball while starring for UCLA. For 10 points, name this much publicized NBA point guard who was drafted in 2017 by the Los Angeles Lakers. And the answer is Lonzo Ball. A set of 3 sacred examples of these features is found at Dewa and is venerated by a sect founded by En-no Gyoja. Worship of these features was incorporated into Shugendo, some practitioners of which are named for prostrating themselves at these features. Yamabushi are considered mystics of these features. One of them, named Hiei, was the site of the Enryakuji Monastery, which was raised by Oda Nobunaga. An hourglass-shaped one of these features, which measures 80,000 yojanas in height and is named Sumeru, is the axis mundi in Buddhism. Along with flowers, one of these features was represented by Sakuya Hime. That example of these features contains a crater with 8 sacred peaks. For 10 points, Fuji is an example of what kind of landform? And the answer is mountains. One of this band's songs is named for a phrase said by attackers of Dan Rather. Another song's chorus begins, "That's me in the corner, that's me in the spotlight." And a third song notes, "It's time I had some time alone," and name drops Leonard Bernstein. Disbanding in 2011, 31 years after being founded by Peter Buck and Michael Stipe in Athens, Georgia, for 10 points, named this band of Losing My Religion and It's the End of the World as We Know It. And the answer is REM. This actor appears as Justin Halpern's father in a show adapted from Halpern's Twitter account, and he recently played a sex-crazed, mad cow-afflicted, undefeated lawyer who ends each episode drinking on a roof with Alan Shore, played by James Spader. In his most famous role, he kills a Gorn captain with an improvised cannon after the Metrons force him to fight. In that role, he commands officers Chekhov, Uhura, and Spock on the Starship Enterprise. Name this actor who played Denny Crane on Boston Legal and Captain James Tiberius Kirk on Star Trek. And the answer is William Shatner. During the 1800s, this city's Babu culture fostered a cultural revival in it. One battle that took place near this city saw Yar Latuf and Mir Jafar betray one side. After losing the Battle of Buxar, Mir Qasim was forced to give up this city to the British East India Company. Robert Clive launched a campaign against Siraj-ud-Dowlah as a result of an event that occurred in this city. That incident occurred when Siraj trapped several British prisoners of war in a cramped prison cell. For 10 points, name this Indian city that was the location of a notorious black hole. And the answer is Calcutta. Smaller wooden versions of these objects were given the name kava kava, meaning ribs. The British Museum exhibits one of these objects stolen from Orongo by the crew of the HMS Topaze. All of these objects were displaced within 150 years after Jakob Roggeveen became the first Westerner to discover them. These objects were constructed from material mined from the crater of Rano Raraku. Worship of these objects, which were sometimes topped by a red hat-like pukao, gave way to a so-called Birdman cult. These objects were displayed on platforms called ahu and were made from tuff, a rock made of compressed volcanic ash. For 10 points, name these humanoid monoliths venerated by the Rapa Nui people of Easter Island. And the answer is Moai. In this work, one character breaks Rule 23 in favor of Rule 72. In a later scene, the title object appears on an X-ray that a doctor calls something incredible. Glazed donuts and coffee cups dance around the main character in a spooky dream sequence in this musical, dissuading him from transferring to Orlando. The title of one number from this musical refers to a phrase used to curse God, Hasa Diga Eubawi. Ugandan villagers in this musical produce a play combining science fiction with the life of the American Moses. Andrew Rannells and Josh Gad played Elder Price and Elder Cunningham on the original cast of, for 10 points, what musical about two proselytizers of the title religion? And the answer is the Book of Mormon. The wood carvings of the Bagaya Monastery are on the banks of this river in the former royal capital of Amarapura. Teak logs are often transported along this river, the longest in a country that supplies half of the world's teak supply. The confluence of the Mali and Namai rivers into this river was the planned site for the controversial Mietsone Dam. One can find George Orwell's former red brick house along the banks of this river. The Kachin people reside on the banks of this river, whose basin was the site of the kingdom of Pagan. In one poem, Rudyard Kipling gave this river the nickname the Road to Mandalay. For 10 points, name this longest river in Myanmar that flows into the Andaman Sea. And the answer is the Irrawaddy River. On one episode of this show, Jack Gruber's use of electricity allows him to command Aaron Danzig. Towards the end of its third season, a former member of the Falcone crime family died for a second time, and characters on this show sought the antidote to the Alice Tetch virus. Other characters on this series include Edward Nigma, Ivy Pepper, and the butler Alfred Pennyworth. Ben McKenzie plays police detective James Gordon on, for 10 points, what Fox series named for the city protected by Batman? And the answer is Gotham. In Tintin stories, Sir Francis Haddock commands a ship named for this organism. The throne chair of Denmark was said to be composed of them, and in Neil Gaiman's Stardust, one of these animals fights a lion for a crown. In venture capitalism, this slang term is used for startups worth $1 billion, but Canadian tech firms are also called narwhals. These legendary creatures are sometimes labeled monoceroses, and their bony head projections purportedly had medicinal value. For 10 points, name these one-horned creatures. And the answer is unicorn. This team's 1977 defense, devised by Jerry Glanville, allowed only 129 points in 14 games and was known as the Grits Blitz. When it lost Super Bowl 33, its quarterback was Chris Chandler, and later its 2006 quarterback became embroiled in a dogfighting scandal. This team recently moved into Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and its 2016 roster included Pro Bowlers Alex Mack and Julio Jones. A 25-point lead was blown in Super Bowl 51 by, for 10 points, what team led by Matt Ryan? And the answer is the Atlanta Falcons. Depending on whom you ask, this man is either the oldest of 28 or 47 children. This man was picked 27th overall in the 1986 NBA draft, and after a loss that season to the Celtics, claimed Larry Bird was overrated because he was white. This man was traded to the Bulls during the 1995-1996 season, winning multiple rebounding titles while playing alongside Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. More recently, this man has made headlines for his well-publicized visits to North Korea. For 10 points, name this cross-dressing, strong defensive player, most notable for his time spent with the Chicago Bulls. And the answer is Dennis Rodman. This album makes the claim that being in the back of a French museum still counts in a track titled for that museum. This album was co-written by Jack Antonoff, partially explaining its tone shift. This album debuted at number 1 on the Billboard Top 200, 2 places above the peak position of its artist's debut album, Pure Heroin. This album's artist claimed that its title was intended as a callback to Greek performance. This album's first track is named for a street signal and discusses a breakup. Singles released in the lead-up to this album's release include Sober, Liability, and Greenlight. For 10 points, name this album by Lorde. And the answer is Melodrama. The trophy for this event was changed after 1970 and ceased to be named for this event's creator, Jules Rimet. North Korean media claimed Kim Jong-il used an invisible cell phone to achieve a strong showing against Brazil at this event. In 1966, controversy erupted at this event when a Soviet linesman wrongly awarded a goal to host England against West Germany. Against the hosts of the 2014 edition of this tournament, Germany trumped Brazil 7-1. For 10 points, name this quadrennial soccer tournament that was held in Russia in 2018. And the answer is FIFA World Cup. Andy Mooney developed this group in 2000. The company that lends its name to this group describes one of its members as spreading the message, "Explore New Worlds." Lily James portrayed a member of this group in a movie, as did Mandy Moore, and 5 members of this group are of royal blood, 2 married into royalty, 1 is a warrior, and 1 is a fairy. The latter was replaced by the first African-American member in 2010. The first Pixar character to be introduced to this group was Merida. For 10 points, name this group featuring Cinderella, Belle, and other fictional female protagonists from the title company. And the answer is Disney princesses. This player threw 2 touchdowns in a playoff game victory that ended with a Kyle Williams fumble. Asante Samuel nearly intercepted a pass that was thrown by this player intended for David Tyree during the Super Bowl. Later in that drive, this man completed a touchdown pass to Plaxico Burress. In one game against the Dallas Cowboys, this man threw a touchdown pass that was caught one-handed by Odell Beckham Jr. For 10 points, name this New York Giants quarterback who won both Super Bowl 42 and 46. And the answer is Eli Manning. This movie features a character whose father made his fortune from the invention of toaster strudel. This film is based on a book by Rosalind Wiseman, Queen Bees and the Wannabes, and was produced by Tina Fey, who also appears in it as a math teacher and purported drug pusher. That allegation appears in Regina George's burn book in this film. For 10 points, name this 2004 film starring Lindsay Lohan, in which the limit does not exist and fetch isn't going to happen. And the answer is Mean Girls. The members of this musical group began their musical careers alongside Laurent Bronkovitz, forming the group Darlin in 1992. In a track on their most recent album, a man being interviewed informs the listener that Everybody Calls Me the name of that track. This group composed the music for Tron Legacy and has not gone on tour since 2007. For 10 points, name this French house music duo that released the album Discovery and, along with Pharrell Williams, are up all night to get lucky. And the answer is Daft Punk.
This band sang We're Gonna Celebrate and Dance So Free in one song performed in a giant pyramid during their Alive 2007 tour. This band of One More Time mentions the Legend of the Phoenix in their highest charting single. That song, from the 2013 album Random Access Memories, features Pharrell Williams noting We're Up All Night. For 10 points, name this French electronic music duo of Get Lucky. And the answer is Daft Punk. Eleanor and Larry are portmanteaus for relationships involving this band, which sings If You Walk Away, I Know I'll Fade in one song. This band, which released the book Dare to Dream in 2012, formed after a suggestion by Nicole Scherzinger on The X Factor, and its first single is directed to a girl who smiles at the ground. Louis and Niall are members of, for 10 points, what British boy band that sings What Makes You Beautiful? And the answer is One Direction. This group's eschatology holds that an apocalyptic struggle on the plains of Dabiq will usher the coming of the Antichrist. A 2015 article by Graham Wood attempts to answer the question, where did it come from and what are its intentions? This group perpetrated the Sinjar massacre against Yazidis in 2014, but lost its prize city of Fallujah in 2016. Boko Haram has pledged allegiance to this self-proclaimed caliphate, formerly led by Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, who many still believe to be alive. For 10 points, name this genocidal group in Iraq and Syria that shook the world with its beheadings. And the answer is ISIS. One character in this work jokingly dates her love to the day she saw Pemberley Estate, and Charlotte Lucas marries Mr. Collins after her friend rejects him. This novel begins when Netherfield is rented by a single man in possession of a good fortune, and in it, Lydia marries Mr. Wickham and Jane weds Mr. Bingley. Elizabeth Bennet and Mr. Darcy overcome poor first impressions in, for 10 points, what novel by Jane Austen?
And the answer is Pride and Prejudice. The narrator of this film sees his condominium destroyed by a volcanic blast supposedly triggered by his refrigerator. To cope with his chronic insomnia, he co-founds the titular entity, which meets in the basement of Lou's bar. His partner, who sells fine soap made from human fat stolen from liposuction clinics, establishes the organization's 8 rules. Based on a Chuck Palahniuk novel, name this film in which Tyler Durden twice gives the command, "You do not talk about" the title place. And the answer is Fight Club. Eisenstein's criterion tells if certain types of V's are irreducible over the rational numbers. If they involve only one variable, these objects will have at most n-1 extrema and n-2 inflection points if they are of degree n. 1 over x is not this type of expression, because the exponent on the variable must be a positive integer. For 10 points, name this type of mathematical expression exemplified by quadratics such as x squared plus 3x minus 5. And the answer is polynomials. It's not like Nicaragua, but the bull shark is endemic to and sometimes named for this body of water. The mopane tree and a namesake woodland biome grow near this body of water. This river splits into the Muselo, Inhamasango, and Milambi rivers. The Kabompo and Lungwebungu rivers are the largest tributaries of this river, which forms near Kaleni Hill. The Kariba and Kahora Bassa dams are on this river. The Kwando, Chobe, and Okavango rivers, along with this river, border the Kaprivi Strip. This river, which includes the Devil's Cataract, flows from Zambia into the Indian Ocean through Mozambique. David Livingstone named a feature that he discovered on this river after his queen. For 10 points, name this 4th longest river in Africa, the site of Victoria Falls. And the answer is the Zambezi River. The first prime minister of this country came to power following the Hopatoun blunder. A leader of this country gave a speech calling the middle class the forgotten people. A different leader of this country, whose first prime minister was Edmund Barton, expanded its role in Vietnam with the slogan, "All the way with LBJ." That shortest-serving leader of this country, Harold Holt, mysteriously disappeared while swimming. Prime Minister Kevin Rudd apologized for the stolen generations to this country's Aborigines in 2008. For 10 points, name this country whose prime ministers have included Robert Mingus, John Howard, and Julia Gillard. And the answer is Australia. In Super Smash Bros. Brawl, only King Dedede has a longer grab range than this Pokemon. In the base set trading card game, its energy burn turns all energy cards into fire energy, and its fire spin deals 100 damage. In Generation 1, this is your rival's final Pokemon if you began the game with Bulbasaur. The cover of Pokemon Red features, for 10 points, what fire flying type Pokemon the final evolution of Charmander? And the answer is Charizard. The Bektashi order of Sufis divides dervishes according to whether they follow this practice or not. Because the present form of the world is passing away, Paul advocates for this practice in 1 Corinthians chapter 7. Because this practice led to salvation, it was followed along with vegetarianism by Cathars known as the Perfect. Verses from the 19th chapter of Matthew supported a reaffirmation of a doctrine concerning this practice made at the Council of Trent. A sermon given to Wenceslaus Link cemented Martin Luther's opposition to one form of this practice. In Judaism, this practice is discouraged due to the command in Genesis to be fruitful and multiply. For 10 points, name this practice followed by Catholic priests who thus remain unmarried. And the answer is celibacy. This event was partly prompted by a political party's poor showing in regions like the Northwest Frontier Province in a 1937 election. In the lead up to this event, mobs gathered at the Ochterlony Monument on Direct Action Day. A.K. Fazlul Hook called for this action in a 1940 resolution. This event used the Radcliffe Line commissioned by Lord Mountbatten. A partial failure of this event was fixed by the Line of Control. This event displaced or killed nearly 20 million people, making it the cause of the biggest mass migration on record. It led to the creation of West Bengal, but didn't allocate Kashmir. For 10 points, name this 1947 event that created Pakistan. And the answer is Partition of India. This band performed The Saints Are Coming with U2 for a charity event after Hurricane Katrina. One song by this band, Jesus of Suburbia, is roughly 9 minutes long and split into 5 movements, one of which is City of the Damned. The lead singer of this band dedicated Wake Me Up When September Ends to his late father, which was on the album American Idiot, and another of this band's songs begins with I Walk a Lonely Road, the only one that I have ever known. For 10 points, identify this American punk rock band which created the song Boulevard of Broken Dreams. And the answer is Green Day. This mathematician names the theorem that for a hexagon inscribed in a conic, opposite sides extensions intersections are collinear. He corresponded with Pierre de Fermat to develop probability theory, although that work is unrelated to a theological wager named for him. He also lends his name to a structure whose rows add up to powers of 2. Binomial coefficients are found in, for 10 points, what French mathematician and philosopher's namesake triangle? And the answer is Blaise Pascal. There is a California variety of this by Paul Masson, as famously advertised by Orson Welles. Lindsey Vonn missed the slalom at the 2010 Winter Olympics after injuring her hand mishandling this, and while first trying to seduce Leela, Zapp Brannigan mispronounces it. Lawrence Welk's show opened with the sound of a bottle of this opening, and varieties include the very expensive Dom Perignon and Cristal. Commonly kept on ice for championship celebrations and romantic dinners, name this sparkling alcoholic beverage. And the answer is champagne. This man's last match was a loss to Lucas Rosol in the second round of 2012 Wimbledon before being sidelined by a torn knee tendon. This 2008 Olympic gold medalist and winner of 11 Grand Slam titles beat Novak Djokovic in 2012 on Roland Garros's clay for his 7th French Open title. 4 of those titles came against Roger Federer. For 10 points, name this Spanish tennis player known as Rafa. And the answer is Rafael Nadal. The driest thing one character in this work knows is a lecture on William the Conqueror, and a poem in this novel asks how Father William can stand on his head and balance an eel on his nose. White rose bushes are painted red to appease the decapitation-thirsty Queen of Hearts in this work. It features the Mad Hatter and the Cheshire Cat, who guide the title character after she falls down a rabbit hole. For 10 points, identify this novel by Lewis Carroll. And the answer is Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. This vitamin prevents the formation of insoluble iron compounds and reduces Fe3+ to Fe2+, enhancing its absorption in the body. A deficiency in this vitamin can be characterized by a parafollicular bleeding and corkscrew hair. This vitamin restores the enzyme P4H after its decarboxylation of alpha-ketoglutarate, allowing it to catalyze the formation of hydroxyproline. This vitamin is essential for the proper formation of collagen. Deficiency of this vitamin is characterized by the opening of previously healed wounds and by bleeding gums. For 10 points, name this vitamin whose deficiency can cause scurvy. And the answer is vitamin C. John Keats wrote a poem about George Chapman's translation of this author, who wrote about unfortunate characters who eat Helios's cattle in one of his works. This author wrote about the wrath of Achilles and about Penelope, the mother of Telemachus, who undoes her weaving every night as she waits for her husband to return to Ithaca after the Trojan War. For 10 points, identify this author of the Iliad and the Odyssey. And the answer is Homer. In one video, a bad Arnold Schwarzenegger impersonator sings this song set to scenes from Batman and Robin. In one parody of this song, It's in My Head, It's in My Dreams is sung by a tormented father. John Travolta called this song's performer Adele Dazeem at the 2014 Oscars, where it won Best Original Song. Idina Menzel sings that The Cold Never Bothered Me Anyway in, for 10 points, what hit song from Disney's 2013 film Frozen? And the answer is Let It Go. According to Robert de Boron, this man was conceived by an incubus to become the Antichrist, but Blaise baptized him quickly enough to foil that plan. This man enchanted one of his employers to look like Gorloy, and he revealed to Vortigern that 2 fighting dragons were undoing the construction of Vortigern's castle. Nimue used skills she learned from this man to seal him in a rock. He arranged the conception of his most famous employer by tricking Igraine into sleeping with Uther Pendragon. For 10 points, name this wizard best known for advising King Arthur. And the answer is Merlin. 2 incarnations of this deity are Pashupati and Kalamata. This god's attendants are called the Ganas, and in his female form Mohini, this god tricked Bhasmasura into killing himself by placing his hand on his own head. This god tramples the dwarf Apasmara as the eternal dancer Nataraja. This god cut off one of Brahma's heads, and 5 is a sacred number to him because of his 5 mantras. This god's wife Parvati forced him to put an elephant's head on his son Ganesha. For 10 points, name this Hindu destroyer god who makes up the Trimurti with Vishnu and Brahma. And the answer is Shiva. In one of this man's works, a woman in a white hat fills 4 peasants' coffee cups below a lamp with a single candle. In another work, this man painted a bed with a yellow footboard and red blanket. In addition to the potato eaters and bedroom in Arles, he painted swirling clouds and lights above the village of Saint-Remy, and 2 series of sunflower paintings. For 10 points, identify this Dutch artist who painted Starry Night. And the answer is Vincent van Gogh. These objects are used by some practitioners of Tantric Buddhism to create cups called kapala. In Tibet, these objects are disassembled by Ragyapas, who pulverize these objects and mix them with tsampa or barley flour. Some Buddhists believe that when some of these objects are burnt, pearl-like crystals called sarira are produced. In Islam, these objects are central to the janaza ritual, before which they receive ghusl and are wrapped by a cloth called a coffin. In Zoroastrianism, these objects are placed on top of dakmas or towers of silence. Ancient Egyptians removed the interiors of these objects and placed them inside of canopic jars. For 10 points, name these objects that are fed to vultures during the sky burial. And the answer is corpses. The Abhidharmakosa is a text that describes a Buddhist example of this thing, Naraka. A goddess in Babylonian mythology was forced to remove her clothing in 7 phases in order to gain access to one of these. The Aztec variety of this concept consists of 9 levels and is called Mictlan, and it is ruled over by Xlotl. The Norse version of this place is ruled over by a daughter of Loki, and the Greek version of it shares its name with the brother of Zeus and Poseidon who rules over it. For 10 points, name these realms of the dead, the Greek version of which is ruled over by Hades. And the answer is underworlds. A horse from this country who became a national icon in the 1870s for her perfect record in 54 races is the namesake of the Kinchem Park. This country's Bakoni Mountains lie just north of a lake whose largest inflow is the Zala River. Another lake in this country is the world's largest thermal lake, Lake Heves. Toki wines are produced in this nation's UNESCO World Heritage Site of Tokaj. The Drava River forms much of this country's border with Croatia. Debrecen, near its border with Romania, served as its capital during World War II. After that war, the new currency of the forint was introduced here due to hyperinflation. For 10 points, name this country whose largest ethnic group is the Magyars and whose capital, Budapest, lies on the banks of the Danube River. And the answer is Hungary. During a quest for this item, a god's burning eyes and voracious appetite are explained as a result of not having slept or eaten for 8 days. The Finnish god Ukko has an item analogous to this one that's called Ukon Vasara. This item is used daily to revive a pair of animals whose names translate as Teeth Grinder and Teeth Bearer. A gadfly bit Brocker on the eye while he was making this object in a contest against the sons of Vivaldi, so its handle is too short. This object was once stolen by the giant Thrimmer, and a special belt and pair of gloves are required to wield this weapon. For 10 points, name this hammer wielded by Thor. And the answer is Mjolnir. Episcopal missionary John Magee filmed this event. Robert O. Wilson was the sole surgeon treating the wounded at this event. 2 participants in this event held a contest to see who could kill 100 people with a sword, while German businessman John Rabe established a safety zone during this event. At the International Military Tribunal for the Far East, Iwane Matsui and Hisano Tani were convicted for committing war crimes during this event. For 10 points, name this event which saw Japanese soldiers rape and massacre thousands of citizens in the namesake Chinese city. And the answer is Rape of Nanjing. This man implemented the Dasala system, which required tax payment equivalent to 1/3 of the mean produced of the last decade. This ruler married the Rajput princess Hira Kunwari to gain popularity with his Hindu subjects, and repealed the jizya tax on non-Muslims. This winner of the Second Battle of Panipat created the Din-e-Ilahi, a syncretic religion combining Islam, Hinduism, Zoroastrianism, and Christianity. This emperor exiled his childhood teacher Bairam Khan and fought his son and successor Jahangir. For 10 points, name this grandson of Babur and the 3rd Mughal emperor, often called the Great. And the answer is Akbar. Bosses in this game include Lord Maurogar, Professor Putricide, and the frost worm Syndragosa. Those bosses are found in the Ice Crown Citadel. Another dungeon in this game is Upper Blackrock Spire, where players can earn the achievement Leroy depending on their faction. Players can also earn the achievements for the Alliance or for the Horde. Recently advertised by Ozzy Osbourne and Mr. T, who plays a Night Elf Mohawk, named this popular massively multiplayer online role-playing game released by Blizzard. And the answer is World of Warcraft. This novel's protagonist follows a mysterious noise to a doorway hidden by a tapestry. The first friend that character makes is a robin, who she learns is also the companion of Ben Weatherstaff. An orphaned girl goes to live with her uncle at Misselwaite Manor, where she learns to enjoy playing outside after being given a jump rope by the mother of Dickon. Frances Burnett wrote, for 10 points, what novel in which Mary Lennox discovers the title location? And the answer is The Secret Garden. This country is believed to be the home of the Austronesian language family. Following the February 28th incident, a period known as the White Terror suppressed political opposition in this country. The rebel Kashinga led a government from this present-day country, which was known during colonial times as Formosa. After losing the Chinese Civil War, Chiang Kai-shek fled to this island and set up a Kuomintang-led government. For 10 points, name this island country located off of the coast of China with capital Taipei. And the answer is Taiwan. Tradition states this civilization began after 4 brother-sister pairs emerged from a cave and defeated the Chanka people. The Intihuatana, a ritual stone, and the Torreon Temple were sites used by these people that were excavated by Hiram Bingham. One could hear its citizens speaking Quechua in its capital of Cusco, where leaders such as Pachacuti and Atahualpa presided. For 10 points, name this empire conquered by Francisco Pizarro in South America. And the answer is Incan Empire. This athlete was fined $1,500 for swearing at Jake Garner during a 2009 event while disputing the timing of a Juan Martín del Potro challenge. In television commercials, this player swats a fly in Nike shoes, drives Mercedes vehicles, and pulls a wagon of his trophies onto a NetJet. This husband of Miroslava Vavranek is the father of 2 sets of twins. When this player lost to Sergei Statkovsky in 2013, it ended a streak of 36 quarterfinals or better at majors. For 10 points, name this Swiss tennis player who counts the 2017 Australian Open and Wimbledon among his 19 Slam titles. And the answer is Roger Federer. This political party's 1860 election was disrupted by the walkout of the pro-slavery Fire Eaters. This party was born from an Andrew Jackson-led branch of an original party created by Jefferson and Madison. Stephen Douglas ran for president as a member of this party, but lost to a rival party led by Abraham Lincoln. For 10 points, name this American political party that opposes the Republicans. And the answer is the Democratic Party. This nation is the site of the world's largest Parsi population, which practices Zoroastrianism. The Apostle Thomas founded several churches for Nasrani Christians in this nation. In this nation, a political party ended its Rath Yaga chariot journey shortly before a mob destroyed the Babri Masjid. This country has separate churches for Catholic Dalits in its state of Goa. The final Tirthrakara Mahavira founded Jainism in this country. B.R. Ambedkar converted to Buddhism in this country, prompting many untouchables to follow suit. For 10 points, name this country home to the world's largest Hindu population. And the answer is India. The country where this conflict occurred now celebrates April 30th as Victory Day. Troops supporting Operation Apache Snow in this conflict were commanded by Melvin Zeiss during its Battle of Hamburger Hill. Nick Ut witnessed a napalm attack during this conflict and took a photograph of a young naked girl running from it. Leigh Ducteau and Henry Kissinger negotiated peace accords for this war, whose events included the Tet Offensive and the Saigon evacuation. For 10 points, name this 1960s and 70s conflict in Asia. And the answer is Vietnam War. In the beginning of this segment, The background includes the words thunder and chunky, and the main character sits in a spinning chair. That character later pretends that a spray paint can is deodorant while a cop shakes his baton at him. The Hollywood sign is visible when the main character gets into the unusual taxi. After he plays b-ball outside of the school, his mother gets scared. For 10 points, name this television segment detailing Will Smith's move from West Philadelphia to a certain part of Los Angeles. And the answer is Fresh Prince of Bel-Air intro. In this work, the protagonist's path is blocked by a leopard, a lion, and a she-wolf. That protagonist sees Count Ugolino eating Archbishop Ruggieri and witnesses the punishment of Paolo and Francesca da Rimini. The narrator passes through a gate inscribed with the words "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." For 10 points, identify this first part of the Divine Comedy in which Virgil guides Dante on a tour through hell. And the answer is the Inferno. In one episode of this show, one character attempts to create Nuevo Jerusalem in the desert after losing faith in his intelligence. Another character's shyness around women has only been cursed by experimental pharmaceuticals. That second character is Rajesh, while another character in this show, Howard Wolowitz, only has a master's degree. Penny lives across the hall from Leonard Hofstadter and Sheldon Cooper in, for 10 points, what CBS sitcom about some physicists? And the answer is The Big Bang Theory. This function can be generalized to vector spaces in the form of a norm, and for complex numbers is called the modulus. The derivative of this function is the signum function, which is not defined at 0. It may be interpreted as a number's distance from 0 and has a V-shaped graph. For 10 points, name this function that gives the positive version of a negative input. And the answer is absolute value function. This mathematician proved the law of quadratic reciprocity and showed that a straight edge and compass construction of a 17-gon is possible. As a child, he supposedly found a way to quickly add the integers from 1 to 100, and he names a row reduction method for solving systems of linear equations via matrices called his namesake elimination. For 10 points, identify this mathematician who gives his name to the normal distribution or bell curve. And the answer is Carl Friedrich Gauss. This man recently canceled peace negotiations with a coalition in this country, abbreviated CPP, NDA, NDF. This man refused to fire his country's police chief after Korean businessman Ji Ik-ju was kidnapped and murdered by his country's police. This man was succeeded by his daughter in 2010 after being mayor of Davao City for 22 years. At a 2016 rally, this man complained that he didn't get the chance to be first in line to rape an Australian missionary. This man, who told Barack Obama to go to hell, has offered medals to people who shoot alleged drug dealers. For 10 points, name the current president of the Philippines. And the answer is Rodrigo Duterte. Patients with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome may suffer an aneurysm of part of this structure. This structure is considered overriding in patients with tetralogy of Fallot, and Turner syndrome often results in this structure's narrowing. Baroreceptors in this structure's arch relay blood pressure information to the medulla oblongata. That arch splits off into the brachiocephalic, left common carotid, and left subclavian branches. This structure's descending section passes the diaphragm and terminates by splitting into the common iliac arteries. Oxygenated blood is received from the heart and distributed by, for 10 points, what largest artery in the human body? And the answer is aorta. In a 2007 film, This actor saying, "How gratifying for once to know that those above will serve those down below." He performed the Futterwacken dance and played Sweeney Todd in films with frequent co-star Helena Bonham Carter, and starred as Edward Scissorhands in another collaboration with Tim Burton. Captain Jack Sparrow is played by, for 10 points, what co-star of Orlando Bloom in the Pirates of the Caribbean films? And the answer is Johnny Depp. One form of this process sees XU5P formed via a trans-catalase. A lysine involved in this process is referred to as E, EC, or ECM. This process uses energy from ATP and NADPH to remove a phosphate group from 3-PGA and reduces DPGA to produce the 3-carbon sugar G3P. C4 plants use PEP carboxylase to form oxaloacetate before beginning this process. In the first step of this chemical pathway, carbon is fixed onto RUBP by Rubisco. The end product of this pathway is converted to glucose. For 10 points, name this light-independent step of photosynthesis. And the answer is Calvin-Benson-Bossum cycle. Stephen M. Wasterstrom argued that a creative symbiosis existed between these two religions, since the figure of Metatron in one of them was often used to represent the other's founder. According to a holy text of one of these religions, people of the other religion worshipped Uzair and were called Yahud. One of these two religions uses the term Hanif to designate practitioners of the other during the Age of Ignorance. The founder of one of these two religions was instructed to change the Qibla away from the holy city of the other. Although neither of them is Christianity, members of one of these religions refer to members of the other as people of the book. For 10 points, name these two monotheistic religions which designate the same God as either Allah or Jehovah. And the answer is Judaism and Islam. A religion integrating the traditional Bantu, Fon, and Yoruba beliefs, known as Candomblé, was brought to this country by slaves. But slavery in this country was later abolished in a movement that began with the passage of the Law of the Free Womb. President Juscelino Kubitschek employed Lucio Costa and Oscar Niemeyer to design and construct a new capital for this country, whose independence was previously declared in the Cry of Ipiranga speech. Getulio Vargas began the Estado Novo period to lengthen his rule in this country, and rights to it were given to Portugal by the Treaty of Tordesillas. For 10 points, name this largest South American country. And the answer is Brazil. Although this organ develops within the gut, it is derived from mesenchymal tissue rather than endodermal tissue. Periarteriolar lymphoid sheaths compose much of one portion of this organ. This organ may be absent in patients with Ivemark syndrome, and it is enlarged in patients with Bonte's syndrome. Part of this organ is composed of cords of Billroth, which are rich in monocytes, and the marginal zone separates its two main tissue components. It's not the kidney, but this organ's Malpighian corpuscles are known to synthesize antibodies. Most notably enlarged in patients with mononucleosis. For 10 points, name this lymphoid organ consisting of red and white pulp in which red blood cells are stored and destroyed. And the answer is spleen. Either side of this object is engraved with phrases, "Take me up" and "Cast me away." Accolon uses this item against its owner, who fights back with a copy of it. Its companion piece prevents death from blood loss. A hand reaches out of a pool of water to catch this object when it is discarded. It replaces another object destroyed by Pelennor. After a battle at Comlan, its owner ordered Bedivere to dispose of it. This weapon was first gifted alongside its magic scabbard by Nimue, or the Lady of the Lake. For 10 points, name this powerful sword used against Mordred following the breaking of the sword in the stone wielded by King Arthur. And the answer is Excalibur. This school plays against Michigan State for the Megaphone Trophy, but recently ended its rivalry with Michigan. Its home stadium is overlooked by a mural named The Word of Life. One of this school's linebackers was catfished during the 2012 season. Rudy was a walk-on player for this school, whose football games are televised on NBC. Manti Te'o graduated from, for 10 points, what Catholic university, whose Fighting Irish, play in South Bend, Indiana? And the answer is the University of Notre Dame. This type of conditional statement is formed by negating both the condition and the consequence. This concept does not exist for square matrices with determinant 0 or for functions that are not one-to-one and onto. Reciprocals form this concept for multiplication of non-zero real numbers. That is, multiplying a number in this type of number results in the identity 1. For 10 points, name this mathematical concept of undoing a process. And the answer is inverse. One deity in this religion owns a jewel that can control the tide. In another myth, that same deity crushed the bones of a jellyfish. Two deities of this religion created a leech child after the female deity spoke first during a reproduction dance. A goddess in this religion hid in a cave after her brother destroyed all of her rice fields in a fit of rage. That goddess, Amaterasu, is the sun god of this religion, while her brother Susanoo is the god of the storms. Kami are the deities of, for 10 points, what ethnic religion of Japan? And the answer is Shinto. A man wearing a gold chain places his hand on a statue in this artist's Aristotle with a bust of Homer. He showed 7 doctors watching a demonstration of how a cadaver's arm muscles work in the anatomy lesson of Dr. Nicholas Tulp. A girl with a chicken hanging from her belt appears in this artist's portrait of Captain Franz Bonning Koch's shooting company. For 10 points, name this Dutch artist who painted The Night Watch. And the answer is Rembrandt. A wagon train retreating from this battle was caught at Monterey Pass, but George Meade couldn't catch up to it. During this battle, Louis Amistad advanced to the high watermark of the Confederacy, although Pickett's charge failed to turn the tide of this July 1863 battle. For 10 points, name this battle of the Civil War whose site was made a cemetery after Abraham Lincoln gave a namesake address there. And the answer is Battle of Gettysburg. In a battle during the first of these conflicts, Joachim Ferreira's superior marksman took Gordon's Knoll, after mistakenly anticipating an attack at Liang's Neck. An expedition that started the first of these conflicts consisted of 600 men, who surrendered at Dornkop. The first of these wars included the Battle of Majuba Hill, and was sparked by the Jameson Raid. During the second of these wars, the founder of the Boy Scouts, Robert Baden-Powell, defeated Moffat King. These wars ended with the annexation of the Transvaal and the Orange Free State. For 10 points, name this pair of wars between the British and namesake Dutch farmers, which were fought in South Africa. And the answer is Boer Wars. A schoolhouse in this work was designed so that a thief could easily get in, but not out, though this proves ineffective against Abraham Van Brunt. Katerina Van Tassel marries Brom Bones after a schoolteacher disappears in this story, which was collected in the sketchbook of Geoffrey Crayon. Ichabod Crane flees the Headless Horseman in, for 10 points, What story by Washington Irving? And the answer is The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. This function's Taylor series begins x plus 1/3 x cubed plus 2/15 x to the fifth, and its derivative is secant squared. Its Pythagorean identity says that it squared plus 1 equals the secant squared. Like its reciprocal, this function has period pi and equals 1 for an input of 45 degrees. For 10 points, name this trig function equal to sine over cosine, or in a right triangle, the opposite side over the adjacent side. And the answer is tangent. A verse that claims that Allah made every creature from this stuff distinguishes creatures that move on their bellies and those that walk on 2 and 4 legs. In 930 AD, the Karmatians used corpses to desecrate a place where this stuff had appeared when an angel tapped his wing on the ground. When this stuff is absent, the act of tayammum can be performed. The ritual of traveling between the hills of Safa and Marwa 7 times commemorates Hagar's search to find this stuff for her infant son Ishmael. This substance is performed at Zamzam in Mecca. A procedure performed before Salat, known as wudu, involves applying this substance. For 10 points, name this substance that is used in acts of ritual ablution and purification in Islam and other religions. And the answer is water. The graphs of these types of functions are used to approximate integrals in Simpson's rule. The discriminant of this type of polynomial determines the number of real and imaginary roots in the polynomial and has the form b squared minus 4ac. For 10 points, name these second-degree polynomial functions with parabolic graphs which can be written in the form ax squared plus bx plus c. And the answer is quadratic polynomials or quadratic equations. Due to their use of this term, the Brahma Kumari movement was originally a mandali, or circle, named for it. The letters of this word are analogized to states of consciousness in the Mandukya Upanishad. This term is followed by Nama Shivaya in a phrase used in Saivism, and follows Hari in a phrase derived from Vaishnavism. This is the first word in the name of a group that reformed under the name Aleph in 2000 after its members punctured newspaper-wrapped packages with umbrellas to spread sarin gas in the Tokyo subway. That group placed this term before the word Shinrikyo in their name. Vedic recitations typically begin with this syllable, which represents the sound of the universe. For 10 points, name this sacred sound from Hinduism, often used as a mantra for meditation. And the answer is Om. Poland's Museum of Modern Art owns a concentration camp made of this material designed by Zbigniew Libera. A 2010 study done by the University of Canterbury concluded that figures made of this material have gotten angrier since they were introduced in 1975. The company that produces this material is also the largest tire manufacturer in the world. This material, whose name comes from a certain language's translation for play well, is used to make figurines whose first non-yellow coloring was used for depicting Lando Calrissian. This building material is mainly manufactured in Billund, Denmark. For 10 points, name these toy building blocks. And the answer is Lego. In one work by this author, Mr. Guest recognizes two characters' similar handwriting and Danvers Carew is murdered. In another work, Squire Trelawney hires Captain Smollett to lead a crew that includes young Jim Hawkins and the pirate Long John Silver in a journey to the title location. For 10 points, identify this author of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde and Treasure Island. And the answer is Robert Louis Stevenson. This state is home to the second most densely concentrated surname in the U.S., Locklear, which comes from the Lumbee people in Robeson County. Two of the three oldest rivers in the United States have their headwaters in this state. Those are the French Broad and New Rivers. This state was home to the I-85 district, a congressional district that ran along its namesake highway to include heavily African American parts of this state's cities. The highest point east of the Mississippi, Mount Mitchell, is located in Pisgah National Forest outside this state city of Asheville. For 10 points, name this state whose research triangle includes its cities of Chapel Hill and Raleigh. And the answer is North Carolina. This figure introduced the practice of seed, a special type of sorcery, to the Aesir, and in one work this deity is accused of having sex with their sibling. This deity cries tears of red gold for her absentee husband Odin, and Thor impersonated this goddess in order to retrieve his hammer. Half of all fallen soldiers go to Valhalla, while the other half are accepted into this goddess's realm, Folkvanger, and this goddess owns the necklace Brisingamen. For 10 points, name this Norse goddess of love, sex, and beauty. And the answer is Freya. In medieval England, a boy bishop who would act for a roughly 3-week period was elected during a holiday commemorating this man. A story recounts how this man encountered a butcher and innkeeper who cut up and pickled 3 children in barrels, but this man resurrected them. This man, who may have punched the heretic Arius in the face, has a feast day that involves the arrival of Zwart Piet, who is controversially depicted in blackface. To prevent 3 girls from becoming prostitutes, this Bishop of Myra supposedly gave their family 3 bags of gold. Clement Clark Moore popularized the story of this man through a poem whose feast day on December 6th often involves giving presents to children. For 10 points, name this saint who was the basis for Santa Claus. And the answer is St. Nicholas. The only FDA-approved vaccine for this disease, lyophilized CVD 103HGR, was approved in 2016. Multiple people have contracted this disease after eating shellfish from the Gulf of Mexico. The most common treatments for this disease across the world include rice-based solutions and zinc supplements. This disease was the subject of the Broad Street outbreak, the source of which was discovered by founder of epidemiology, John Snow. The toxins that causes this disease increase the concentration of chloride ions in the small intestine, which causes extreme release of fluids from cells. For 10 points, name this disease, nicknamed the Blue Death, transmitted by contaminated water. And the answer is cholera. The One That Got Away is an account of this war told from the Patrol Bravo 20's viewpoint. One leader in this war paraded British child Stuart Lockwood onto television to remind enemies of hostages. 42 Scud missiles were fired into Israel during this conflict, partially started by a dispute over the Rumaila oil field. Coalition forces in this war were led by Norman Schwarzkopf and Joint Chiefs Chairman Colin Powell. For 10 points, name this conflict that began in 1990 after Iraq invaded Kuwait. And the answer is the First Gulf War. The theologian Abraham Joshua Heschel wrote that when he marched with MLK at Selma, his feet were performing this action. Texts used in this action include the popular Koran Sachs edition and are kissed if they fall on the ground. 19 blessings make up a form of this action that is named for being conducted with feet together, the Amidah. Shacharit, Mincha, and Ma'ariv are actions of this sort, called tefillot, that are respectively performed in the morning, afternoon, and evening and printed in Sidurim. Vows to be made in the upcoming year are nullified by one of these actions called the Kol Nidre. Forms of this action include the Shema Yisrael and the Kaddish, which is used in morning rituals. For 10 points, identify this act of reciting texts addressed to God. And the answer is prayer. One of this man's marshals died in a mysterious 1971 plane crash in Mongolia. This man took control of one group after a dispute between Otto Braun and Bo Gu during the Zunyi conference. Lin Biao allegedly plotted a coup against this leader. Killing sparrows and encouraging dissent were included in his 4 Pests and 100 Flowers campaign. His wife, Jiang Qing, was part of the Gang of Four, and he used backyard furnaces to aid industrialization in his Great Leap Forward. For 10 points, name this founder of the People's Republic of China who started the Cultural Revolution. And the answer is Mao Zedong. At the end of this film, the 2 main characters count red and blue cars. One character is referred to as the small mailman, while another character is stuck in the cone of shame. In this film, Ellie idolizes the explorer Charles Muntz, and Doug, a talking golden retriever, proclaims that he wants to take the bird Kevin, his prisoner, while the wilderness explorer Russell and Carl Fredricksen fly to Paradise Falls in Carl's house. For 10 points, name this Pixar movie. And the answer is Up. One side of this war attempted to get Urquiza's support by invading Corrientes. Francisco Barroso won the most major naval battle of this war at Riachuelo. This war began when the Colorados defeated the Blancos in an election. The leader of a country in this war was killed at the Battle of Cerro Cora. The winning side in this war was employed by the Duke of Cache to reform their army. An estimated 90% of the males of one country in this war were killed, and that country was led through the war by Francisco Solano Lopez. For 10 points, name this South American conflict fought between its namesake group of Bolivia, Brazil, and Uruguay against Paraguay. And the answer is the War of the Triple Alliance. This man explores how we affect the environment while hosting the Planet Green show Stuff Happens. He has judged contests for America's Most Smartest Model and has appeared in an XKCD comic where he just wants to enjoy his darn meal. A show in which this man appears usually ends with a song from Soundtracks of Science and begins with a segment where his name is heard repeatedly. That show is known for segments like Consider the Following and Way Cool Scientist. For 10 points, science rules and inertia is a property of matter according to what science guy? And the answer is Bill Nye, the science guy. Ted Stepien's ownership of this city's NBA team led to a rule that bans teams from trading first-round picks in consecutive years. This city's baseball team lost a World Series after Edgar Renteria's walk-off hit in 1997. Their football team was the victim of The Drive by John Elway and was moved by Art Modell in 1996, becoming the Baltimore Ravens. Recently, Dan Gilbert swore that his team will win a title before the Miami Heat do, in reference to the departure of LeBron James. Name this city home to the Indians, Browns, and Cavaliers. And the answer is Cleveland, Ohio. This figure seduces his niece Tyro, who kills their children when she learns of his ruse to kill his brother Salmonius. To solve his city's water shortage, this figure receives a spring from a river god in exchange for the information that his daughter Agina is one of Zeus's lovers. This figure orders his wife to prepare his body without funeral rites, such as placing a coin under his tongue. That wife, Merope, obeys, and Charon sends him back to the world of the living. In another of his ruses, this man tricks Thanatos into his own chains, preventing all living beings on Earth from dying. For 10 points, name this crafty king of Corinth condemned to push a boulder up a hill for all eternity. And the answer is Sisyphus. This country's Think Big program was an economic strategy promoted by Prime Minister Rob Muldoon. Ruthanasia was the name given by opponents to the continuation of the free market Rogernomics policies carried out by Roger Douglas in this country. William Hobson led British negotiations for the Treaty of Waitangi in this country. Troops from this country and its northern neighbor comprised a military unit which suffered heavy casualties at Gallipoli during World War I, was named Anzac. For 10 points, name this former British colony whose native inhabitants are the Maori and which includes the North and South Islands. And the answer is New Zealand. During one war, this country fought with its neighbor. Citizens who volunteered to fight were known as Fatherland Volunteers. In this country's early years, it faced the Prareira Revolt in its region of Pernambuco, and Giuseppe Garibaldi fought against this country in the Ragamuffin War and the Cisplatine War. This country's first king declared its independence with the cry of Ipiranga. That king's granddaughter, Isabel, would pass the Golden Law, ending slavery in this country. For 10 points, name this country once ruled by Pedro I, whose longtime capital was Rio de Janeiro. And the answer is Federative Republic of Brazil. This city's involvement in the silk trade made it the namesake of a kind of woven fabric where the pattern can be seen from both sides. Somehow, an ancient material named for this city includes carbon nanotubes that make it super strong. In this city, 8 Roman columns were used in the dome of the treasury in a great mosque decorated with Byzantine mosaics. This city became a capital under Muawiyah. Many swords with wavy surfaces were made from this city's namesake steel. After 750, the capital was moved from this city to Kufa and then to Baghdad under the Abbasids. For 10 points, name this capital of both the Umayyad Caliphate and modern Syria. And the answer is Damascus. In one video for this song, a sleeping guard's computer is open to Minecraft and a bird with Thanos' head is perched on a keep out sign. Later, in that video for this song, Keanu Reeves is shown Naruto running and one of the singers rides a snake. In another video for this song, which features Chris Rock, the singer jumps into a hole and is transported to the present. The singer of this song claims that his life is a movie before referencing a cowboy hat from Gucci. Various remixes of this song have featured RM, Young Thug, and Billy Ray Cyrus. For 10 points, name this country rap song in which Lil Nas X says he will take his horse to the title location. And the answer is Old Town Road. During this battle, Simon Fraser was targeted for death by Benedict Arnold, whose wounded leg was memorialized at Bemis Heights in this battle's location. John Burgoyne's surrender at this 1777 battle led France to promise aid to the colonies. For 10 points, name this upstate New York battle in which victory over the British is often cited as the turning point of the American Revolution. And the answer is Battle of Saratoga. This set of numbers has the least cardinality greater than that of the integers, according to the continuum hypothesis, and is the union of the algebraic and transcendental numbers. This complete, totally ordered field can be constructed by Cauchy sequences, and this set is uncountable according to Cantor's diagonal argument. The union of the rationals and irrationals for 10 points, name this set of numbers denoted R. And the answer is real numbers. This property is the defining characteristic of an abelian group. Composition of functions and matrix multiplication do not generally have this property. Subtraction also does not have this property because 8 minus 5 is 3, but 5 minus 8 is -3. For 10 points, name this property that states A plus B equals B plus A. That is, that swapping the order of the numbers does not change the result. And the answer is the commutative property. Description acceptable. In advance of this event, a leader asked his cousin to cover himself in a green cloak and sleep in his bed. Historians identify the Aksumite king Arma with a man involved in the so-called first version of this event, Ashma ibn Abjar, who sheltered several Sahaba. A place of worship at Kuba was founded during this event, in which two men stopped and prayed on Friday in the first instance of Jumu'ah. The person who undertook this event ended up in Yathrib, which was renamed shortly afterward, and carried it out with Abu Bakr. This event, whose Julian date is April 19, 622 AD, marks the beginning of the Islamic calendar. For 10 points, name this flight of the Prophet from one of Islam's holy cities to another. And the answer is Hijrah. In one text, this figure asks his companion whether he saw in the underworld him who had one son, him who had 2 sons, and him who had 7 sons. In another work, that figure cuts down 300 wooden poles in order to cross the waters of death, having mistakenly killed the stone things that would have ferried him across. This son of the goddess Ninsun sought the plant of immortality from Utnapishtim after his closest friend passes away. That friend earlier accompanies him to the cedar forest to slay the giant Humbaba. For 10 points, name this companion of Enkidu and king of Uruk, the hero of a namesake Akkadian epic. And the answer is Gilgamesh. A corpse thought to be the remains of this first ruler of this name spent 140 years unidentified at a Niagara Falls museum. The Temple of Khonsu was started by the third leader of this name. These rulers, belonging to the 19th and 20th dynasties, have names meaning the sun god gave birth to them. The second of these rulers fought the Hittites at the Battle of Kadesh, had Nefertiti as a consort, and is often said to be the leader who reigned when the Hebrews began the Exodus. For 10 points, give this name of 11 Egyptian pharaohs. And the answer is Ramses. One of these beings prophesies that the best thing for a man is not to be born, or to die as soon as possible. Poseidon saves the Danaids Amymon from being raped by one of these beings. One of these creatures picks up a flute after Athena casts it away because it puffs up her cheeks when she plays it. When that figure is unable to turn his flute upside down, the muses vote that he is a far inferior musician to Apollo, who then flays him. Midas is given ass's ears after voting for Marsyas in that contest, and receives the golden touch for taking care of one of these beings called Silenus. Dionysus's followers include, for 10 points, what lusty goat-legged men of Greek mythology. And the answer is satyrs. The friendship games were organized in the aftermath of one instance of this action. In 1956, Spain, the Netherlands, and Switzerland performed this action to protest the destruction of the Hungarian Revolution. In 1976, Taiwan took this action over a name-related controversy, while 26 African countries also performed this action after the New Zealand national rugby team